Going on the record, calling State of Wisconsin versus Maxwell Anderson, case 24, CF 1692, appearances.
Ian Vance Curzan and Megan Newport appear for the State of Wisconsin. We're joined at council table by Detective Joanne Donner. Good morning.
Good morning. Max Anderson with Anthony Cotton and Jason Findling.
Good morning, everybody. I hope you had a lovely weekend. We are still on the state's case in chief, and State, are you ready to call your next witness?
Yes.
Please do so.
Pete Warbington.
Please remain standing and raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
Pete Warbington, T-E-W-O-R-B-I-N-G-T-O-N.
How old are you, sir?
I am 34 years of age.
Did you at one point live in a residence at 3159 South 39th Street?
I did. I was a lower tenant.
Is that address, is it a single family house? What is it?
It's a duplex, upper unit and a lower unit. I rented out the lower unit from Max.
Is it in the city and county of Milwaukee, Wisconsin?
Yes.
You said you rented the lower unit from who?
Maxwell Anderson?
Is Maxwell Anderson someone you knew prior to renting that unit?
Yes, I knew him ever since I was a little kid. His father was my baseball coach in Little League, and then I moved down to Texas for 18 years or so, and after I finished college, I moved back and saw that he had put an ad on Facebook saying that he had a lower unit for rent, and I needed to get closer to Milwaukee for work, so that's how that worked out.
Is the person you're calling Maxwell Anderson in the courtroom today?
Yeah, absolutely.
Could you please identify him by indicating where he is sitting and something he's wearing?
Yeah, he's right here, and he's wearing a gray long sleeve shirt, button down.
I'd ask the record to reflect the witness identified the defendant and pointed at him.
Yes, that's fine.
The record will so reflect.
So you had lived in Texas and then you moved back to Wisconsin?
Yeah, once I finished college, I did, yes.
And that's how you found this apartment?
Yeah, post online, made by Maxwell.
Did you reach out to him?
Yeah, I reached out to him. He told me to come over. I looked at the place. It worked out. The rent was cheap. I liked it, so I took it.
When was this? What year?
I can't. 2023, I believe, and I lived there for 2 years, or 2022. I can't nail down it.
Okay, and you also just said you had lived there for 2 years,
2
correct?
years, yeah, roughly.
When did you move out of there?
I would say probably a week after I was dragged out of my home in my underwear by the SWAT team.
Okay, would that have been in April of 2024?
Yes,
And so you lived in the lower unit?
I did.
Who lived in the upper unit?
Maxwell Anderson.
Would you pay rent to him?
Yes,
How would you do that?
pie check usually.
Once a month?
He would let me pay pretty much whenever I wanted, which is one of the reasons that I did want to continue renting from him. So I might pay him $500 the first week, next paycheck, pay him $500 that week. Sometimes it was all in one, $1,000 a month, and I wrote it to him at the beginning of the month.
Did you understand him to be the landlord?
Yes,
Did you understand him to be the owner of the house?
yes, he explained to me that he was the owner of the house, yes.
Did you believe that to be true?
I didn't believe that to be true, no.
Why not?
Well, I guess I could,
I'm going to object on relevance grounds to this line of questioning.
Why is it relevant?
goes towards his knowledge of the defendant.
I'll allow it. You can answer it if you're able to answer it.
Well, he told me that he put $40,000 down on his home, but throughout the course of me staying in the house, I came to realize that Max didn't necessarily hold down a job very well. So it was kind of confusing to me how somebody could amass a $40,000 down payment when they only work 3 days a week and are frequently changing jobs.
But nevertheless, you would just pay him and no one else.
Absolutely, him and no one else.
Did you interact with him much other than to pay rent?
We probably hung out the first year that I was there a handful of times. Went to a couple of bars, just kind of keeping it amicable, as friendly as you could be from a tenant to a landlord.
How many times?
5, 10 maybe.
And had you ever been in his unit?
Yeah, a couple of times I went up there. We were just talking about, whatever. It wasn't for anything in particular, but yeah, when he called me over to look at the unit, at first, he didn't even show me the lower unit. He just showed me his apartment upstairs, and he said it was kind of pretty much the same thing downstairs, just with an extra room, so.
You stated that you had hung out with him a couple times the first year. Did you not hang out with him after a period of time?
Yeah, after about the first year of living there, he came to be what I would call just an insufferable landlord. He would basically have people over.
I'm going to object again. This is getting into impermissible character evidence.
I'll ask a more pointed question.
Okay.
You stopped hanging out with him after about the first year, right?
Yes, that is correct.
Did you understand him to, I think you said he worked jobs. What did you know him to do for work?
I knew that he was a bartender. He just worked at a bunch of different locations, which isn't uncommon for bartenders to do, but.
Did you know what bars?
I knew that he worked at Victor's. That was really the only one that I can remember right now. But like I said, he went through a couple.
Did he have a car?
Yeah, he had a black SUV.
Do you remember what kind?
Hyundai, however you say that.
Did you have a car?
Yeah,
What car did you have?
I have a black Honda Civic.
And would you park it at the residence?
Yeah, usually, it could go either way. Some days I would park in the front street, and then some days I would park in the back by the garage.
I want to talk to you about the layout of the residence. I'm going to show you a few exhibits here. Why don't you page through this, and for the record, these are going to be exhibits 297, 354, 355, 381, 359, 382. We'll start with that. Can you just page through those silently to yourself and tell me when you're done?
All right.
Those are all photographs, right?
Yep.
Do you recognize where these photographs were taken?
Yeah, that's predominantly the house that I lived in, and then in the basement as well.
I would move those exhibits in again, and I could read the numbers for the record if Your Honor would like.
I have 257, 354, 355, 381, 359, and 382.
It was 297.
Okay, that made no sense to me because 257 was already in, so
Okay.
that makes more sense.
All right, good.
Any objection?
No.
They're received.
Ask to publish.
Go ahead.
I'm going to start with exhibit 297 here. Mr. Worthington, can you see that TV, either the one to my right or the one next to
I can see it just fine.
Okay. 297, what are we looking at, sir?
That would be the front yard of my home, or where I lived at Maxwell Anderson's home.
Who's this person right here?
That person?
Yes.
Is that me? That is me. That's absolutely me.
Okay, all right. So this is where you live?
Yep.
And you are standing on the front cement porch?
Yep.
That door that's next to you, is that a door into your unit, the upper unit, Where does that door go?
That door goes specifically to my unit, the lower unit, and it did not go upstairs. And that's the door that I use the majority of the time.
So that unit, that door, you couldn't get into the upper unit from that door?
Not from that door, no.
Okay. Did you use that door predominantly?
Predominantly, yes.
Over here, there's a gate. You see that?
Yep.
Is there a side door?
There is a side door about 10 feet inside of that gate once you walk into it, on the right.
Where does the side door lead into?
The side door, once you open it, you can either go to the middle floor, which would be my unit. You can go downstairs into the basement, or you could go upstairs to Maxwell's unit.
Were you known to use the side door at all?
Very infrequently, only probably to go to work if I was parked out back. A lot of the time, like I said, I was parked out front anyway, because it's easier for me to just walk through the front door.
So you would use the side door, but it wasn't common?
No, it wasn't, and I actually would let my dog out of the front door as well. There should be a cable there, so I use the front door more often than not, yeah.
You had one dog?
I had one dog, yes.
Did the defendant have any dogs?
He had 2 dogs.
Where would those dogs stay?
Usually in the basement, that's where their kennels were located, but when Maxwell was home, he would take them upstairs with him.
What kind of dog did you have?
I have a large American Bulldog.
And what kind of dogs did Mr. Anderson have?
Believe it was a black lab and some kind of pit bull terrier. Both female, if
Okay.
that matters.
Let's talk about your apartment first. Can you just kind of summarize the general layout of it?
Yeah, if you were to walk in that front door right there to the left, you've got my living room. It's kind of set up in like an X. There's 4 rooms in the 4 corners. The room on the right would be my bedroom, and then you have the bathroom in the middle, and then you have my home office in the far right corner of the home, and then the kitchen in the far left-hand corner.
Where's your bedroom?
My bedroom is right there. As soon as you open that front door, you're going to walk into a wall. It's on the other side of that wall, so right there on the right.
How many bedrooms total in your unit?
In my unit, 2.
And your room was sort of in the front of the residence?
Absolutely. As soon as you open up that front door, there's a wall 3 feet in front of you. If you go on the other side of that wall, that's my room.
Let's talk about the basement. How would you get to the basement?
Through that side door. in
Not through the
unit.
front door?
Not through the front door, no. In order for me to go to the basement, the only way that you can get in there is if you were to go in through that side door. Obviously, you could get there through my unit because there's a door into the stairwell, and that's how I would get to the basement.
Okay. Did you ever use the basement?
I used the basement probably the first year that I was there doing my laundry. Other than that, I mean, I cut it down. I did not like going down there. It smelled awful. There was oftentimes I would have to report to Max that his dogs had defecated in the basement. It was horrid smelling. It frequently flooded and had what I can only assume is,
I'm going to object on relevance grounds.
All right, I'll ask a different question.
Okay.
You didn't use the basement much.
not much, yes.
You used to use it to do your laundry, right?
Yes.
You kind of stopped doing that?
Yeah, I stopped probably the last couple of months that I was there. I didn't go down there pretty much at all, maybe once a month to do laundry. But then his washing machine actually broke and he started utilizing mine, or what was reserved for me. And I didn't want to share a washing machine with him, so I would just honestly just go down to my mom's and do some of my laundry there.
Did you keep any belongings in the basement?
No.
I'm going to show exhibit 354 on the screen here. What are we looking at?
That's a stairwell going up from the basement, and that is the side door that I've been discussing.
That's the side door?
Yep.
All right, and then next, I'm going to zoom in here. There's a, right where I'm pointing here, what is that?
Multiple light switch panels there.
What would those activate?
Those would activate stairwell lights, and I believe the light that is outside of the door.
So there's a light outside that side door?
That screen door right there, yes.
And it's activated or deactivated through the switch?
To the best of my knowledge, I believe so, yes.
You don't recall it being motion activated?
I do not recall any motion activated lights.
Exhibit 355, what are we looking at here? And if you can, when you answer that question, just orient us from the last picture.
So it would be as if you turned, I don't know, 45 degrees to the right and just snapped another photo in the same spot. You're at the bottom of the stairwell there, and you are looking to the right side of the basement.
Exhibit 359. Where is this, or what are we looking at? And if you could use that last photo to help us understand.
Yeah, last photo would probably be like a 180-degree shot from the last photo that we just looked at. Looks like somebody turned right around, and this is kind of towards the front part of the basement, I guess you could say. You can see the dog kennel there, yeah. That would be the front part, directly under my living room is where that would be.
All right, so the dog kennel area you're referring to is,
Back there, yes.
is that where you knew Maxwell Anderson to keep his dogs?
Yeah, in his kennels, yes.
Was that all the time or just when he wasn't there?
Just when he wasn't there, they were in the kennel. He usually would bring them up into his apartment when he was there, yeah.
.381. What are we looking at here?
That looks like so that's the dryer right there. So you're looking, I don't know, towards the back of the basement. If you were to come down the stairs, down the left-hand side, he had a tool bench down there. Yeah, and that punching bag. So yeah, the back left, if you were to come down the stairs of the basement.
Same room as 355, is that fair to say?
Yes, that's exactly right next to the tool bench.
And that's not the same part of the basement as 359, right?
No, it's not. That would be opposite ends.
Okay. And then I'm going to put up 382.
Yeah, that's the tool bench.
Was anything in there, in that tool bench, yours?
No, not at all.
You had nothing in the basement?
Absolutely nothing. I put nothing down there.
Did you know him to have a lot of tools?
Yeah, absolutely. Neighbors would come over and ask us to borrow tools.
Okay. Did you know him to use the tools?
Did I know Max? Absolutely. He was constantly working on home improvement projects that he called home improvement, but they weren't very good.
What kind of projects are you talking about?
Well, he did some work on the fence. He was building some kind of underground shelter. He was going to allow his dogs to sleep under there. That would be the hole in the yard. And so in doing so, he had to work on the fence. And I believe he put up some shiplap and painted it. So.
I didn't hear that last thing. Put up some what?
Shiplap, it's a type of like wood that you could put up.
Can you spell that?
No. SHIPLAP, I think.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So continue. You were discussing.
Yeah, so I mean, it was almost nonstop, and it got to the point. That's one of the main reasons that I was moving out, is that it was like living in a construction zone. I mean, I'd get off from work at 5 o'clock, and I'd have to tell them multiple times, after I work a long day of work, I'm not trying to come home to hearing hammers and saws and power drills or anything like that, but it just never ended.
So, a lot of projects he'd be working on.
A lot of projects.
You would characterize them as home improvement projects?
That's how he would like to phrase it.
All right. You said there was a hole in the yard.
Yes.
Where was the hole?
That was right outside of the screen door.
The side door?
Side screen door, yes.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 302. Do you recognize this photo?
Yeah, that's the whole discussion.
I'd move 302 and ask to publish.
Any objection?
No.
It's received, go ahead.
302 is on the screen here. So the camera person is standing just outside the side door facing 39th Street. Right?
Correct.
Okay. And where is this hole, if you could just describe, and if you need to get up to point.
Yeah, it's right in that back corner right there. You can see the shiplap that I just brought up. It's a lighter texture than the rest of the fence because it was a fresh cut. He was freshly putting that material up, and he freshly painted it. As you can see, the rest of the fence is a bit darker It's a bit darker. He had just done that. Now you see, take your finger to the right there. Yeah,
Can I have the witness step up?
Sure.
absolutely.
I
Sorry.
think we have a microphone, if you just give me 1 second.
Turn it on.
All right. Why don't you point out what you're talking about as the whole?
As best as I can explain, this is the hole that he started with. So this was here even before I even moved in. This was here, I saw it there, he told me he was gonna have it fixed up and he was gonna put something there, but obviously that never happened. But as you can see here, this is a natural brown, a darker brown, because that fence has been there for, before I even moved in. And you can see here, these are the shiplap, and he put them horizontally. And so this has been done new because this started to cave in before he could even do anything with this. So this fence started to come down, so he had to fix that. So that's what he did. He put up this new shiplap, whatever this lumber is, and as you can see, it's a totally different painted color because it's been painted at 2 different times. This was the most recent project that I can remember that he had.
I can take mine.
Yeah.
Actually, you know what, why don't you keep it near you just in case you gotta use the screen again. And then the hole is sort of between the camera person and the shiplap that you're referring to.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. What did he tell you the hole was for?
He told me he was going to put some sort of, I guess, shed or something there. He was going to build a shed to keep like a lawnmower in, any kind of yard tools that he was using. And then underneath that, he was going to allow his dogs to go down there, and that's where they would sleep, I guess, maybe stay warm in the winter. The idea didn't make much sense to me when it was explained to me either.
He was gonna have his dogs sleep in the hole?
From what he told me.
Was he planning on connecting it to the house or something?
I do not believe so. I think it was just something while they were out there that they could utilize. I don't think he planned on keeping them there and like having them live there permanently or anything.
You had suggested before that you were planning on moving out prior to April.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And how much prior to when you actually did move out were you thinking about leaving?
I mean, two months before, I had asked Max if he would write me like a letter of recommendation to the new apartment complex that I'm currently staying at.
So you had already looked for a new
Oh
apartment?
yeah, I already got one, signed the lease and everything. I was on my way out.
Let's switch gears a little bit. Why don't you explain, where's the garage?
So the garage from here is, if you turn 180 degrees and look straight back, it's an unattached garage, so it is way in the back.
I'm going to show you exhibits 450, 451, and 452. You look at these 3 photos and then tell me if you recognize those.
Yes. Yeah, this is the outside of the fence. This is where the garage is located in exhibit 450. That is the garage there.
Are all of these pictures photographs from the residence?
Absolutely.
I'd move those 3 exhibits in and ask to publish.
Any objection?
No.
So they are received and go right ahead.
Let's start here with 452. What are we looking at?
This is the view into the backyard outside of the back fence.
Just inside the fence to sort of the left side into the, that would be where the majority of the backyard is, right?
Yeah, if you were to walk in and take a left, that's where most of the backyard is, correct.
And were there any other projects going on back in that part of the yard?
He said, so right here on the left where you see the bent license plate, he told me previously that he wanted to turn that into like some sort of outdoor bar, but the only thing he did was basically dig a hole.
Dug another hole?
Yeah, a smaller hole than the first one, of course, but there was nothing there other than a hole.
How long have you been working on those projects?
Objection, relevance.
I'll allow it. You can answer it if you can.
He'd been working on them since before I was there. I mean, he would go out there. I mean, the holes were open before I moved in, so I would say it's definitely longer than 2 years. I can't give you a definitive answer, but.
Exhibit 451, what are we looking at?
This is, if you look on the left there, that's the actual garage. And then, yeah, just another view of the back fence looking into the backyard.
Where the camera person is standing right now, was that kind of a parking slab?
That is a parking slab, and that's where I would park my Honda Civic some nights.
And then other nights you would park on the street
On the street, yeah. Depending on how I was feeling that day, yeah.
in front of the house?
In front of the house, correct.
450 is on the screen right now. Is that kind of a photo of that parking slab?
Yeah, that is correct.
Is this trailer normally not there?
Yeah, the trailer is not there.
Okay. What is this that I'm pointing to here? Do you know what that is?
That looks like a light to me.
Did you know there to be a light back there?
I did know of a light to be there, yes. That one actually, yes, that one was motion censored.
Okay. How did that light get there?
He hung it up one day, I think probably right after I moved in, just so I had a light so that when I was parking back there, I could see what I was doing.
Was it affixed to the tree or was it just kind of hanging?
I think it was just kind of tied up there, yeah. I'm not sure what he used. I didn't even look, but.
Do you know where the power source for that light was?
I have no clue.
That wasn't your concern, it just.
Nah, as long as there's a light out there and I could see, I didn't look that far into it.
So what I'm gathering from these photos then was the backyard completely fenced in?
Absolutely.
Would he let his dogs back there?
Yeah.
Would you let your dogs back there?
No, my dogs doesn't get along with any other dogs.
And so you take your dog out the front door?
Out the front, yes.
Did you utilize the backyard for anything?
No. I mean, to walk through it to get to my car when I did park there, that was about it.
What about the garage? Did you use the garage?
I had no access to the garage
Do you
at
know-
all.
At all?
At all. It was completely locked up.
Okay. Had you ever been in there?
I honestly, I cannot recall a time that I was ever in there. Maybe when he had the garage door open, I walked by it, but no, I've never been in there physically.
Did you know what was in there?
I knew that he had an older truck in there, and then there was just no space because I wanted to originally park in there. But he had his car, and then he had an older truck there, and I believe he had some kind of electric bicycle or something as well. So
Was the older truck even functional to your knowledge?
no, it wasn't. It was all taken apart in the garage. I think it was a project truck or something.
All right, I want to switch gears slightly, Mr. Warbington. While you were living at the house, did you know it to be common for Maxwell Anderson to have people over in his unit?
All the time, yes.
Were there times where it was noisy?
Absolutely.
Were there times that it was noisy at hours that bothered you?
Oh, yeah. I've had meetings with corporate at 8 a.m., and he's been up at 5 in the morning with companies just singing at the top of his lungs upstairs.
Where were you working at the time back in April of 2024?
In April, I was in the office. I was an inside sales rep, so I was forced to work from inside my actual office, whereas now I work from home, so.
You had suggested before that there were times where you were working out of your apartment?
Yeah, absolutely. If I have to go out on projects or meet with clients, stuff like that.
And at strange hours, they would be loud?
Always.
Okay. How often would he have people over?
I would say, I mean, 2 to 3 times a month, there was probably a night where I didn't get any sleep until 3 o'clock in the morning.
Because why?
Because of the noise and the carrying on. I mean, drunk people coming over, falling down the stairs in the hallway. I had to hear all that, knocking stuff off the walls.
And this is separate from the project?
Yeah, this is completely separate.
Okay. It was not uncommon then for you to hear noises coming from his apartment?
Not uncommon at all.
Particularly even at night?
Even at night, yes.
Okay. I want to take your attention back to around the time that you indicated you had been removed from your apartment by police.
Mm-hmm.
That week, where were you working that week?
That would be in office. So I was in my office in Menominee Falls.
What was your daily routine in your work week? I assume it was Monday through Friday?
Yeah, Monday through Friday. 7:30 is the time that I start, so I'm usually up at 6:30 getting ready, and then I'll leave, and then I drove to Menominee Falls from 39th Street. I would stay there until about 3:30, 4 o'clock, and then make my way home.
So Menominee Falls, how long a drive? 20 minutes, 25?
25, 30 maybe.
You had to
with
be there by
traffic.
7:30?
I had to be there by 7:30.
That week that you were removed from your apartment, did you work each day that week? Or
Each day was in the office, yes, correct.
What time would you get up?
Right around
Yes.
6:15.
And that week, what do you recall what day of the week that the police came?
I believe that was on Thursday, the 4th or so.
April 4th?
Yeah, April 4th.
Earlier that week, you just followed the same routine,
Same routine as just like any other week.
okay? At any point in that week, did you recall, well, actually, let me ask this question. What time would you go to bed?
I'd try to go to bed around, 9:30, 10 o'clock.
Were you able to do that week?
That week I was. It was surprisingly, like I've told, the investigators, I didn't really hear much from Max in the 2 weeks prior to, it was actually quite pleasant around the house. I didn't even think he was there. I thought he was elsewhere,
Had you seen him in that 2-week span?
No.
So you hadn't seen him?
No.
Did you hear him?
I did not hear him up until I heard him. On which day, I'm not exactly certain, but it was definitely the week before the cops came and pulled me out of my house. I heard him getting ready and packing what I thought was, a suitcase or something, like he was going to stay elsewhere. And in my head, I'm like, oh, well, thank God he's leaving. It'll be quiet around here. So I heard him bringing down something. Which day I can't confirm. Tuesday, Wednesday, could be any day. And I heard him bringing something down the stairs. That's the only piece of information that I've heard of him. That's the only interaction that I had with him, probably within 2 to 3 weeks of me
Okay.
being pulled from the house.
All right, so I'm gonna break that down just a bit.
Yeah,
You hadn't seen or heard of him in probably the 2 weeks up until you were removed from your apartment.
correct.
And at some point that week, we'll call it the week of April 1st, which
Yep.
would be Monday to the 5th, Friday. And then
Correct.
you said you were removed on the 4th, Thursday.
Yep.
At some point earlier that week, before you were removed, you heard him up in the morning.
Absolutely.
Do you know which day?
I do not know. I cannot confirm which day that was.
You don't know if it was Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday?
It was one of those 3 days, but I do not know which day.
And that's what you told investigators?
That's what I told everybody. I've always held that I did not know which day it was, but that was the last time that I'd ever heard from him.
Outside of that, did you hear anything else of him throughout that week?
Nothing, absolutely nothing. Like I said, I didn't even think he was there.
Okay. Would there be times where he wasn't there for periods of time?
Yeah, he would, sometimes he would go and just, stay with some friends or whatever, from what I understood, or he would go help his dad, I think, doing some work wherever they went. And so there was some time periods where he'd be gone for a couple of days on end, yeah.
And it would be quieter around then?
Absolutely.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 403. And before I get into 403, you indicated you've always maintained you weren't sure which day that you heard him up in the morning, right?
Absolutely.
And that morning that you heard him, it would have been at that time around the 6 a.m. hour where you were getting ready to go.
Yeah, 5:30 to 6 a.m., yes.
What's 403?
That's my cell phone in my hand holding my phone in my living room.
And do you remember the police taking this photo?
I do, yes.
All right, I'd move 403 in.
Any objection?
No.
403 is received.
What is 403? What
Are you asking me? Yeah, this is a photo of my cell phone and Maxwell Anderson's phone number where I would contact him for, house-related things.
Can you tell the jury what the phone number is that you would contact Maxwell Anderson at?
Yeah, it's gonna be 262-416-4874.
Put 403 on the helm. You gotta save as Max,
Mm-hmm,
okay?
Is that a yes?
yes.
And then, a little hard to see, but the phone number is right down there.
That is correct.
All right, I just have a few more questions, sir. You had indicated previously that you were having problems with the laundry, right? At some point.
I wasn't having problems with my laundry, but one of his washers had broken, and so he started to utilize, obviously, there was 2 washers and 2 dryers in the basement. So 2 obviously were reserved for me, 2 were reserved for him. One of his I think his washer broke or something, so he started to utilize mine. Well, I'd go down there and I'd try to do laundry, and I'm staring at a thing full of his clothes, and I just didn't want to deal with that, so I stopped even going down there to do laundry.
Was that happening all the way up until the time you had moved out of there, or no?
I would say it only happened like that thing must have broke like 2 or 3 months before all this even happened, so.
How did you communicate with him about that?
I didn't say anything about it. I would just turn the clothes over if it was, and then after a while I just got sick of it, and I mean, it didn't matter what I brought to his attention. He wasn't gonna change anything, so.
Did you ever move his laundry?
Yes.
Would you let him know?
Yeah, I'd shoot him a text and say, hey, I just put your stuff over. I just need to dry something real quick or whatever.
Sure, okay, as a courtesy.
Yeah.
All right. Would he do a lot of woodworking?
Always, yeah.
Objection, relevance. He's a woodworker or not.
I'm sorry. He said, what did? the last-
Objection, relevance.
Okay,
It is relevant. I can ask a different question, though.
okay, ask a different question.
He had a lot of power tools?
From what I understood, yes, he had to have.
Tools used for what?
Used for cutting, sawing, drilling, things of that nature. Like we were just talking about the fence. That was some fresh work that he did.
And would he use these to do the woodworking?
Yes, I believe so. Yes.
Do you know exactly what kinds of tools?
I do not. All I could do is hear him through the walls.
How often would you hear him using power tools?
I mean, there would be definitely 2 or 3 days a month where he was going on and on.
That back gate here, I have 451 on the screen. It's up here. This back gate, to your knowledge, did that door latch or was it loose?
So the back fence door, I believe it was loose. The locking mechanism had shut. However, Maxwell would put like a little socket or something, at least so it would be secure and wouldn't blow open.
Okay.
But I would say 9 days out of 10, it was just wide open like that.
Okay, and I'm pointing to this door here. Is that what you're talking about?
Correct.
So it wasn't a secured door?
No.
Couple more questions, sir. The police came to your house on April 4th.
Mhm.
You've established that. They pulled you out of your apartment, right?
Yes,
Were you otherwise cooperative with them?
absolutely.
And did they ask you for permission to search your apartment?
They did.
And did you let them?
I did.
Okay. Nothing else. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Good morning. How are you?
Good. How about you?
Good. Do you, with respect to these photographs that you have looked at today, do you know when those photos were taken?
So that trailer there was brought to the house, I believe, by Maxwell's family. So this would be after April 4th. And I believe they brought the trailer to clean out the apartment. So
And the one of you on the front step, do you know what day that was taken?
that would have been probably that April 4th. Yeah, maybe the 5th,
Okay.
after they were doing the search of the house.
Right.
They allowed me back into the house after everything happened, and so there I was on the front porch.
Right, I just sort of wanted to jump into that part of things too.
Mm.
Obviously, can we take this picture down, Ian? Yes. Yeah, I may go through some of that, and we'll just keep those down for now. Okay. So just to sort of recap, as the house is laid out, you have a front door, but that front door is only for your unit,
Only
right?
for my unit, yes.
Max doesn't go in the front door to get up to his.
No, never.
Side door, all three areas of the home are accessible, basement, your unit, or upstairs.
Correct, absolutely correct.
And the basement is not locked in any way. You can just go right down there if you want.
Yeah, there's
right?
not even a door. You just walk right down, yeah.
Exactly. And so everyone has free use of the space, meaning the two of you, except you've said you don't keep any of your stuff down there. You're clear on that, right?
Correct, I never put anything down there.
And with respect to Max's tools, we saw a workbench there, right?
Correct.
Did you ever go through his tools and look at the various things that he had?
There was only one time specifically that I even went over into that area, and that was when our neighbor asked to use a handsaw. And so I went down there, found the handsaw, and provided it to her.
Got it. So next door neighbor, basically.
Yeah, that was the only time that I would ever go down there.
And in terms of that'll be a good opportunity to show you this picture again, sir. Exhibit 452, you can see that here.
See what here?
Exhibit 452, you see a picture.
Yes, I see those, yeah.
Okay, and Max's home, or your home, if you will, on the left, and on the right, neighbor's house.
Yep, correct.
And the fence actually runs almost right up to that house next door, doesn't it?
Yeah, they're very close, yes.
Houses are very close. Right?
Yes, correct.
And that's common in this area. If you were to go up and down the street, all the houses are just close together.
That's
right?
correct.
These aren't big acre lots with tons of space.
This is correct.
It's a working class neighborhood.
Absolutely.
Okay. And if you look at the home to the right side, as we're looking at the picture, the home on the right side, there's even a window right up there, isn't there?
That is correct, yes.
And there's even windows right on the side of the home that look sort of I don't want to say into your house, but at your house, right?
Absolutely, yes.
Is this the neighbor that you gave the tool to?
That
the
is
one time?
correct.
That is, right?
That is correct.
Okay. And so this was somebody who obviously was comfortable enough to come over and knock on the door and say, hey, do you got a saw I can borrow?
Yeah, well, not so much maybe with me because I'm just the tenant, but Maxwell lived there for a large portion of time and he knew her, yes.
Right. There's no bad blood between the
No, not at all.
neighbors
She's
that
the sweetest lady I've ever met.
Okay. And you knew Max's dad because his father had coached you in Little League.
Yeah, in Little League.
Right?
That's correct.
Okay. So you knew the family.
Well, I knew his father, not so much his mother or
you
his
knew
father's
Dad.
new girlfriend. But yes, I know his father, yes.
Okay. And so just so it's clear, that upstairs patio that we see on the left side of your guys' house, that's Max's,
That's
right?
all Max. I've never even been up there, no.
And you're the basement guy coming all the way back to the backyard, right?
That's true. This window right here, that's my kitchen. On the first floor there, that's my kitchen.
You could look right out that window, right out those three windows, you could look right into the backyard.
Yes.
And there's a walkway, there's a path that goes, as we're looking right now, the path that goes from garage to the house.
Yep.
Straight shot,
Yep.
directly alongside a neighbor's house, right?
Yep.
That's a yes, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, if one wanted to go out into the front of the home, a person could go through the gate at the end of the walkway.
That is correct.
If a person wanted to go to the alley, they would just walk down this path and they would be in the alley.
That is correct.
First, they'd go past a garage on their right-hand side, but then they'd be in an alley.
You are correct.
And you could park your Honda Civic. You had a Honda Civic?
Yeah.
It's a
Yes.
common car, right?
Yes.
You could park your Civic in the back if you wanted to, but often you would choose not to, right?
Yes, that is correct.
But if you wanted to, you could park it right on the slab there, couldn't you?
Yes.
And just walk up that pathway and get in the side
Yes,
door.
absolutely.
In that side door, couple things I want to point out about the side door, if you remember, okay? Number one, you can see there's an overhang over that door. Isn't there a little white metal awning, if you will, hanging over the door?
Yes, that's correct.
And that door actually had a hydraulic arm, if you remember, that would control it opening and closing,
Well,
right?
it did, but then it came off, and I asked Max to fix that, and he never did.
Right, he didn't fix it.
No.
That was seems like, I'm just gonna go out on a limb here and say, it seems like you were bothered by him in some respects as a landlord.
I mean, it was, like I said, it was a trade-off. I knew that I was living in a place that I didn't want to live in because of how loud and disruptive he was, and Max was gonna do whatever Max wanted to do at any time of the day. But the trade-off is, he was very
Flexible.
lenient, flexible with payments and stuff like that. Me just getting my foot in the door in professional America, I needed that at the time.
Right, and I don't wanna ask where you work, but it's a corporate type job.
Yes,
You have-
absolutely.
You have clients and.
Thank you for your discretion. I said thank you for your discretion.
And
But yes.
you have clients and a schedule, though, is the point, right?
Yes, absolutely.
And the hydraulic arm on the door, Max didn't fix it.
No,
The reason why that was a problem is because then instead of the door sort of halfway closing, it just,
slammed shut and would wake me out of a dead sleep no matter what.
right. And so, you do remember the SWAT team coming to the home,
Absolutely.
because that's the only time that's ever happened. Do you?
That's the only time it's ever happened to me in my life.
And it was a very chaotic event, if you will. Is that
Yeah,
fair to
I
say?
had just gotten home from work and I believe I was taking a nap and then I just heard some beating on the side door and I initially thought Max had just like lost his keys or something and needed to be let in. But then as I go out there, there's guns and helmets and Kevlar vests and whatever.
And they removed
They
you
just,
from
yeah,
this-
just knocked on the door. I opened the door. I said, hey, what's going on? I don't know what you're here for, but I know it's not me. So what can I help you with? So,
And then, is it your testimony that that was April 4th? Is that what I understand you to have said today? That was Thursday, April 4th?
Thursday the 4th, correct.
Okay. You also spoke with the police further on Saturday, April 6th. You would agree with that?
I believe so, yes.
And there was a time where law enforcement sat down with you. It was actually, I just want to explore if you remember this.
Yes.
You sat down with a few different officers that
Mm-hmm.
were present to interview you, right?
3 or 4, yes.
Right, exactly, 3 or 4 officers. And they actually interviewed you in the lower level of that house.
Yeah, on my living room couch, yes.
As opposed to making you come to a police station and answer questions there.
This is correct.
And did they tell you that they were audio recording your interview, or did they not tell you
They
that?
did. They absolutely notified me in that. And then they actually placed the recorder in front of me. So
So you could see it.
it was very apparent.
So if we need to refresh your recollection, we can always play that, okay?
Yeah, absolutely.
And did you have any objection to the officers recording you?
No, not at all.
And would you describe this interview as a consensual meeting, meaning you were willing to answer whatever questions? they
Absolutely.
had?
I have been nothing but, you know, coherent with the law enforcement since the day that this happened.
Cooperative.
Cooperative, I'm sorry, thank you.
Coherent's good too.
Yeah, either way.
And you explained to the officers that you have in fact been upstairs to Mr. Anderson's residence in the past, right?
Yes.
And you testified to that today as well.
Yes.
In fact, there was even a time when you were letting him use your internet, so you had access up there for that reason.
Yes, yes. He would call me anytime that his internet didn't work. My internet always worked, but for some reason
Right.
he wouldn't get internet working up there. So I went up there a time or two to see if I could fix anything, but I couldn't anyway, so.
Now, you estimated that you were up there maybe 10 times in the past? Is that a fair?
Maybe. 10 seems a little steep. I'd say maybe even 5 or less.
Okay. And you did provide a phone number for Max, and you've testified to that today
Correct.
as well, right?
Correct.
The method of payment, that you would write a check and put it on a windowsill in the hallway, that was all just a normal way in which you pay
Correct.
rent, right?
Correct.
And
So the court reporter can't take it down if you speak at the same time. So if you could just take a breath before you answer and give it a second.
Oh, you got it. My apologies.
I think you just did that to me.
Huh? Did I?
So, yeah, you did.
Oh, I'm
Just-
sorry.
Just take a breath, it's okay. Go ahead, your next question, please.
thank you. And the officers were asking you questions about your history with Max leading up to this incident. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say, yes.
They zeroed in on questions about the night of April 1st. Do you remember that?
I remember the night, yes, but I don't have anything to report on that night.
Sure. I'll just ask some questions
Yeah,
about
go
it.
ahead. Go ahead.
If you have nothing to report, tell the jury you
Yeah,
have nothing.
absolutely.
Okay. So my question was, the police sort of zeroed in on that night of April 1st, which would have been a Monday.
Correct.
And we already know that based on your schedule, you worked a normal, if you will, corporate job
Correct.
at that time
Correct.
with a regular schedule of, I think you said 7:30 to roughly 3:30 or 4 o'clock, give or take, right?
Correct.
Some people wake up very early in the morning, they get their workouts in or whatever they end up doing, go for walks. Your schedule was, if you work at 7:30, you get up at 6:30, right?
Correct.
Get yourself ready, get to your vehicle, drive to work.
Correct.
All right. That, we all have routines. That was sort of your routine during the work week.
Yes.
You are, and you told the police, you are a light sleeper,
Very much so, yes.
very much so. Right?
Yes, correct.
And what you've said is that you are a very sensitive person to noise. You could hear, just in general, that's how you are oriented. You hear noise very, very frequently.
That's correct, yes.
You used an example of even if Miss Max's dog was chewing a bone on the floor, you could even hear that at times.
That's correct, yes.
And that there were times where you would text Max or say, knock it off.
Absolutely.
I'm
I mean,
trying.
50 times, if not 100, yes.
I'm trying to sleep.
Yeah,
Max is you always knew Max as a bartender.
yes,
Bartenders, for better or for worse, often have a different schedule than us working folk.
which I understood and I respected, yes, you're correct.
And it can get bothersome at times. A person bartends till 2 a.m. They bring people home from the bar and you're trying to get up a few hours later to go to work.
That's correct.
So the two of you had different paths in life, if you will.
Yes, very different.
You mentioned Victor's as one place that you knew that Max had worked
Yes, that's correct.
as a bartender.
As a bartender, yes.
And the noise coming from upstairs, there's really not a whole lot of soundproofing as far as you could tell in this house, right?
No, older house, I mean, anytime he moved, I mean, and I understood what a tolerable level of noise is, but even still, I mean, so much as him walking around, I could hear it up there.
Yeah, the walking around.
Yeah, just even walking around, which, I mean, I wasn't complaining about that. I was complaining about the louder stuff, so.
Yeah, nobody's saying you're texting him saying, stop walking.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, but you could hear a lot of
Absolutely.
noise. And law enforcement zeroed in on that night of April 1st. We talked about that, sort of that Sunday leading into Monday, that time frame. And I think what you've said here is that there was perhaps one day that week where it's your opinion, you heard Max at, say it again, a 5 a.m., 4:30?
Yeah, right around 5:30, 6 a.m. I would say that I heard him bringing what I thought was a suitcase. I thought he was packing and leaving or something like that for, a couple of days, which he was known to do.
Yes. 5:30 or 6 a.m.
5:30 to 6 a.m.
And that's the reason you can identify that as a time is because of your work schedule being a 7:30. I'm up at 6, and I can remember there was a day
Yes,
where it was like 6 a.m. and Max, or maybe 5:30, and Max is up.
correct.
Is that because you talked to him?
No, that's not because I talked to him. It's because I heard him coming down the stairs with presumably what I thought was a suitcase.
Got it. So you can remember hearing him at a 5:30 or 6 a.m. with what you thought was a suitcase.
Correct.
Okay. Not 1 o'clock in the morning.
No, this was early hours of the day.
Not 2 a.m. when it would be bar time coming home and that time of day,
No, I heard nothing.
or midnight.
Nothing. I've heard absolutely nothing that night.
Okay. When you say that night, I mean, is the elephant in the room here? Are you talking about the night that Sade came over, of which we're here?
I'm talking about the April 1st night in discussion that we've
Got
been
it.
talking about.
Okay. When you say that night, that's what you're referring to.
Yeah, that is the night that I'm referring to.
So, no noise that night,
No noise,
no screaming
no screaming,
or struggling,
no sounds of struggling.
or a saw being used.
No, nothing like that. I assure you, if I would have heard a power saw going, I would have woken up immediately and had something to say about it.
Yes, or if it was 1 in the morning, it's 1 in the morning and you hear thump, 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 thump coming down the stairs, that's something you'd want to address.
Correct.
Right. But if it's 5:30 or 6 and I'm going to work, not as big of a deal.
Exactly correct.
And maybe this is already did you hear anybody ever scream?
I've heard absolutely nothing. I want to share with the court, I didn't even know that he was there.
It was that quiet,
It was that quiet.
not any, and that's coming from you, the light sleeper.
Yes, correct.
And similarly, you didn't hear someone rummaging around the basement collecting a bunch of tools
No, nothing like that.
or anything in the basement at all.
I didn't hear anything in the basement at all.
And actually, if Max were to exit the house, the only way Max is getting out of his unit, other than jumping off a balcony or a window, is to go out that side door
Out that side door, correct.
with the hydraulic arm that doesn't work,
You are correct.
right into the neighbor's home, literally right up to the neighbor's home.
You are correct, yes.
So, and then down the path to his car.
Correct.
Did you hear him dragging a body down the stairs at 1 a.m?
I did not hear anything at 1 a.m. The only thing that I heard was what I thought to be a suitcase or something coming down, like I said, at 5:30 in the morning, 6 o'clock in the morning.
And you don't even know what it is because you didn't see it.
You're correct. I have absolutely no idea. All I know is that something large was being transported down the stairs at approximately 5:30 to 6 a.m. I cannot testify and say I knew what it was, no.
Well, Max had dogs, right?
Correct.
And you said 2 of them, I think you said, didn't he have 2 dogs?
2 dogs, correct.
So dogs sometimes need to go out, right?
That's correct.
I know there's some accidents that happen in the house sometimes, but Max would take his dogs out of the house, right?
For the most part, yes.
But again, you didn't even look to see, is it dog running out with him? Is Max did you know if he let his dogs out at 5:30 or so?
No, I didn't even, I heard the noise that he was leaving and I was, in my mind, I'm saying, good, he's leaving. I can go to work and come home and maybe it'll be peaceful when I get home. So I did not check or investigate or see anything at all. The only thing that I can say that I heard was, like I said, something such as a suitcase being brought down the stairs.
And you've even described yourself as a, quote, pain in the ass when he's loud. That's how you've described yourself to the police, right?
Describe myself,
Yeah, that even
Can
if
you
there's too
rephrase
much
it?
noise, you describe yourself, I'm a pain in the ass, I'll let him know. if
yeah,
I got a problem.
absolutely, yeah, absolutely.
Now, I want to go back to when you were seated in the, was it your family room, talking to the 4 officers or 3
Correct.
officers? And one of the officers, you remember, was a female, right? Or one of the detectives, I'm sorry, one of the detectives.
They could have very well been. I do not recall
Okay.
what each individual person looked like. I can't answer that definitively.
And you said, I heard no strange or loud noises coming from Anderson's residence Monday night, April 1st, going into Tuesday morning, April 2nd. True?
I heard, yeah, like I said, the only noise that I heard was him coming down the stairs. And I cannot testify and say honestly which day that was. I don't know if that was Monday.
Right.
I don't know if that was Tuesday.
Right. The coming down the stairs with the suitcase, leaving the house or something.
Correct. That's all that
whatever
I
it
heard.
was. Could have been Tuesday
Correct.
or Wednesday.
Could have been any day.
Okay. But what you are sure about is the time being that 5:30 to 6:15.
I'm 100% positive of that as I'm getting ready for work.
That we're 100% on. Right?
Correct.
And then were you, Had you heard about a body part washing up? Was that something you had heard about at the time?
Not until weeks later. Yeah, I followed the news, and obviously that was a pretty big story.
People,
So, yeah,
people were reading articles
I
about
just
it.
saw it on Facebook, yeah.
Click on a link or something?
Yeah.
Because it's interesting or...
Yeah, it's a leg, yeah, absolutely.
Now, in terms of you using the side door, there's some questions about your car being in front, but you would use the side door as well.
Yes, correct.
It's not like you never used it.
No, I have before. I mean, I would say honestly, it's probably a 50-50 crapshoot on whether I park in the front or whether I park to the back.
And even if you wanted to take your trash out, every week if you want to take your trash out, you'd use the side door for that.
That is correct, yes.
So you're using it at least once a week for that purpose.
Yes.
And was trash pickup on Mondays, if you remember?
I cannot recall.
Or Tuesdays? You don't remember the date?
I can't recall which day it was that trash went out. The cans were permanently outside of the garage, so we didn't have to take the trash cans out. The trash truck would just come by and take them from where they were currently sitting.
And Max never, you've never seen Max drive any vehicle other than his Hyundai. Would you agree with that?
No vehicle other than that black SUV. I've never seen him drive anything other than that vehicle.
There was the truck in the garage you told the jury about, but that was in a state of disrepair.
Yeah, that truck was not going anywhere, and it never did go anywhere as long as I lived there.
And in terms of, are you here to, did you ever go down in the basement that week of April 1st to April? Strike that, that's a bad question. There's the laundry machines down in the basement, obviously, right? You do agree that actually, even that week of April 1st through the interview with the police, you had even done laundry down there at least one day that week, right?
I cannot recall. I sincerely doubt it. It got to the point where, like I said, I wasn't interested in sharing a washing machine with somebody. So a lot of the time, I was spending a lot of time with, some family nearby anyway, just to get out of the house for a bit. And I do my laundry there mostly.
And you said that the police asked you about that basement specifically. You said you've never seen anything strange in the basement.
No, everything that is down there, I would say I would find in a normal basement.
In that Max was he liked to do arts and crafts projects, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Home improvement, stuff like that.
But arts and crafts too,
Sure.
and home improvement. You said arts and crafts as well as home improvement.
Yeah, I mean, he would have drawings and stuff, not so much arts and crafts. I mean, for example, if this counts as arts and crafts, he had a cat one time and he made it a little cat house.
Mm-hmm.
So things like that, yes, that's correct.
In that, there was the hole on the side yard where he was going to have a dog kennel, right?
Yes, dog kennel / whatever
Tool
else.
shed.
Tool shed, yes, correct.
And then a tiki bar in the back of the yard. There was
Correct.
an idea for that.
Correct.
One minute, Judge, please. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Steve?
Was Mr. Anderson aware that you were a light sleeper, so to speak?
I believe so. The countless interactions that we had where I'm having to tell him to quiet down, I would assume he got the picture, yes.
Your reason for assuming he would have gotten the picture is because of the times you had complained to him.
Yeah, countless times, correct.
Were you, that week that the police were at your house, were you ever going out into the side yard in the middle of the night?
No, never, no.
You would have been what? Doing what?
I would have been dead asleep.
This time that you heard what you believe to be a suitcase, did you also hear that door opening and slamming?
I did hear the door opening as he was leaving with whatever it was that he was bringing down the stairs, correct?
Was it a loud door?
It's a screaming loud door with the hydraulic arm not there. It just slammed right shut.
But your testimony is that you are not sure which day of the week that was.
I am not sure. I cannot pinpoint. I do not feel comfortable sitting up here and pinpointing a date. I do not know which day.
Back when you first spoke to detectives, just days after they were at your house, were you also, did you also inform them of whether you knew which day that was?
I also held with them. I wasn't sure. I've always held that I am not positive as to which day it was that I heard him coming down. It had been raining for like 2 weeks. There was no sunny day that I could differentiate one day from the next, and I was working on a good deal of projects with work that week.
I have nothing else.
Attorney Cotton,
No.
thank you.
Oh, thank you.
State your next witness.
Dr. Lauren,
We're just gonna take a quick bathroom break. Just a moment. Just leave your notebooks on your chair.
information that the next witness is the medical examiner. There are photographs that will be shown of the autopsy during that testimony.
Thank you for that warning for the gallery. So if that's going to be hard or you don't want to be here, this will be your opportunity to step out, okay? Thank you, everybody. Back shortly.
All right. We don't have any photos from this morning, right? Okay. And do we have even a picture of this Pete Worthington guy? I'm assuming not, probably. The Pete Worthington, the guy who testified this morning, I assume we don't have a picture of him, right? Okay, all right. Well, I'll just talk until we see him come back. All right. I'm waiting for you to give me the go, right? Oh, okay. So should I do the open or no? No need to do the open at all. Okay, I'm sorry. I was waiting for you in my ear. I didn't understand. Okay. Oh, all right. Okay. Is my mic's already up? And you've been watching the, obviously you can see the court is in recess here in the live stream. This is Brian Polson from the Wisconsin Live Desk on what is now day 5 of the Maxwell Anderson trial in the death and dismemberment of Sade Robinson. We have had one witness so far this morning, and it's one we've been waiting on. It is someone who is believed to be a key witness potentially for the defense, but it's the state who called him. His name is Pete Worthington. He was a tenant in the home owned by Maxwell Anderson, or at least the one that belonged to Maxwell Anderson, the one that he according to prosecutors, took Sade Robinson back to after their date at a couple of Milwaukee nightclubs. We know that Pete Worthington said he knows Maxwell Anderson's family, particularly his father. They go way back. He's known him since they were young. He had been a tenant in that apartment for a couple of years before all of this happened. And at one point he described Maxwell Anderson, it sounded like they'd had a bit of a falling out as landlord-tenant. He described Maxwell Anderson as a, quote, insufferable landlord, end quote. The defense attorney objected to that characterization, said it was impermissible character evidence, but we had the judge, and the judge did say she sustained that, or I believe the state just said, I'll ask a different question. But the jury heard that, so there seems to have been some sort of a falling out between the two. Pete Worthington was asked about Maxwell Anderson's behaviors, his habits. One of the things we heard is that he liked to use a lot of tools. He did woodwork. He worked on the fence outside the property. He had worked on other projects, he said, over time. And I'm hearing in my ear the jury is going to be coming back shortly. We know that this next witness, we're going to start seeing some autopsy photos. I believe the gallery has already been prepared that this is going to be some difficult testimony, particularly the exhibits, because they'll be looking at these autopsy photos. I don't think we're going to see them. All right, I'm hearing the jury is back, and everyone's back. The court's about to go back in session. Let's take you back to the Milwaukee County Safety Building in the trial of Maxwell Anderson.
Truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
My name is Dr. Lauren Decker, Laurendecker.
How are you employed?
I work at the Milwaukee County Medical Examiner's Office as an assistant medical examiner.
What do you do as an assistant medical?
I am a physician who determines cause and manner of death by examining a person who has passed away.
Could you just briefly summarize sort of the training and experience you have?
Yes, I completed an undergraduate degree at the University of Illinois. Following that, 4 years of medical school, also at the University of Illinois. Following that, 4 years of anatomic and clinical pathology residency. That was done at the University of New Mexico. And then following that, a 1-year forensic pathology fellowship, also at the University of New Mexico.
What is forensic pathology?
It is the field of medicine in which we determine cause and manner of death by examining a person who has passed away.
How long have you been working as a medical examiner, an assistant medical examiner?
Approximately 7 years.
All in Milwaukee County?
No.
Can you tell us where else?
Yes, I worked for 1 year at the Cook County Medical Examiner's Office in Chicago, about 5 years in New Mexico at the Office of the Medical Investigator, and then I'm about 2 years into working here in Milwaukee County.
How many autopsies do you say would you say that you have done in your career?
Approximately 2,500.
And have you testified as an expert in the field of forensic pathology before?
Yes, I have.
And you've testified about coming to determinations of cause and manner of death before?
Yes.
How many times?
A little over 40.
Can you tell us what the typical components of an autopsy are?
Yes, the autopsy starts with an external examination. That's where we document how we received the body, what the body is wearing, what the body looks like, any injuries or natural disease we might see. Following that, we collect evidence, and then following that, we do an internal examination where we look at the organs, both inside and outside the body, to look for natural disease and injuries. And then after that, in some cases, other testing needs to be done, toxicology and microbiology, things like that.
When a body comes to you, how does that typically happen?
So usually our investigator is called to the scene. So those are people who go to the scene on our behalf. They gather information about how the body is found, information from family members. That body is then placed in a body bag, which is sealed at the scene, brought to our office. And then once it gets to our office, it's documented. We take photographs as they come in to the office. And then whenever the next day is, either it could be later that morning or the following day, the autopsy examination is done.
The autopsy examination is, to the best of your ability, done as soon as possible. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Why is that important?
The body can continue to decompose even if it's in a refrigerated environment. Any evidence it's important to collect that as soon as possible.
The body, you had already said it, you're documenting it first as is, right?
Yes.
And what's the importance of that for you?
To make sure that we know exactly how the body is received. So sometimes bodies are covered in dirt, and that might be helpful. Sometimes the clothing is a strew, and that might be helpful in some cases.
You're doing the examination in-house, right?
Yes.
In your office?
Yes.
Okay. And so it's important to get the body there as it was seen at the scene, and then from there, what do you do?
So usually we would, after documentation, of course, undress the body if they're wearing clothes, wash the body off, and get a better idea of any external signs of natural disease or injuries.
That would be the external review?
Yes.
You conduct an internal examination as well?
Yes.
What does the internal examination entail you doing?
So we start with the typical Y incision that you probably have all seen on TV. Then after that, we remove the chest plate. We take photographs of all the organs as is, look around, make sure that the organs are not injured as is, and then the organs are removed one by one and dissected outside the body to better look for natural disease.
What kinds of tools are used during the internal examination?
We have to use shears to remove the rib cage, and we use a saw, one that would be used in an orthopedic situation, to remove the skull cap.
Why do you need to use tools for that?
The bones are very difficult to, it requires tools to remove the bones in order to see inside the body cavities.
In addition to the internal external examinations, do you review any available reports to get information about how this person came to you?
Yes, so our investigator will write a report detailing what they have seen on scene. Sometimes law enforcement reports are important for us to review.
How about medical records if available?
Yes, medical records also.
Did you conduct an autopsy into remains recovered that were determined to belong to Sade Robinson?
I supervised the autopsy, but I was there, yes.
Can you tell us about that? What do you mean when you say you supervised it?
Yes, so just like I had to perform a fellowship in forensic pathology to be accredited, to become board accredited, we have fellows who work with us. In this case, a fellow, Dr. Rohr, was the one who performed the autopsy under my supervision.
And for the record, that's spelling of Rohr is R-O-H-R-E-R.
Yes,
He was a forensic pathology fellow back in April of 2024.
yes.
And when you supervised him, was a final autopsy report done?
Yes,
What do you call that report?
the autopsy protocol.
Who signed off on the autopsy protocol in this case?
I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 408. You recognize Exhibit 408? You can take a moment to page through if you need to.
I do.
What is Exhibit 408?
It is the autopsy protocol,
It's a copy of it.
yes, for Sade Robinson.
And the front page of that autopsy protocol, it contains whose signature?
Mine.
I'd move 408 into evidence.
Any objection?
No.
It's received.
When you conducted this autopsy, it was a little unique in that you were not in receipt of the entire body from day one, right?
That's correct.
Can you tell us over the period of how long you were reviewing different body parts that had been recovered approximately?
April 2nd was the date of death. April 3rd was the first date that we received a body part. June 19th was the last date. And that is all in 2024.
Okay. This was sort of an unusual autopsy, correct? In that you were doing it over the period of a time period, right?
Is very unusual.
How many times have you had a situation like this?
Once before.
And typically, you are just in receipt of the entire body that you can examine right then, very close to the date of death, correct?
Yes,
That's not what happened here.
correct.
Because you were receiving body parts in the weeks after April 2nd, 2024, did you notice that there was decomposition?
Yes.
April 2nd, what body part was first recovered and brought to the medical examiner's office?
A right lower extremity, so the foot and the calf and the knee of the right leg.
I'm going to show you exhibits 418, 413, 414. It's actually 413 through 418. Just page through those and tell me if you recognize what those are.
These are photographs taken at the time of autopsy of the case that is given the number 24-02296. It is a right lower extremity.
The case, the case number 24-02296, that's a case number unique to the Milwaukee County Medical Examiner's Office, correct?
Yes,
And that was the first case number assigned to the case of Sade Robinson, right?
yes.
Okay. When other body parts were received by you at subsequent times, were they given different case numbers originally?
Yes,
At the end, when you prepared your autopsy protocol or your autopsy report, did you put all of those under the same case number?
yes,
And was it that case number?
it is, yes.
Okay. I would move 413 through 418 and then ask to publish.
Any objection?
No?
They're received.
Doctor, before I publish these photos, can you tell us what you observed upon receipt of the leg and your external examination of the leg?
Yes, so it is a right lower extremity. It had been amputated from the rest of the body at the level of the thigh. There are incisions at the amputation site, meaning that a sharp instrument was used to cut the skin and tissue. The bone itself was fractured, and there were linear markings on the bone that indicate likely due to the knife that was used to cut the tissue around the bone.
I'm going to show you exhibits. We're going to start with exhibit 413. Is this the leg?
Yes,
All right. And then 418. There's a measurement tool at the bottom of the page, right?
yes.
Based on the measurements that you were able to do, did you have an approximation as to how tall the person was whose leg this belonged to?
Yes, we estimated about 5 foot, plus or minus a couple of inches either direction.
The tissue at, when you said amputation site, what are you talking about?
The area where the leg was removed from the body.
Were you able to make any conclusions, putting exhibit 414 on the screen, any conclusions regarding how the skin and muscle tissue had been cut?
So you can see that the edges are very smooth. That is typical of an incised wound, meaning that a sharp instrument was used. There's no bleeding anywhere that we can see here, meaning that this was likely done after death.
How is it that you were able to tell there was no bleeding?
Just visually, there's no evidence of bleeding at the sites. You would expect it to be red.
Okay. 415, what are we looking at here?
This is just a close view of the amputation site, depicting additional smaller incised wounds. They're slightly irregular all the way around the amputation site.
What is an incised wound?
It is a superficial or not as deep in sharp force injury. So think of something like a doctor would do with a scalpel. That would be an incised wound.
416. This is the other side of the leg?
Yes.
Okay.
Just the same thing, so irregular incised wounds along the amputation margin.
When you're saying irregular, what do you mean? What are you referring to?
The raggedness of the skin. It looks like multiple cuts were made.
And lastly, 417.
Similar. Here, it's less irregular, so more regular.
Were you able to come to a conclusion as to what part of the bone was cut? Or was the bone cut, I should say?
The femur was fractured, but did not appear cut other than the linear markings from cutting the tissue around it.
So were there markings on the femur?
Yes,
Did that indicate to you that a sharp force instrument had made contact with the femur?
yes.
Were you getting, were your observations that there had been an attempt made to cut through the femur?
It's possible. It's also possible just that while cutting the skin and the muscle, the knife hit the femur, and it would create a mark just from that.
Were you able to tell from looking at the transected end, the end that it was amputated from, how the femur was detached from the other part of the body, the torso?
No, I don't think we can tell.
Okay.
Some sort of blunt force injury.
It was broken?
Yes,
Where was it broken?
and the mid shaft.
How difficult would it be to do that?
Very difficult.
Can you explain that? Why would it be so difficult?
The femur is a very strong bone. It's the strongest bone of your body. We see fractures of the femur in young, healthy individuals in instances like car accidents. So you can think of that amount of force necessary to break the femur.
That's what was done here?
Yes.
I want to briefly retouch on the vital reactions. You observed no vital reactions in that leg when you examined it, correct?
That's correct.
What is a vital reaction?
You would see bleeding in the short term, and a longer term injury, you can see things like redness and swelling, scab formation.
Did that lead you to come to any conclusion on whether or not the leg was amputated from the body before or after death?
It's more likely after death.
How much blood would you expect to see if that was done before death?
A lot.
Was there any visible here?
No.
Can you explain for us why there would not be blood after death?
Yes, the heart is not pumping anymore, and so whatever blood is left in the vessels is kind of stagnant. So it's staying wherever it was when the heart stopped pumping. So you might get some blood spilling out of vessels, the larger vessels that you cut, but not in the smaller areas.
And did you then, on subsequent dates, you received additional body parts? Eventually that included a human torso belonging to Miss Robinson, correct?
Yes,
Did you, through that human torso as well as the human leg, attempt to do toxicology testing?
yes.
Okay. Explain how.
So we recovered some muscle tissue from this leg and submitted that for toxicology testing to NMS laboratories.
What did you ask NMS laboratories to test for?
It is called an expanded panel, postmortem expanded panel. They test for hundreds of drugs and alcohol.
And then how about for the torso?
In the torso, we collected fluid from the heart, and we submitted that to our internal lab for comprehensive testing.
I'm going to show you exhibits 410, 411, and 412. Are these the toxicology reports?
Yes, they are.
Okay, I move 410, 11, excuse me, 410, 411, 412.
Any objection?
No.
They're received.
I want to start, Doctor, with 410. This is the toxicology report reflecting the NMS test, right?
Yes,
That was specifically toxicology analysis done from muscle tissue from the leg we just looked at, right?
yes.
And they screen, do you know how many items they screened for?
Not off the top of my head. Some of them are in groups, but several hundred, at least 200.
That would include drugs as well as alcohol.
Yes.
Okay. And what was the result of that screening? What chemicals, if any, were found in the muscle tissue?
Caffeine was detected.
Only caffeine,
Correct.
no alcohol,
Correct.
no illegal drugs,
That's correct.
no substances of abuse.
That's correct.
Is there, can you explain to us the difference, muscle tissue toxicology analysis versus the cardiac blood?
The muscle's not the best specimen to test. Blood is preferred. At the time that we did this exam, we did not know if we would ever receive blood, so we collected what we were able to collect, and in this case, it's muscle. There's less data on the concentration amounts for muscle, but at the same time, it's still a valid testing source. So you would still expect drugs and alcohol to be present if they were at a concentration high enough to be considered contributory for death.
Okay. I can take that one. I'm going to hold off on going through the other two for now. Chronologically, Doctor, the next human body parts you received that were determined to be Miss Robinson's was a foot and some other tissue, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Why don't you tell us what you received exactly?
We received a left foot. It was disarticulated, meaning that it was transected through the ankle joint. And then additionally, a portion of skin with some underlying fat tissue, and then a separate portion of skeletal muscle.
I'm going to show you exhibits 419 through 422. Are those photos taken during your examination of the body parts you just described?
Yes, they are.
I move 419 through 422 in.
Any objection?
No.
Received. Go right ahead.
419, what are we looking at?
This is a photograph of the left foot, specifically depicting the smooth edges of the incision at the amputation site.
420, what are we looking at?
This view is the top-down view of the ankle joint, showing that you can see the joint surface, meaning that whoever dismembered this foot did not go through bone.
Did not go through bone?
Correct,
And
just the joint.
Okay. And were you able to tell what kind of instrument was used to do that?
A knife would be would be adequate to perform this.
And were you able to tell what caused the bone to break then? Or was there even a broken bone?
There was not broken bone.
.421.
This is a photograph of the portion of skin and underlying subcutaneous tissue that was received.
What were you able to notice about the cuts to this piece of tissue?
Again, they're all incisions, and none of the incisions had a vital reaction.
None of them had a vital reaction,
Correct.
like the leg,
Correct.
suggesting to you what?
That this was done post-mortem or after death.
And lastly, 422.
This is a fragment of skeletal muscle.
Do you recall what date that you reviewed these pieces of Miss Robinson's body?
April 8th.
Quickly, there was a different case number on that one. That number was 2402399.
Yes,
That's what we were talking about before. Different case numbers were given to the parts as they came in, but ultimately you put them all under the first case number, right?
that's correct.
All right. And to reiterate, if she had been alive at the time of that dismemberment or that amputation, you would have expected to see vital reactions.
Yes.
You then later on received a part of a femur bone?
Yes.
Okay. I'll give you a minute to turn to the page. Let me know when you're there.
Go ahead.
Good?
Yes.
All right. I'll show you Exhibit 426. Is that a photo taken from the autopsy of the femur bone?
Yes.
Move 426 and ask to publish.
Any objection?
No.
Received. Go ahead.
The femur bone, tell us what you received. What condition was it in? What did you observe?
So the larger fragment shown is a portion of femur bone with attached muscle. The muscle is desiccated. It's been exposed to the air for some time, so it's sort of dried out. The edges of the femur bone are both fractured on both sides from blunt force trauma. And then that smaller thing also in the picture is non-human remains. That is an animal bone.
Okay. So when was the examination of the femur bone done?
Also April 8th.
All right. And along with the femur bone, they had brought to you what they didn't know if it was related or not. It was turned out to be an animal bone.
Yes.
You said that there was blunt force trauma to the femur bone.
Yes.
How could you tell?
The ends were fractured.
And how is it that you could discern that that was not just a human bone, but a femur bone?
It has specific characteristics, but we did send most of the bones involved in either the transection sites or the amputation sites to anthropology for a full detailed report.
Do you recall who the person was who did that?
Dr. Jordan Carson.
Were you able to tell just by the bone itself what leg that would have come from, left or right?
Yes, we thought the left,
Why'd you think that?
just because of the characteristics and the siding.
And then did you ultimately attempt later on to align that femur bone with other body parts that you eventually received?
Yes, we did.
The next body parts you examined were what?
The next case is a portion of a left lower extremity from the ankle to just above the knee. Additionally, a portion of skeletal muscle was received and another fragment of a long bone.
What date did you conduct this examination with Dr. Rohrer?
Also April 8th.
I'm going to show you exhibits 423 through 425. Are those photos taken from this examination?
Yes.
Okay. Move 423 to 425 in and ask to publish.
No objection.
They're received.
423 is on the screen now. lower portion of the leg was received?
Yes,
Were you able to tell if this was the right or left leg?
left.
How were you able to tell?
It did articulate with the left foot that we had previously received,
When you say articulate, what do you mean by that?
meaning that the distal end or the further down end where the ankle would be matched the joint space of the foot.
424, that's the distal end that you're referring to?
Yes,
425, what end is that?
that is just above the knee. We would call that the more proximal end.
Were you able to observe whether or not any decomposition was occurring?
Yes, there's obvious decomposition in this photograph. You can see the epithelium, which is the pigmented part of the skin, has started to slough off in areas, leaving a non-pigmented part underneath it. There's also some softening and brownish discoloration of the muscle.
Did you observe that type of decomposition or discoloration in the the foot or the leg?
No.
Okay. What were you able to discern as to how the transection ends? How were they done? Are you able to tell?
So the distal end was through the ankle joint. The more proximal end, there's a fracture of that femur.
I want to talk about that briefly. .423 is on the screen. The femur was fractured above the knee,
Yes.
and was any fractured bone near the ankle?
No.
It was just amputated from the foot.
Correct.
Okay. Are you able to tell what kind of trauma caused the fracture to the knee?
No. Just blunt force.
I meant femur.
Oh, that's correct. Just blunt force.
Okay, blunt force. And were you able to tell whether that femur, that long bone we had previously discussed, matched to that part of the leg?
Yes, it did.
Okay. Did you examine the bone within the calf at any point?
Yes, the long bones, the tibia and the fibula, that would be in the calf section of the leg. We did look at those bones as well.
And to do so, you had to cut into the leg, right?
Yes.
What did you notice when you examined the tibia and fibula?
They were fractured.
Okay. Was there any corresponding injuries to the skin or tissue to those fractures?
Not that we could discern.
What does that cause you to conclude as to how they were fractured?
Probably they are post-mortem injuries as well. There's no bleeding. When we looked inside the tissues, you'd expect a decent amount of bleeding from an injury like that.
None here.
Correct.
And there was no corresponding incisions or cuts into the leg where those fractures occurred, right?
Correct.
What kind of force would be needed to fracture those bones without cutting the leg?
It would again be a decent amount of force, similar to like a hard fall, a jump from height, motor vehicle collision, things like that.
Blunt force,
Yes,
not sharp force.
correct,
You could conclude there was no sharp force injury to that part of the leg.
correct.
Next body part that you received was what?
A portion of, it was labeled as proximal bone. It's a portion of the left femur, the part that articulates with the hip.
Is 427 a photo of it?
Yes.
Move 427 in.
Any objection?
No.
It's received.
I'm putting 427 on the screen here. That's the proximal bone.
Yes.
What date did you examine this?
Also April 8th.
Were you able to conclude whether that proximal bone came from any of the other body parts?
It is a left, the ball of a left femur. It did not articulate or match up with any of the pieces that we had received
But you did,
so far.
but you did have a left femur.
Yes, portions of a left femur.
Anything else that you could discern from examining the proximal bone?
Just that it is fractured,
And do you know how?
just blunt force injury.
What was the next body part?
Some time went by, and the torso is the next part that was recovered.
And what day did you examine the torso?
April 18th.
This is the part of the body that you were able to get the sample of cardiac blood for, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to show you exhibits 430 through 434.
I don't object to these either.
Move them in then and ask to publish.
Receive, could I have the numbers one more time?
430 through 434.
Thank you.
When you received the torso, tell us what you observed about decomposition.
So more of that epithelial layer had predominantly come off the body. The torso appeared to be in water for a long period of time, so there's drying artifact on the part of the torso that was exposed to the air and not drying artifact on the part that was in the water. So you'll see a difference in the front and the back of the torso. There is more softening and discoloration of the tissues of the torso as well. And then there are shallow abrasions kind of covering the torso, which would be consistent with animal predation, such as fish.
When you're saying torso, what body parts are we specifically talking about that you examined?
So in this case, the torso consists of the chest, the abdomen, and pelvis without a right leg, without a left leg, and without a right arm, and without a head and neck.
No head and neck?
Correct. So only the left arm is attached.
Showing you exhibit 430. Is this the discoloration you were discussing?
Yes, the back was exposed to air, so it is more orange and sort of a leathery texture. And you can still see some of the epithelium in the lower part of the back and the buttocks.
The transection margins at the legs, as I put 431 on, what could you observe about those?
They have smooth edges, so they are incised wounds.
Can you discuss what you observed about the transection margin at the neckline?
Again, smooth edges, incised wound. Through the bone, it was the neck was transected through the cervical vertebrae, sort of low on the neck, at the level of kind of the collarbone.
So her entire neck was gone.
Correct.
I want to ask you, what is strangulation?
Strangulation is where there is neck compression by an external force.
Can it cause death?
Yes.
Were you able to examine whether or not strangulation had occurred in this case?
No.
Why not?
The head and neck have not been recovered.
Was there another part of her torso that had been cut off as well?
Yes.
In the front?
Yes.
What was it?
The right breast.
Showing exhibit 432. What are we looking at?
This is a photograph of the torso as it's received from the front. So you can see the head is absent, the right arm is absent, the right breast has been cut from the body. Both legs are amputated at the level of the groin.
What needed to be cut through in order to amputate the neck and head?
The cervical vertebrae.
What needed to be cut through in order to amputate her right breast?
Just skin and soft tissue.
Did you observe any other either blunt or sharp force injuries around where the right breast was?
Yes, in the chest wall at that amputation site, there were 2 defects that exposed the right chest cavity to the environment.
432 back on the screen. Sorry, I'm just clarifying the record here. Are you referring to underneath the breast?
Yes, so you can see the 2 black marks. Those are the 2 defects.
Can you please stand and point them out? I think there's a microphone next to you
Yes.
that should be on.
Is it on now? Okay.
Yes.
So here and here.
And are you able to tell, are those natural wounds, or would they have come from something?
It's very difficult to tell given the fact that the whole area is decomposed. They look like penetrating injuries to me. So not something that would occur naturally. I can't entirely rule out that while the body was in the water, something caused those injuries.
Okay, but they're penetrating wounds?
Yes,
Would a stab wound be a kind of penetrating wound?
yes.
I'm going to show you 433. What are we looking at here?
This is a view of kind of the top down of the body. So the bird tattoo is on her right shoulder. You can see the amputation site of the head and the neck, and also the right arm.
And then one of those penetrating wounds is where I'm pointing to right here?
That's correct.
Okay. .434. What are we looking at?
The upper part of the torso, specifically in the middle of the photograph, there are a series of incised and stab wounds above the left breast.
Can you point those out, please?
Yes, the group is right here.
How many stab wounds are there?
There are 7 incised and stab wounds grouped together.
Okay. Are there any other incised and stab wounds that you noticed other than those 7 on the torso?
Yes, there are some small superficial ones, kind of, I'm not sure this is the best photograph for it, but these are the ones that are the most noticeable.
Where were the superficial ones that you observed?
They were more, they were further down. It could possibly be these here.
All right. But the ones that you pointed out up here, those were not just superficial.
Correct. So some of them are stab wounds, meaning that they're deeper than they are long.
Like puncture wounds?
Yes.
Were there any internal injuries observed?
Underlying the defects on the right chest cavity, there is a defect to the middle lobe of the right lung. The pleura is disrupted there. Again, it is very difficult to tell what that is from.
And is partially that due to the level of decomposition of the body?
Yes, and then also because the body was exposed to water for a long period of time, any blood that may have been there would be washed away.
The 7 stab wounds, were you able to tell whether or not those caused any internal damage?
We did not see any injury associated with those.
So only on the right side, and what did it puncture?
The middle lobe of the right lung.
And what kind of effect would that have had on a human being?
It would be difficult to breathe. You could get a pneumothorax, meaning air accumulation in the chest that prevents you from breathing. You could also theoretically bleed to death from an injury like that without medical intervention.
And in sum, you can't say how that internal injury occurred at the end of the day, right?
Correct.
Any of the sharp force injuries or stab wounds, including the internal injury, were you able to come to any conclusion as to whether those would have occurred before or after death?
It's impossible to tell.
Tell us why it's not possible for you to make that determination.
There is some decomposition, but mostly it's because the body was in water, and we would expect to see bleeding from these injuries if they were before death, and the water, again, would wash that away.
So you can't tell if there were any vital reactions the same way you would be able to tell or were able to tell from examining the leg.
Correct.
So it's possible those occurred while she was alive, the injuries to the torso, but it's also possible that they did not occur while she was alive.
That's correct.
The lower extremity amputation transection points, were you able to come to any additional conclusions or make any additional observations from examination of the torso as opposed to just examining, for example, the leg?
Not much more. Again, the right leg was cut, or the femur was broken, and that was the transection site. The left leg was disarticulated, meaning that the ball of the femur was removed from the pelvis.
What would be, for lack of a better term, easier to do, cut through the femur or disarticulate at the pelvis?
Disarticulation would be easier.
Explain that, please.
You only need a knife to cut through the joint spaces rather than needing some sort of tool to go through the bones.
Were there any other superficial injuries you observed on the torso that we haven't discussed yet?
Just scattered abrasions and contusions. I believe there are some contusions on the back half of the torso.
And you were clearly able to tell those amputation locations were, there were sharp force injuries and precise cuts?
Yes.
Were you able to tell from what kind of instrument or no?
Just a sharp force instrument, so knife is usually the instrument used for that.
Were you able to conclude based on those observations whether those limbs were intentionally severed from Sade's torso?
The presence of incised wounds would suggest that they are intentional.
The area of the right leg, did that match up to the torso? Or
Yes.
sorry, I meant, did that match up to the right leg that had previously been found?
Yes.
You were able to conclude that that right leg that you originally examined came from that torso?
Yes.
You then, sometime later, I believe in May, received the right arm, correct?
The right arm washed up to the shore of Waukegan Beach on May 11th. We did not receive that arm until June. Because of jurisdictional issues, the Lake County Coroner's Office needed to positively identify the arm belonging to Sade Robinson before they could release it to us.
Was that done?
Yes.
And then afterwards, was it transported to your office?
Yes.
Going to show you Exhibit 262. Is that a photograph of the arm you examined that had washed ashore in Waukegan, Illinois?
Yes.
Okay, move 262 in.
No objection.
This photograph was not taken by you, correct?
That's correct.
what were you able to observe from the photograph of the right arm?
There is, as expected, more decomposition. There's also a defect of the right forearm that is likely due to animal predation. There was no injury of the bone underneath it.
And the transection end, were you able to conclude anything off of that?
It gets more difficult the longer or the further decomposition goes, but they appear to be incised wounds as well.
There was a significant amount of decomposition to the right arm, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Was that amount of decomposition in any way a surprise to you if the arm had been in Lake Michigan for over a month?
No.
Does that those were all of the body parts to date that have been recovered, is that correct?
Yes.
The torso, I want to return to, I think it's exhibits 411 and 412. They're two toxicology reports, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, and this was of the cardiac blood from the torso.
Yes.
Explain what cardiac blood is and why it's used for toxicology analysis.
It's the blood that's obtained from the heart. And again, blood is the preferred source for toxicology testing. So when we noticed that there was some fluid within the heart, we collected it and decided to send it as well.
Was there a limitation to what could be done with this particular cardiac sample?
Yes.
Explain that.
So first, there was a limited amount of the fluid. And then second, I'm using the term fluid because, again, all of the transaction sites are open to the lake water. So a lot of this fluid might be lake water.
Diluted, if you will.
Yes,
Okay. But that was not a problem for the muscle tissue.
that's correct.
That leg had not been in the lake, to your knowledge, right?
Correct.
All right. So with that being the case, and you had already, by the time that the torso was being examined, you were already getting toxicology analysis done for the muscle tissue from the leg.
Yes,
Did you but you nevertheless opted to do toxicology analysis for the cardiac blood? Why?
just to be thorough,
All right. Did you have the result back yet from the NMS lab?
it's likely we did.
And so what were you testing for in the cardiac blood? If you had already known that it was just caffeine, tell us what you were testing for.
Similar things. Because we have an internal lab, we can look at the data ourselves and kind of get an idea of whether there's anything strange that shows up on the machine. I'm not the one who does the testing, so I don't know specifics, but I know that our toxicologist will say, hey, there's this thing, do you want us to look for it more thoroughly? It's nice that we have that ability to do that.
And what was the results from the cardiac blood toxicology analysis?
So caffeine was again detected.
Was that surprising to you based on what had been detected in the muscle?
No.
All right, caffeine, what else?
Theophylline. Theophylline is a metabolite of caffeine, so again, not surprising. Beta-phenylethylamine. That's a mouthful.
Can
Yeah.
you spell that for the court?
It's B-PHENETHYLAMINE. And that is a compound that we see not infrequently in bodies that have been decomposed. It is created during the decomposition process.
All right, and can you, just while we're on it, spell the first one? I think it was theophylline or something.
Yes, THEOPHYLLINE.
Was there another substance that initially was screened for but then determined to be too low?
Yes, that is spelled PHENDIMETRAZINE, phendimetrazine.
And what is phendimetrazine?
It is a diet pill.
Okay, but there's actually, and the reason you have two reports is because one of them actually, you guys took the phendimetrazine off the toxicology report, correct?
That's correct.
How come?
So all of these are initial screening tests, meaning that we do one method of toxicology testing to screen for compounds. And then with whatever positive results we see, we confirm using a different method. When we went to confirm the phendimetrazine, it was not present. So it was believed to be either a false positive or too low to detect.
So at the end of the day, based on all the toxicology analysis that was done, not just by your office, but by NMS lab, what in total, can you just summarize what was found in her through toxicology?
Caffeine is found, and there is nothing else that would contribute or cause death.
All right. And how does caffeine inform on cause of death to you?
It doesn't. Most people have caffeine in their blood.
A lot of autopsies, if not most of them that you conduct, you see caffeine.
Yes.
At the end of all of this, were you able to conclude whether or not any kind of substance of abuse, drug, or alcohol had any role in causing Sade Robinson's death?
Yes.
What is your conclusion?
That no substances contributed or caused her death.
Did you, throughout your examination of her body parts, notably her torso, did you observe any kind of evidence of natural disease or physical deformations or anything like that?
No.
Did you find any evidence whatsoever through your examinations of a physical reason why she died that was natural to her body?
No.
Before we move on from the toxicology, doctor, did you consider at all dilution? I know you had mentioned it when we talked about the cardiac blood. How would dilution play or not play a role in your opinion?
So if something were present and diluted, it would be difficult to interpret. I'm making most of my determinations on the toxicology results based on the muscle tissue.
And that's because those would not have been in lake water and thus diluted.
Correct.
And does that assist you in being able to conclude that drugs and alcohol did not play a role in her death?
Yes.
Can you summarize for us what body parts belonging to Sade Robinson you have not been able to examine?
Yes, the head, the neck, and it's possible that portions of her left thigh are still absent.
The flesh that would surround her left femur bone?
Yes.
Were you therefore in any way able to determine whether some kind of trauma had occurred to her head and neck area?
No.
Because you couldn't even look at it?
Correct.
Blunt force trauma couldn't have been determined?
Correct.
Strangulation couldn't have been determined?
Correct.
In your experience conducting autopsies, have there been times where there is some kind of trauma to the head or neck area that does not cause bleeding but nevertheless causes death?
Yes.
Can you summarize some examples of that or what you're talking about?
I'm going to object on relevance grounds to this case. He's asking about other examples.
Why is it relevant?
Because she hasn't been able to come to a conclusion on what happened to Sade Robinson's head because she's never been able to find it. So it's relevant to hear what could have happened to her head and neck.
It's speculation as well.
It would call for speculation.
I'm not asking the witness to speculate on what happened.
You're asking for her opinion on other?
No, I'm asking her, in her experience, what she has seen happen to others in the head and neck area that did not cause blood.
I'll allow that. You can answer that.
So strangulation often has internal injury, but no external signs of bleeding. Similarly, most types of asphyxia, so suffocation or smothering, could result in death without much injury.
Bludgeoning?
You'd expect some external bleeding, but it's possible that there might not be.
Were there DNA swabs or samples taken during autopsy of each of these parts?
Yes.
Is that routine practice for every autopsy you conduct?
No.
Okay. Why was it done here?
We did not know if all of these body parts were from the same individual or if we were dealing with multiple individuals. And so we couldn't know that until everything was identified.
Were there? Sorry, I got it. Were there other attempts made? So basically, the investigation, you were going to have forensic testing to see if we could determine whether these body parts belong to the same individual through DNA.
Yes.
Did you attempt to? But you've already discussed you've attempted to fit pieces together, right?
Yes.
Did that work?
Yes.
Can you tell us which pieces?
Yes. So the right humerus matched with the torso. The right femur matched with the right femur from the torso. Several fragments of the left femur matched together, except for the disarticulated end, but that fit inside the acetabulum of the torso.
Showing you 428 and 429. Were these photos taken from autopsy?
Yes.
Move 428 and 429 in and ask published.
Fine.
They're received, go ahead.
You attempted to see if the foot and leg recovered later on matched the original right leg.
Yes.
Here's 428. Did it appear to you that they were the same size and potentially belonged to the same person?
Yes, visually they were the same.
429. The feet matched.
Yes.
They matched in size, right?
Yes.
And she even had pink nail polish on each foot.
Correct.
The DNA swabs that were obtained during the different portions of this autopsy, would those have been turned over to someone from the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Department?
Yes.
At the end of the day, Doctor, one of the things you're attempting to do here is to see if you can come to a conclusion on cause and manner of death. Is that right?
Yes.
Can you tell us what is cause and what is manner? How are they different?
So the cause of death is the event that leads to a person's death. The examples include a heart attack or a gunshot wound or ingestion of drugs. The manner of death refers to the circumstances in which the cause of death happened. So a good example is a gunshot wound that is a cause of death. The manner could be homicide if the death is at the hands of another. It could be suicide if the death is at the hands of oneself, and it could be accidental if the gun accidentally went off.
What are the different manners of death that you're allowed to come to a conclusion as?
There is natural, accident, suicide, homicide, and undetermined.
In this case, were you able to come to an anatomic or structural cause of death?
No.
Why not? Why were you not able to do that?
The way that the body was received in pieces and partially decomposed in the water, all of that makes it difficult to determine cause of death.
Did it also factoring into that difficulty was also the fact that you had never been able to examine her head and neck?
That's correct.
Were you able to come to a conclusion on manner of death?
Yes.
And what are you considering when coming to that conclusion?
The circumstances in which the body is found. So the fact that there is dismemberment of the body and an attempt to conceal the body by disposing of it in different locations, also in the water. All of that is objectively suspicious and is most consistent with a homicide.
And were you also considering toxicology, environmental factors, natural disease, that sort of thing?
Yes, all of that has to be ruled out for me to feel comfortable determining the manner as homicide.
And did you rule out all those things?
Yes,
What was your final conclusion as to manner of death?
homicide.
I have nothing else.
Ross?
To be clear, homicide by unspecified means, right?
Yes, that is what the cause of death is listed as.
That's your conclusion.
Yes,
Unspecified meaning no idea how it happened.
correct.
And unspecified means no idea how it happened, right?
Yes.
Now, when you were asked questions before at the beginning, you were asked about how you conduct an autopsy, and you talked about how you do a Y incision typically to begin, right?
Yes.
And you talked about using a saw.
Yes.
Is that a bone saw?
Yes.
What does it look like?
It's a circular saw with kind of serrated edges.
It's a power tool.
Yeah.
And you said we need to use that. Why do you need to use something of that, something like that?
So we use the saw to remove the skull cap. The skull is very thick, and there's no good way to remove the skull cap and visualize the brain without a saw.
Okay, and you said that bones themselves are very difficult to remove. It requires tools to remove bones as well?
The disarticulation would only require a knife. The rest of the limbs were fractured, so I'm not sure if a tool was used in those cases.
How would one remove a leg from a human body without a tool?
So you'd need a knife to
Okay.
disarticulate the leg, or potentially just breaking it.
Okay, and what level of force would be required to break a leg off of a body?
A high level of force.
And what does that mean?
I can't give you a specific number associated with that, but femurs can break in car accidents, and that's the best I can compare to.
So you're talking like a high velocity motor vehicle collision?
Yes, but that doesn't have to be the case. It's just an example.
Okay, falling off a building used as an example.
Yes,
Those are the types of events that can fracture a femur, right?
yes,
But we're talking removing the entire femur from the body, right?
yes.
Which is a much different experience than just getting in a car accident and having something break the bone, right?
Sort of. So there was evidence of a knife used to cut the skin and soft tissue. And then once you remove all of that, all that's necessary is to break the bone in some manner.
Right, which you're saying is some level of force that you can't, a high level of force that you can't quantify for the jury.
Correct.
It's not something you've ever tried in your thousands of autopsies, right?
I have broken femurs.
You've removed it from a body.
Yes.
Okay, and describe the procedure.
I used a saw.
Okay. The same thing you were talking about for the skull cap,
Yes.
a bone saw.
Yes.
Okay. And it would be important when you're doing your investigation in this case to know whether any tools were, and when you use a bone saw, you're cutting into the bone of the body and producing residue, aren't you?
Yes, some dust is created.
And you wear a mask?
Yes,
Do you wear protective covering over your clothes?
always,
Okay, why?
because I don't want to be covered in bodily fluids.
Right.
We
And
do that as a normal course of autopsies.
don't want to be covered in bodily fluid.
Correct.
And that's because when we're cutting into a body, it produces fluid. There's blood, for example, there's fluid in bones, there's liquid, there's other things, right?
There can be, yes.
And the protective clothing you wear is essentially just, is it what we're just picturing, like an apron, basically?
Yes, I wear a hospital gown and then a plastic apron over it.
Now, when you do an autopsy, before you ever do an autopsy, you have people who work for the medical examiner's office who go out and do an investigation for you. Isn't that true?
Yes,
And these people are directed to gather evidence and to look into things to try to help you form your conclusions.
they gather information, they don't collect evidence.
But they canvass areas and interview people, don't they?
Yes,
And it's the police, obviously, who collect the evidence.
yes,
But as part of your report that you did in this case, you read the investigative reports that were done as well by the people who work for the medical examiner's office, right?
yes,
And and that's all part of the analysis, right? You read the reports, do you also look at police reports too?
yes.
Is it important to try to identify where a homicide happened?
It is for the police investigation. It's not necessarily important for my portion of it.
Okay, you used the example before of like gunshot wounds, for example, right?
Yes,
And then there's different ways in which a shooting can happen: accidental, suicide, intentional, right?
yes,
That's true with homicide in general. It can be an intentional act. It can also be a reckless act and other variations, right?
yes. So for us, the medical definition of homicide is death at the hands of another. We're not talking about the legal definition of homicide.
Does the autopsy that you did in this case tell you where the victim passed away?
No,
It doesn't tell you anything about the location?
no,
And it doesn't, you were asked questions about strangulation. That's not a conclusion here, is it?
I can't make that conclusion.
So no, you're not concluding strangulation.
Correct.
And you're, in these, the stab, did we have stab wounds? Did you testify to that?
Yes,
Are you concluding that that was the manner of death?
I can't say.
So you can't say that the knife caused the death, and you can't say that she was strangled
Correct,
or suffocated
correct.
or any other way, right?
That is why homicide by unspecified means is the cause of death ruling.
Did you look at reports before you reached your conclusions? Did you read reports about the search of Max Anderson's home? Was that part of your examination?
It probably was included in the law enforcement reports. I don't remember specifics of that portion.
Did you look at whether there were any tools ever linked to Mr. Anderson that could be connected to this crime?
I don't remember that.
You talked about toxicology. Excuse me. Let's talk about drugs in general. Alcohol is a drug, right?
Yes,
Now, what amount of alcohol was found in the victim's blood
none,
or the muscle?
none.
How can it be that a person is drinking alcohol and there's none found?
So options include metabolization. So the drug naturally metabolizes in the blood and is removed from the body. Or it could be that the level of detection is higher than the concentration in the blood.
And when we're talking, so the jury understands here, how much blood is in a human body? Is it 5 liters?
Yeah, roughly.
And what is an example of a liter? You have a water bottle in front of you. Is that about the size of a liter if you hold it up?
This is half a liter.
Okay, so 10 of those.
Yes,
And when a person drinks alcohol or coffee or uses drugs, those things absorb into their blood. Is that what you've said?
yes,
But does all of that absorb into their muscle tissue as well?
yes, it's dispersed throughout the body.
And typically, in order to assess whether somebody used drugs, we want a blood sample. That's the best source. Would you agree with that?
Yes, that has the most data.
And the problem with muscle tissue is, especially if it's recent use, it may not have time to absorb into the muscle tissue, right?
That's possible.
And same with alcohol, same sort of thing. If we test the blood, we know it's there rather quickly.
Yes,
And also different drugs have different half-lives, if you will. They metabolize at different speeds, right?
yes,
Some are fast and some are short.
Yes,
In fact, some metabolize, some drugs like cocaine, for example, metabolizes in a matter of hours from a person's blood, doesn't it?
yes,
Now, so there's no alcohol found anywhere in Miss Robinson's samples that were sent for testing, right?
yes,
Now, the blood that was sent, I thought you said before that it had been exposed to lake water, right?
yes,
Because it was taken from the heart.
yes,
Is that the only blood that you were able to take at all from the body, was the blood from the heart?
yes.
How much, if you can you quantify how much that was that you were able to remove? Or look at your report?
It doesn't say on the report, but it was a low volume. That's all I can say.
And that's what you sent to NMS labs for testing?
No, the muscle was sent to NMS labs.
The blood that you recovered, did you test that in-house?
The lab did, yes.
Okay. And one of the problems with that is that the torso had been exposed to lake water for a period of time, and therefore you said you don't know if you're actually testing blood or perhaps just testing lake water.
It was bloody visually, so there was some amount of blood in it, which is why we decided to test it. But
Okay,
it could be diluted,
To what degree, you don't know.
correct?
In other words, if it's 99% lake water, 1% blood, you don't have any way to quantify.
I doubt it would look like blood if it were 99% lake water, but you're correct. We can't know the level of dilution.
Because the machinery doesn't quantify that, right?
Correct.
And you said muscle's not the best specimen to test for that reason, that drugs don't always absorb well into muscle tissue.
Well, drugs do absorb into muscle tissue. It's just there's not a lot of data that help us determine what the concentrations mean because muscle isn't normally taken from living individuals. So it's difficult to know what the concentrations are when we receive them.
With respect to blood or liquids, did you say before that you use a gown to prevent liquid from getting on your clothes? Is that what you had said?
Yes,
Bodily fluids, maybe you said, right?
yes,
When limbs are removed from one's body, that can produce bleeding, right?
yes,
And you said before that depending on the size of the blood vessel will be different amounts of blood that's released, right?
yes,
We know for sure that in this case, the only measurable amount of blood that was ever located is the tiny amount from the heart that you found, right?
yes,
Meaning that the rest of it is dispersed somewhere, right?
yes,
Whether that would be at a location, you don't know the location of where that blood would be.
correct.
And in the amount of blood, well, we know all of it is gone, right? We know all 5 liters is pretty much gone.
Yes,
But in terms of like when we're removing a limb or stabbing, let's use stabbing as an example. There were some stab wounds, right?
yes,
Typically when one gets a cut, a stab wound, they bleed from that, right?
yes.
Did you, in reaching your conclusions, did you go back and read reports from the search of Mr. Anderson's home, for example, to see whether any blood was located at his house?
I don't remember the specifics of that part of the report.
Isn't that important for you to know whether there's any evidence of any blood at all in Mr. Anderson's house?
No, that doesn't change what I see at the time of exam.
Doesn't matter.
Correct.
It doesn't matter to you whether there's any evidence of blood at Warnemont Park, for example?
Again, it doesn't change what I see at the time of exam.
Okay. So really all you care about is what you're seeing on the examination. The circumstances of the police investigation don't matter a whole lot for purposes of your unspecified homicide conclusion.
I don't think that's entirely true. The circumstances are important, but where Sade passed away, where her dismemberment occurred, that doesn't change anything in my cause and manner of death determination.
But what's most important is who did it though, right?
I do not, that is not my job.
Well, you've testified that obviously all the body parts belong to Sade and it's an unspecified homicide, right?
Yes,
But you offer no conclusion about who
no,
or where
correct.
or how.
I try my best to figure out how.
But at the end of the day, the conclusion is I don't know.
That's correct.
Okay, that's all.
State?
Would you expect extensive bleeding if there was post-mortem dismemberment?
Not nearly as much as if there was antemortem dismemberment. So when the blood is pumping, the blood will continue to pump until it doesn't have enough blood and undergoes cardiac arrest. So a large amount of blood can be lost. In the post-mortem setting, there might not be very much blood.
And you saw no evidence of vital reactions on the leg or any other body part, correct?
Correct.
Which suggested to you there wasn't much bleeding, if any. Is
Correct.
that fair?
Yes,
Okay. And the body wouldn't be metabolizing substances after the body is deceased. Is that true?
cocaine can still get metabolized, but we see evidence of that in the metabolites. They show up in the blood still.
And no metabolites showed up in either the blood or the muscle tissue that was analyzed?
Correct.
Nothing else?
Attorney Cotton?
1 minute, please. No, nothing.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
State?
I think, can we take a break, please?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay, leave your notebooks on your chair. Be back relatively quickly. Okay, thank you.
Oh, thank you. Personally would like a break.
Oh, okay. That's fair.
Nothing
Anything
more.
to address by the defense?
All good.
Okay. It is 11:35, so like 5 minutes, hopefully. Thank you.
Fox 6 investigator Brian Polson here at the Wisconsin Live Desk. You can see the trial is currently in recess, but if you're just checking in and thinking maybe they've already broken for lunch, that does not appear to be the case. We heard Judge Crivello say they were just going to take a brief break. The prosecution just finished up with its second witness of the day. That's right, only 2 witnesses so far this morning. We have heard from Pete Warbington, a tenant of Maxwell Anderson at that house on South 39th Street. And we have also heard from Dr. Lauren Decker, who is with the Milwaukee County Medical Examiner's Office. The key things we've heard today really seem in many ways to favor the defense. We heard that that tenant in the lower unit, he was renting from Maxwell Anderson. He said he did not hear anything like saws or screaming or anything in the night of April 1st into the morning of April 2nd, when this crime would have likely occurred. He did say that he felt Maxwell Anderson was a, quote, insufferable landlord. He was planning to move out, but he did not hear any kind of noises. In fact, Pete Warbington said he's a light sleeper, a very light sleeper, had complained about noise in the past. He could hear him walking up and down the floor above him. He could hear his dogs. He could hear all sorts of things. The door outside, whenever it would open and close, he said he would certainly have heard if anything like that was going on. Now, again, this is someone who seems to be and was listed as a defense witness, but it's the state who called him. And they did talk to Warbington about other observations he made. One of them that he told law enforcement is that at some point, he doesn't remember if it was April 1st, 2nd, or 3rd, but at some point in the days before Maxwell Anderson was arrested, he says he recalls hearing in the middle of the night, actually more like 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning, he heard him carrying something heavy down the steps like a suitcase. He said that was very clear. He doesn't know what it was, though, because he didn't look outside to see what that thing was. He did say that Maxwell Anderson was known to use power tools. He did a lot of woodworking, but again, the night this all happened, he says he did not absolutely hear any kind of power tools being used, and he didn't hear anyone screaming or crying or anything like that. As for Dr. Lauren Decker, she talked about the body parts that she examined, a very unusual autopsy, because normally you'll have a full body to look at. In this case, it started with a human leg discovered in Warnemount Park. She said that particular leg appeared to have been possibly cut with a knife, but it was unclear how it was removed from the body. She said the femur was actually smashed in a way that it looked like some sort of tremendous blunt force had been used, but it didn't look like a saw. So she was unable to say how it was removed from the body. Later, we know that a foot was discovered in a park nearby where the car fire had happened. She said that foot looked like it had been removed at the ankle. Again, this is graphic stuff, I know, folks. I know it. It's the trial we're in. Had been removed at the ankle, not by cutting through bone, but by cutting through ligaments and tendons. But in the end, she ultimately said no, she could make no conclusion about who or where or how Sade Robinson was killed. It looks like the jury is coming back into the courtroom. We don't know if they're going to continue with testimony or just come right back and break for lunch. We'll find that out shortly. When they do break for lunch, I'll be here to take you through the lunch hour, talk more about what we've learned so far this morning, show you some of the photographs that have been presented into evidence we've seen inside Maxwell Anderson's home and just outside his home. And of course, we will also talk about all the things that have happened up till now, get you up to speed on the trial if you're just starting to catch up, or maybe you've missed some things last week. It looks like we can head back to the courtroom now and hear what's going on there.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
Detective John, John, Guillot, Guillot.
You testified earlier that you're a detective with the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Were you working in that capacity on April 4th, 2024?
Correct, yes.
What were your duties that day?
That specific day did a bunch of follow-up. On that day, I was assigned, along with Joseph Blanchard, to go conduct follow-up initially at the Pizza Shuttle. From there, while we're en route to the Pizza Shuttle, which again, Miss Robinson was employed there. We drove past Victor's, which is a bar on the Lower East Side of Milwaukee. It's kind of like a bar / nightclub. As we're driving by Victor's, I noticed that there was a black Hyundai Sonata parked in the parking lots. Of note, I knew two things. I knew that law enforcement obtained information that Mr. Anderson was a bartender at Victor's, and I also knew that Mr. Anderson was a registered owner of a black Hyundai Sonata.
Just to ask, a Sonata is a sedan, correct?
I believe it's an SUV.
Okay, is a Santa Fe an
Sorry,
SUV?
pardon me, yes, yeah, that's correct.
Okay, so at that time, you were doing follow-up specific to this case, specific to Sade Robinson, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And you went into April 4th knowing that Maxwell Anderson drove a Hyundai Santa Fe, correct?
Correct, yes.
You were also aware that he worked at Victor's.
Correct, yes.
Do you know the address of Victor's?
Yes, it's, I believe, 1230 North Van Buren Street. Again, that's located on the east side of Milwaukee.
And through this investigation that you were part of, were you aware that Maxwell Anderson was the last person to have contact with Sade Robinson before her death?
That is correct, yes.
Describe what you did as you saw that vehicle, that Santa Fe.
So as we saw the black Santa Fe, we kind of circled around the block. We drove past the Santa Fe for a second time, and I noticed that the Santa Fe had a Wisconsin license plate of AMR 8083 affixed to the back of the vehicle. I knew, based upon our investigation, that specific vehicle was the registered vehicle of Mr. Anderson. So I was able to confirm that vehicle was Mr. Anderson's.
Approximately what time did you see the vehicle?
It's approximately 12:30 to 12:45 p.m.
And at this point, how are you traveling?
We are at this point in an unmarked squad car. We are going northbound on, I believe, Van Buren. Once we see the vehicle and once we confirm the vehicle, I also noticed that the vehicle is unoccupied. We essentially set up surveillance across the streets on Mr. Anderson's vehicle.
What did you see?
Myself, like I said, we were on surveillance for approximately 10-15 minutes. At first, we didn't see any movements. After about 15 minutes elapsed, we saw, or I should say, I saw Mr. Anderson walking eastbound on East Juneau Avenue towards his vehicle. Mr. Anderson was wearing a black colored jacket. He had some kind of knit cap on, and he was carrying a backpack.
When you're referring to Mr. Anderson, are you referring to somebody in the courtroom today?
I am, yes.
Can you describe where that person's sitting and what they're wearing?
I'll stipulate.
The record will so reflect.
Thank you. Upon seeing Mr. Anderson, what did he do?
Like I said, Mr. Anderson, he crossed over the intersection of East Juneau Avenue and Van Buren. He walked to his vehicle, entered into his vehicle, and he sat in his vehicle for approximately 10 to 15 minutes.
Did you indicate whether or not he was carrying anything?
Yes, he's carrying a backpack over his shoulders.
Okay, can you describe what that backpack looked like?
I believe it was a standard black and color backpack.
Are you aware of surveillance footage that the Milwaukee Police Department obtained through this investigation?
Yes.
Are you aware of a camouflage color backpack that was depicted on certain surveillance footage?
Yes.
Okay. Was this that backpack?
I don't believe so, no.
After the defendant gets into his car, what do you do?
Like I stated before, he sat in the vehicle for approximately 10 minutes, and then eventually he reversed his vehicle. The defendant, Mr. Anderson, again, was the lone occupant driver of the vehicle. He started heading in a southern direction through the east side of Milwaukee / downtown area. At that point, Detective Blanchard and I continued to follow Mr. Anderson in our unmarked squad car. Once we got to the area of West Clybourne Street, Mr. Anderson entered the I-94 and began traveling westbound on I-94. As he's continuing to travel westbound on I-94. Several other detectives assist. They're also driving unmarked squad cars. We continue to follow Mr. Anderson to the 27th Street off-ramp, at which point he takes the off-ramp and begin driving southbound on 27th Street from I-94.
Where does South 27th Street go at that point?
We continue following Mr. Anderson all the way down to, I believe, Holt Avenue. Mr. Anderson started driving westbound on Holt Avenue to which point he gets to Lakefield Drive. And he's continuing to drive westbound on Lakefield Drive, at which point I know that Mr. Anderson's registered address is essentially just around the corner. So at that particular time, I also should note that I knew our detectives had secured a signed search warrant for Mr. Anderson's residence. So I believed also that Mr. Anderson was heading home at that time.
You are aware his residence was at what address?
I believe it is 3161 South 39th Street.
And you were aware that other members of the Sheriff's Department were presently at that residence or going to be very shortly at that residence to execute a search warrant?
That is correct. That was also a part of my thinking during my arrest operation. We had other sheriff's detectives at the residence. We had detectives following Mr. Anderson. And my whole goal at that point was not to let Mr. Anderson get back to his residence.
Did you effectuate a traffic stop?
I did, yes.
You personally did in your squad car?
It was in Detective Blanchard's unmarked squad car. We activated our unmarked squad car's emergency lights and in the area of North 38th Street and West Lakefield Drive.
How far away from the residence of 3161 South 39th Street is that?
I would estimate a block and a half.
What happened?
Mr. Anderson stopped. We, as in me and Detective Blanchard, exited our unmarked squad car. We approached on the driver's side while Deputy Ethan Stout approached on the passenger side. We made contact with Mr. Anderson. I asked Mr. Anderson to shut off his vehicle, to which he complied. I then asked Mr. Anderson to step out of the vehicle, to which again he complied. I immediately grabbed onto Mr. Anderson and I took him into custody by placing him in the handcuffs.
I think that's a perfect place to stop. Okay, it's 11:57, so there is the Chief Judge directive that I be off the record at noon, so I need to stop at this point. Remember the admonitions: no talking amongst yourselves, no research, no investigation, no posting of anything. Wear your badges real visible so everybody in the hallway can see you, please. I have one matter to do at 1:30, unless we spun it. Okay, we're going to say 1:45. I'd like to go on the record at 1:45. That one matter shouldn't take very long. So we'll kick right back up at 1:45 and jump right back in this. Please leave your notebooks on your chair and have a lovely lunch. It's supposed to be hot out. Good day for a walk. We'll see you back this afternoon. Thanks, everybody.
And Fox 6 investigator Brian Polson here at the Wisconsin Live Desk. It is 12 noon, or just a couple of minutes before here on Monday. This is June 2nd. It is day 5 of the Maxwell Anderson trial in the death and dismemberment of Sade Robinson. It is the 4th day of testimony.
We'll see you back by 1:45 then.
Now I'll pull down the audio there as the judge is just sending the attorneys in the case off to lunch. They are taking their lunch recess now. We have had 3 witnesses so far today. You just heard right there at the end from a detective from the Milwaukee Police Department, John, and I'm guessing at the pronunciation of this last name. It's the second time he was called. It's Gillot or Gillot, Guillot. I missed the pronunciation, so my apologies on that. But he was talking a little bit about the movements of Maxwell Anderson. We had today really the 2 big witnesses so far were the downstairs tenant in the duplex owned or at least operated by Maxwell Anderson there on the south side of Milwaukee. Pete Warbington. Pete said that he had known Maxwell Anderson's family, in fact, specifically his father. He said that he had, I believe, played Little League baseball, where his father was a coach many, many years ago. He moved away to Texas. 18 years later, he comes back to Wisconsin and sees there is an apartment for rent. Maxwell Anderson, who he was familiar with, was the one who was renting that out, and he is the one who then he ended up renting that place. He said he lived there for a couple of years leading up to this whole event. Lived there until, he says, he was led out of the house in his underwear, as he put it, by law enforcement who were there to arrest Maxwell Anderson and were executing a search warrant. Warbington talked about particularly what he heard and what he didn't hear. And we had heard in the opening statements the defense say you're going to hear from this downstairs neighbor, this tenant, who is a light sleeper and didn't hear the sound of any power tools, didn't hear the sound of any screaming or anything going on that might have alarmed him that there was a murder taking place in the upstairs apartment, particularly a graphic and gruesome dismemberment. Didn't hear any of that. So we thought this was going to be a key defense witness, but the state called him. The state did have some questions for Pete Warbington. Of course, they know the defense is going to call him anyway. So the state brings Pete Warbington out to start the week today, and they asked him about what he did hear. Within a couple of days, he says he doesn't remember the day for certain, but one of the nights, either April 1st, 2nd, or 3rd, somewhere that week, he recalls hearing Maxwell Anderson, or what he believed to be Maxwell Anderson, carrying what sounded like a heavy suitcase down the stairs. He did not look out the window to see what it was. He didn't ask him about it. He just says he remembers hearing that, but he can't say for sure which night it was. It was early in the morning, maybe around 5 or 6 a.m., he said. He didn't hear any noise at midnight or 1 o'clock in the morning. He says he definitely did not hear anyone screaming or any kind of power tools. Those are things that he would have remembered, he said, because he's a light sleeper and he often complained about the noise that Maxwell Anderson was making, whether he had friends over or if he was working on projects of his own. He said he used power tools quite often, but he did not hear anything the night in question, which would have been April 1st into April 2nd. The second witness today was Dr. Lauren Decker. Now, Dr. Decker is a medical examiner with the Milwaukee County Medical Examiner's Office, and she was asked about the autopsy, the cause of death, the manner of death. Of course, this was a really unusual, when you think about it, a really unusual type of autopsy because it started with not a human body, but rather a human leg. It's all she had to begin with was a human leg. And so we know that Dr. Decker was starting with that, and we wanted to know is how did that leg get removed from whoever it belonged to? We do know it's been identified and determined to be the leg of Sade Robinson. What she said was it appeared there had been, and I want to pull up my notes if you can bear with me, because I was looking at the transcript of this and looking kind of for what the things are that stand out about the testimony. Let me see if I can find those notes here on the fly. Dr. Decker said that at the level of the thigh on that leg, that there are incisions at the amputation site that she believed meant a sharp instrument was used to cut the skin and the tissue. But as far as the femur itself, which is the largest bone in the body, how was it detached from the other part of the body, from the torso? The state asked her that. She said, I don't think we can tell. Some sort of blunt force injury, but she was not able to say, was it a clean cut with a saw? Were there some sort of signature markings that indicated this was a power saw or something else? She says it looked like some sort of blunt force injury. As for other parts that were received, there's the human foot from the other leg that was discovered at the park there near 31st and Galena. She said that looked like and I'm just forewarning you, this is some graphic, tough stuff today, but it is the subject matter that's at issue in this trial. It looked like that foot had been cut or removed from that leg with a knife. She said it was consistent with a knife cutting through the ankle joint. There were no broken bones, no cut bones there. It was more of a clean cut through the flesh to separate it from the body. Ultimately, Dr. Decker was asked about the manner of death. She said it was clear that because there had been dismemberment of a body and attempts to conceal that dismemberment by scattering the remains in different parts of the community, that alone she called, quote, objectively suspicious and most consistent with a homicide. But she clarified, homicide from a medical standpoint does not mean the same thing it does in a criminal trial. It doesn't indicate who did it, it just means someone did it, another human being. When asked by the defense, did you draw a conclusion about who did this? She said no. Where? No. How? No. The medical examiner can't answer who, where, or how this was done. That typically would be pretty tough stuff to overcome for the state in a homicide case, but of course we have all of this mountain of other evidence in terms of the digital tracking of Maxwell Anderson and Sade Robinson the night in question, the video that we showed you on Friday of Maxwell Anderson walking away from the lighting of the car on fire, walking down the road, or at least a man matching the description, then getting onto a Milwaukee County Transit bus and riding that bus all the way back down to the south side and getting off within a few blocks of his home. So you've got tremendous circumstantial evidence that points to Maxwell Anderson, but then you've got this medical examiner going, we can't tell you who did it, we can't tell you how they did it, we can't tell you where they did it, we just know someone did this, and it was objectively suspicious. So those are two pretty big witnesses today that seem to have some key points in favor of the defense, although the state laid out some things that we haven't really gotten a clear picture on what they're leading toward and what they're trying to raise. When it comes to Pete Warbington, talking about the gentleman who lived downstairs, the tenant downstairs, even though he said he didn't hear anything and he goes way back with the Anderson family, he said Maxwell Anderson, it sounds like they had a falling out over time. He found him to be a, quote, insufferable landlord. The defense actually object to that characterization and said that that was an impermissible character, that it was impermissible character testimony. Before the judge even ruled on that, the prosecutor said, I'll just ask a different question. But he said it. We heard it. The jury heard it. He found him to be an insufferable landlord. Oh, we do have, all right, I'm being told, I'm sorry, I must have missed that the first time. We have Aaron, he is in remote 3 right now. Let me see if I can get him punched up to the right place. Actually, no, I've got to do that. Is he on live view? He's on live view 3. My apologies. Okay, punching up some buttons to see if we can get Aaron Mabin. We've got Aaron Mabin down outside the Milwaukee County Safety Building. I'm going to see if we can get him set up and bring him in now because he has been in the courtroom all morning. Aaron, I think I see you now. Probably should be able to hear you now if you can hear me. Aaron Mabin, live outside the Milwaukee County Safety Building. All right, so Aaron, you've been in court listening to the testimony this morning. Only really a couple of witnesses. We got a little bit of the police detective there at the end, but these were a couple of key witnesses. I get the sense these were really big, even though the state called them, these were big witnesses for the defense.
Yeah. Let's start with Pete Warbington, who you were just discussing and laying out what his testimony looked like. Brian, I think you could really feel when you were in the courtroom today that Pete really didn't like Maxwell Anderson. You mentioned that characterization that was shot down by the defense, calling him an insufferable landlord. And then defense attorney Anthony Cotton eventually stood up a little bit later and said, look, it's basically clear you were bothered by him as a landlord. And I thought that was really interesting because when we got those opening statements, it seemed like he was going to be this almost damning defense weapon, and he did not really have a like for Maxwell Anderson. Their relationship began as it seems they were boys growing up. Maxwell Anderson's father was his baseball coach, and Pete lived in Texas. He was ready to move back to Wisconsin. He saw a listing that Maxwell Anderson had a room inside of his home in Milwaukee. So Pete reaches out to Maxwell Anderson and he moves in with Maxwell Anderson. What he did appreciate was the flexibility that Maxwell Anderson offered him as a tenant. There were some times where he paid $500 one week, $500 the next week, and he wasn't paying that full $1,000 a month. But then Pete Warbington started to describe what living conditions were like. And this is when, Brian, things inside of the gallery, we also saw the jury responding to this when he described that the basement would flood. And there was this disgusting smell in the basement because Maxwell Anderson's dogs would defecate inside of the basement. And I believe it was that moment that the defense attorney, Anthony Cotton, stepped in and said, what is the relevance of this line of questioning? But there was some giggling inside of the gallery towards Maxwell Anderson as a person, as how I took it. I got to tell you, Brian, Pete Warbington was a very colorful character on the stand. There was a moment when the stenographer, the court reporter, could not keep up with him talking over the defense attorney, talking over the state, and she had to stop, and then he had this back and forth with her, and the jury was sort of smiling at how animated he was, and the gallery was also smiling at how animated he was too. I'm not sure how other people were reacting to that too, but there were a few moments throughout his testimony that there were some chuckles, not only when he was describing what the house is like, but also the holes in the backyard. We now know that those holes that were being put in the backyard were, according to the defense, supposed to be for the dogs. A kennel was eventually going to be built, but Pete Warbington said, I don't know what these holes were being for. It just seems like he had all these side projects always happening, and people really chuckled at that at an expense of Maxwell Anderson.
It was funny because you talk about, I mean, it would be funny if the subject matter weren't so dark, right? But he was a very definitely a very colorful witness. And I thought it was interesting that even when, I mean, he was very quick to answer everything, to the point where that court reporter said, hey, can you just take a beat? And as the judge was admonishing him and saying, could you please just take a beat? He jumps on her and says, yeah, I'll do that, absolutely. And she goes, I think you just did it to me right there. That was certainly a moment that kind of stood out.
Take a breath.
But that being said, he was an interesting witness because, and I don't know if this adds to his credibility, because he didn't seem like somebody who was necessarily in the tank for either side. On the one hand, he's saying, you know, look, this guy was an insufferable landlord and he was a pain in the butt and he made a lot of noise and I was getting tired of him and I wanted to move out. I stopped talking to him. We used to hang out. We don't hang out anymore. On the other hand, he said, look, man, I didn't hear anything that night. No screaming, no power tools, no nothing. And if there would have been something like that, I definitely would have heard it. So it kind of seems like he's a guy who's just telling it like it is, and he doesn't really care where that falls. At least that's the perception I got. Is that sort of what you felt there in the courtroom?
That is what I got too. You know, let's go back to opening statements. We heard that he was going to be testifying, and we got that peak of his character when they said that, you know, Maxwell Anderson's dogs would eat bones, and Pete would hear that and let Maxwell Anderson know about that. So I was like, who is this person going to be? I'm interested in this testimony. And it just seemed like he stuck to what he remembers, not only the day of April 1st, April 2nd, things get a little bit cloudy, and then April 4th, when he's dragged out of his home by SWAT, the weeks leading up to it, he just really stuck to what he said, and he kept repeating himself, Brian, saying, you know, I was asked by detectives, I don't remember the exact date of when I heard that suitcase, what I think was a suitcase going down the stairs, and he stuck to that throughout his testimony a number of times today when he was asked over and over again, what did you hear, when did you hear it? And he really stuck by that.
One of the other things we got today was our first look inside Maxwell Anderson's home, and that was during that testimony with Pete Warbington. We saw both inside the home and, of course, outside the home, around the side and the backyard. Considering there's this whole thing that's been overlying this case, is this suspicion that this had to happen there, right? There's this window of time. He had to have killed her there if it was him. Even though the state hasn't presented the bloody crime scene, and certainly the defense would say there's no evidence at all, what was that? What did you sense in terms of the gallery's response to seeing inside the place that may very well have been the last place that Sade Robinson was ever alive?
You know, I remember going through my notes as he was taking the stand and we were going through that testimony. And I asked Bill Misson, who's next to me also in the court, and I said, Bill, I think this is the first time we are ever getting a look inside of Maxwell Anderson's home. First, the state was showing pictures of the outside, and Pete Warbington was on the front steps, and he's like, oh yeah, that was me. I was there for that picture. And then we finally saw the inside of the home. What's interesting about the layout of everything is Maxwell Anderson's on the second floor. On the second level, the first floor is where Pete lived. Then there's a basement where they shared laundry. There's also a number of tools down there too. And look, you go through everything and there's still no crime scene. And you know, I haven't been able to talk to anyone today yet because they just went on lunch break about what they were hoping to see from inside of the home, but it just doesn't seem, and I believe the defense said this, the state, and Pete said this, it looks like any other basement. There's tools, there's saws, there's hammers, it looks like any other basement. So there's no scene that maybe people who are in the gallery are hoping to see. None of that damning evidence of a scene is inside of the home, Brian. It appears to be a normal basement that maybe has some flooding issues, maybe has a laundry machine that doesn't work.
Got to unmute my mic there. We were just seeing some of those pictures, Aaron, and you're right. You see a basement with tables and tools. You see there's a toilet down there. You see there's other things. It looks like a workman's basement. It's not. This isn't like a finished basement where somebody might live or somebody might have a bedroom or something. But you don't see any obvious evidence of like we said, that bloody crime scene or something that may have happened there. And we heard from Pete Warbington that had there been something down there like that, he was home. He's certain that he would have woken up because he's such a light sleeper. So he's essentially saying if he was down there cutting and sawing and taking a body apart, well, he sure didn't hear anything. That's seems to be some pretty strong evidence in favor of the defense in terms of saying, well, it didn't happen there if it happened by Maxwell Anderson's hand at all, right?
Yeah, and I think that's important to note because it seems like Pete heard everything. He describes Maxwell Anderson as someone who would work late and always have people over quite a bit, and they would be up all night partying. Falling down the stairs was one of the examples that he gave us. The dogs would make noise. The back gate, did you catch that? The back gate made a lot of noise when it was closed, and that would always keep him up too. So he just did this amazing description of talking about how the home wasn't really soundproof, and he would have heard something that night. And the only time he really heard anything leading up to around the time that Sade Robinson went missing and died was the loud noise of what he believes is a suitcase going down the stairs. What was interesting is before that, he thought that Maxwell Anderson possibly was out of town because it had been so quiet. In those later days, the late March, early April, things were really, really quiet. And it wasn't until that early April time when he heard that noise of a possible suitcase that he realized that Maxwell Anderson was back. But there was some colorful language that the defense attorney brought up when he described Pete Warbington as a tenant. He was a tenant who had a lot of complaints and was not afraid to discuss them with Maxwell Anderson, whether it was over text or in person, Brian.
So, Aaron, we saw those, and you asked, had I heard the testimony about the fence? There was a lot of discussion about the setup of things right there to the outside of the house, and I'm going to show one of those pictures again. We're looking at the one where you're just outside the side door, and you can see a walkway, sidewalk, essentially, to an open gate right there. There was a lot of discussion about that, but there was also discussion a little further back about, you see this tree, there was a light in the tree, there was discussion of light switches and power sources, and were they remote censored or were they controlled by the switch? Do we know the significance of any of that line of questioning? What was the state trying to get at in talking about all of those items?
So when I'm listening to it, Brian, I'm thinking there are two doors of entrance and exit. And Pete is saying that he walks in the front door while Maxwell Anderson walks in the side door to get up to his level. So what I'm seeing when I'm hearing this testimony is the state really trying to paint a picture of Maxwell Anderson being on the side of the house, while Pete is someone who would go in and out of the front door only, because Pete didn't want anything to do with the backyard. He didn't really park in the back, the garage. All that is Maxwell Anderson. In the front is where Pete would get out to walk his dog. He would park his car in the front too. So all that would be captured. My thinking is by the neighbors across the street's Ring door camera. Also, the light is motion activated, so that light would have been a side light where Maxwell Anderson utilizes. Maxwell Anderson also uses that too. I think the state is trying to paint a picture of someone uses a side door in the backyard, someone uses the front door and the front yard to get in there. So if there's anything, a light activated, if there's any motion in the side, that is going to be Maxwell Anderson, okay?
And do,
if
and,
you
and
see
do we
someone
think
coming
that
in and
that's-
out of the front,
I think that's it. Do we think that's significant because they're trying to still establish that timeline of them coming back from the bar, arriving at the home, going inside? We see the shadowy movements inside, the figures that are in there. Is this part of them trying to establish that when that light goes off on the side, that's Maxwell Anderson going in the side door, it's not Pete?
when I sit there in court and I hear that testimony, that is what I'm thinking the state is trying to say. All the silhouettes that you're seeing, the motion activation, that's all going to be Maxwell Anderson. We don't clearly see him, but that is going to be him because the other guy who lived in the house was going through a different entrance and you would be able to clearly see him.
Well, Aaron, I know you have been obviously in the courtroom all morning. You're going to be there all afternoon. We'll probably check in with you here one more time if we can during this this recess, which I believe is scheduled to go until, did they say 1:30, 1:45? 1:45.
It's 1:45 is going to be when we get back inside the courtroom.
All right, Aaron, we'll check back in with you in a little while. Thank you for joining us here now at the Wisconsin Live Desk. We'll check back in before we get back underway with testimony.
Sounds good.
And we are now at about 12:21. Again, it's going to be a while before testimony kicks back up. We've heard from those three witnesses so far. That is Pete Warbington, the tenant that Aaron was just speaking about, Dr. Lauren Decker from the Milwaukee County Medical Examiner's Office, and I'm going to have to get somebody to get me a pronunciation on this, Milwaukee Police Detective John Galat or Galat. He was there talking about Maxwell Anderson's movements before his, I believe that was before his arrest. So that's what's happened so far today. I'm looking at the witness list so far. If we go back to the beginning of the trial. Now, the trial began on Tuesday rather, right after the Memorial Day holiday, but all of Tuesday was jury selection. They ultimately settled on 15 jurors who are watching this case, all as if they will be on that final 12-member panel, but 3 of them will eventually be selected to serve as alternates, meaning they will be dismissed if they all make it through to the end of the trial. There are 15 now. Testimony began on Wednesday, May 28th, and since then we have had 41 witnesses. Of course, the opening statements came from both the state and the defense on Wednesday morning, but we have had now 41 witnesses. 5 of those are witnesses who have been recalled, so actually 36 individuals and 5 who have testified twice. We started with, I'm going to give you kind of a quick recap of the days just to get you up to speed and take us up to 12:30. We had the very first witness was on Wednesday morning, Osiris Terrell. He's a civilian who found Sade Robinson's leg in Warnemount Park right along the shoreline of Lake Michigan. That's in Cudahy. He and a friend on a rainy, not so pleasant day were out walking that beach line. They said they had been there many times before, but they came across this human leg. They called 911. The second person who testified was the police officer who responded to that 911 call, and that was Cudahy police officer Zach DeSmet. He was the first on the scene. He came to see what they had found. Also, because that is a county park, they ultimately called in the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office, and Deputy Leon Martin came there. We saw on that first day that Deputy Martin's body camera picked up some of what was discovered that morning, and it was the beginning of what we knew was going to be some really difficult and graphic exhibits for the jury to see. We saw him approaching, we saw him talking to Osiris Terrell and his friend, and we saw the leg that had been discovered there that day. After Deputy Martin, we heard from Detective Joanne Donner, who talked about the description of the leg, the condition it was in, that it looked like it had just been deposited there recently. There was no signs of any sort of decomposition, so they knew it had been a recent discovery, or a recent deposit, rather, of that limb. We heard also from Cudahy Water Superintendent Francis Miller. He talked about the smashed gate that leads down a service road to the water department's pump house, which is right down there nearby where the leg was ultimately found. So now there's a leg that's discovered along the lake, and the gatehouse has been smashed by a vehicle. That gate had stood there, or not gatehouse, rather, the gate on the way to the pump house had been smashed. That gate had apparently stood there without any sort of damage for 30 years. After that, we heard from a series of sheriff's detectives, including Matthew Vandertye, who went over the first of the digital recoveries we really got, and that included text messages between Maxwell Anderson and Sade Robinson. This came from Sade Robinson's phone, and they were able to find a conversation between the two that indicated they had just gone on a date the night before her leg was discovered in that park. They had gone on a date to a couple of bars in Milwaukee, one called the Twisted Fisherman, another Duke's on Water. And he testified about those messages. We also heard from Detective Nathan Spittlemeyer, who talked about tracking Sade Robinson's phone, and particularly an application called Life 360 that she used to share her location with friends and family. Detective Spittlemeyer talked about tracking that car. Actually, he talked about tracking the car, I think, on surveillance video. They were able to see it go past the Cudahy Police Department, smash through that gate, and then eventually go down to the toward that pump house. Left behind at that gate, where the gate was smashed, were car parts, including pieces of a headlamp. And that headlamp ultimately, detectives say, was determined to belong to a 2020 Honda Civic that was owned and registered to Sade Robinson. So that 2020 Civic is believed to be the car that smashed through the gate on the way down to the lakefront where her leg was ultimately discovered. This is all just from day one, and we've got a lot more witnesses I could tell you about over the next few days. We're going to be here until the recess is over, so but we're going to have a different audience that's joining us here in just a few minutes as well. I'm going to go back over some of this, but I want to walk us through where we've gotten to in the trial so far and what some of the key evidence is for both the prosecution and the defense. This is a really fascinating case because sometimes you kind of know where this is going. I don't know if I can say that we know where this one is going to go for sure. Carrie, I heard you in my ear. I didn't hear that last one. All right, so let's see. Is that I don't have the right thing up in the box right now, do I? All right, let's go. All right, that's it. So you can see right now the eagle on top of the flag means they are still at recess here in the trial of Maxwell Anderson. And I'm going to step away here in just a minute, and we will come back at 12:30, and we'll have more to tell you about how we got where we are and what we've heard so far today in the trial of Maxwell Anderson, the death and dismemberment of 19-year-old Sade Robinson.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Fox 6 investigator Brian Polson here at the Wisconsin Live Desk. It is 12:30 on Monday, June 2nd. We are in day 5 of the Maxwell Anderson trial. He is charged in the death and dismemberment of 19-year-old Sade Robinson. This is the 5th day of the trial, the 4th day of testimony. So far today, we have heard from 3 witnesses. One is Pete Warbington, who was the downstairs tenant living in that house on South 39th Street in Milwaukee, and he lived down. Maxwell Anderson was his landlord. We also heard from Dr. Lauren Decker, the Milwaukee County Medical Examiner's Office, who performed the autopsy and tried to determine the cause of death. An unusual autopsy because she literally had to evaluate her body part by body part rather than having a full body. There are still parts of Sade Robinson that have never been recovered. And we also heard from a Milwaukee police detective who has testified now twice in this trial. And I once again apologize. I'm going to have to get a chance to go back and review the testimony to understand the pronunciation of his name, but it is John Guillot. He's a detective for the police department. He was talking about some of the movements of Maxwell Anderson, and I admit was in conversations at that time. I believe they were talking about the movements on the day of his arrest, but that is something I will have to review when I get the chance. I'm actually going to try to look at some of this. We have a transcript of that testimony now. Well, we'll come back to that in a little while. It has been a long trial so far, and we knew it was going to be. We knew that this was going to be something that would last potentially a couple of weeks. The state is still presenting its case in chief, which means they are still calling witnesses from their list of more than 200 potential witnesses. So far, we have heard from 41 witnesses, 36 different individuals, because 5 of them have been called to the stand twice so far. Many of them, most of them, are detectives, officers, law enforcement agents of some sort. We have heard from a handful of civilians, including today hearing from that tenant who lived downstairs in Maxwell Anderson's place, Pete Warbington. Over the course of those 5 days, we've gotten a picture of what law enforcement, what prosecutors know about the movements of Maxwell Anderson and Sade Robinson the night this occurred. And on Friday, we particularly had a lot of evidence that was presented, visual evidence, surveillance video showing what appears to have been Maxwell Anderson. What the state attests was indeed Maxwell Anderson leaving the scene of the car fire on the north side of Milwaukee, walking to a bus stop. This image right here, I think, is really telling, because if you look at where the mouse cursor is there, right on that white building, just below that, you see a human figure with what looks like a backpack, that little black silhouette. If you look far to the right on your screen there, you see a little orange dot. That is the beginning of a flame, and prosecutors say that was the car after it had just been lit on fire, and that figure that's walking is walking away the opposite direction, like it is, their suggestion is that that's whoever set the fire is now walking away from it. We've seen we saw a lot of other video evidence presented of that same figure then, and it was so interesting is this image, you go, where did this picture come from? This is a camera on a Milwaukee County transit bus that just happened to be going by at that time. Milwaukee MCTS buses have something like 14 video cameras that are a part of their constant operation. And so as this was passing by, it captures this image. As it continued on past, we could see a better shot of that same person. You see it here. That is that same person with the backpack from now a rear-facing camera on the same MCTS bus, as this person appears to be walking away from the car that is about to be engulfed in flames. That same individual is then tracked down several blocks as they walk, I believe, down Walnut Street. There's the shot on Walnut Street. Producer doing a fantastic job of keeping up with what I'm talking about here, because that is what police say was Maxwell Anderson, prosecutors say, walking past this railroad bridge. That railroad bridge is just to the north of a playground where some of Sade Robinson's remains were ultimately found. This individual with the backpack loaded with something, we don't know what it is, continues to walk westbound and eventually makes his way all the way to, I believe it was 35th 5th Street. I think that's right, because I think he comes back to 35th and Lisbon and ends up at a bus stop. And there is the person right next to, the person on the left. You see there's a person in the red pants, not him. The other one is standing there. That is the same individual, prosecutors say, that you've seen in the other images, with the backpack, the tan straps, the hood over his head. And then that person is then seen on video boarding a Milwaukee County Transit bus. Now we get a better look at his face. You see the face right there? Prosecutors said they believe that is Maxwell Anderson. It is who all of us probably recognize from photographs that have been shown since this incident. Images similar to this of a person who was on a county transit bus. And there are other images from these cameras that were presented as well. But he rides this bus, they say, from 35th and Lisbon on the north side, all the way down 35th Street, down to the south side of Milwaukee, and gets off the bus 4 or 5 blocks from Maxwell Anderson's home. And they say the direction that this person, who they believe is Maxwell Anderson, is walking is the direction you would go to take the shortest route to Maxwell Anderson's home. So that was really key evidence last week. We get that visual evidence of his movements, which raises the question, if Maxwell Anderson had nothing to do with this, what was he doing all the way up on the north side of Milwaukee, right in the vicinity of the fire that was set to the car owned by Sade Robinson? That is certainly some pretty strong evidence in favor of the state's case that it was Maxwell Anderson who disposed of her body and then tried to burn her car to cover up the crime. However, today we get sort of a different picture. Today so far seems to be some evidence that even though they were state witnesses that were called, these are witnesses that had some information that seemed to be helpful to the defense. And we'll start first with Pete Warbington. Pete Warbington was Maxwell Anderson's tenant on that address on the south side of Milwaukee, and he lived there for a couple of years. He said he knew Max Anderson's father way back when they were kids. He played Little League. Maxwell Anderson's dad was his Little League coach. Pete Warbington left Wisconsin, lived in Texas, he said, for about 18 years. And when he came back, he needed a place to stay. He saw there was a room for rent. I think he said it was on Facebook, but he saw it advertised online. He recognized Maxwell Anderson. They had known each other when they were younger, so he said, I'll take it. The rent was cheap. He said it was about $1,000 a month, and it seemed to be a good fit for him. So he lived there for a couple of years. Then you start to think, well, maybe these guys are good buddies. Maybe this is a close friend who's covering for his pal. But if you listen to the testimony of Pete Warbington, he does not seem to be a particular fan of Maxwell Anderson. He talked about him being a difficult person to have as a landlord. He had a lot of complaints. He was not shy about lodging those complaints, whether it was through phone calls or text messages. And he said at one point he considered Maxwell Anderson to be a, quote, insufferable landlord, end quote. That prompted the defense attorney, Tony Cotton, to intervene and object, saying it was character testimony, which is not allowed in this particular case. Before the judge could even rule on that, the prosecution backed down and said, I'll ask another more direct question. But as I've said many times, the jury heard that. We all heard it. It didn't sound much like Pete Warbington is a real big fan of Maxwell Anderson. On the other hand, he did say what the defense hinted to in the opening statements, and that is that Pete Warbington, the downstairs neighbor, was a light sleeper. He heard everything. He heard footsteps upstairs. He complained when he heard too much noise. He would hear Maxwell Anderson using power tools all the time and working on all sorts of projects. And he would complain about the level of noise he heard. But he said if something was happening upstairs with power tools, he would have definitely heard it. It would have woken him up, and he probably would have complained. But on the night of April 1st, leading into the morning of April 2nd, Pete Warbington insists he heard nothing until about 5 o'clock in the morning, 5:30 in the morning, when it was either April 2nd, 3rd, somewhere in between there and April 4th, when the arrest occurred, that he remembers hearing someone bringing, he thought it was Maxwell Anderson, bringing a heavy suitcase down the stairs. He doesn't know for sure that it was a suitcase. That's what it sounded like. He never looked outside to see. He never asked Anderson about it. But he said at around 5:30 in the morning, somewhere between April 1st and April 4th, early in the week of April 1st or the 5th, he heard this heavy suitcase or something like it coming down the stairs. But he says he never heard screaming, he never heard crying, he never heard a struggle. He didn't hear any kind of power tools that would have been used at midnight or 1 o'clock in the morning, which is around the time that investigators have said they believe Maxwell Anderson and Sade Robinson were there in the house. Pete Worthington is saying, if there was some sort of gruesome murder happening in the basement or upstairs, I definitely would have heard it, and I didn't hear it. We also know that prosecutors, police didn't find any evidence of that bloody crime scene. We did, though, get for the first time a glimpse inside Maxwell Anderson's home. And I'm going to show you first the exterior. That's from the front. That front door, Pete Worthington says, that's where he would go in. He was on the lower level, so that lower window, that would have been Pete's. In fact, he said that was his bedroom. Upstairs, that would have been Max Anderson's, where he would live, the landlord. That's where he lived, was upstairs. And that walking path leads around the side of the house through an open gate there. There's a side door. And Worthington said while he occasionally might have used it, that was mostly where Anderson went in and out of the house. You can actually see Pete Worthington there on the front porch. He said, yep, that's me standing on the porch, and that's the door that he would use most of the time. Again, inside there are stairs from that side door that lead up to the upstairs apartment where Maxwell Anderson lived, but we actually got a pretty better look at the basement. So let's take a look at some of those right now. Here is, you see the dryer with the door flipped open. Apparently there were 2 sets of washers and dryers down there. Pete Worthington said one was for Maxwell Anderson, one set was for him, but that at a certain point, one of those broke and Maxwell Anderson started using Pete's washer and dryer, so he stopped doing his laundry down there for the most part. But we also get a look at other things like, looks like a workbench. There's, it looks like to be an extension cord underneath. There's a big giant thing of dog food. He said the dogs would stay in the basement. That is Maxwell Anderson's dogs. In fact, he said it smelled down there. It would flood sometimes, and that sometimes his dogs would defecate in the basement, and Pete Worthington would complain about that. Here's a workbench with tools, the kind of things you would expect to see in a basement, but nothing that indicates any particular struggle or crime has occurred. Similar here, another view of the workbench and some of the tools. There's a heavy bag for like a punching bag there, that Everlast bag. Back upstairs, you can see there's a gate that is open. That apparently became significant because the hinge on that gate was apparently very loud, and Pete said he could hear that when he would go in and out of it sometimes. There was other testimony, though, that I wasn't really clear of the relevance to it. There's a light you can probably, well, it's hard to see, it blends in, but in the tree there's a sort of a floodlight attached to the tree that was apparently on a motion sensor. And Pete Worthington said that, you know, he doesn't know about the power source or anything, but he believes that was a motion sensor light. That may come into play later when the state tries to establish who was home at a given time. Was it just Pete setting that off? Was that, in fact, Maxwell Anderson? We don't exactly know how they're going to play that. We know they asked a lot of questions about it. There's another view of the side door of the house. But again, these are some of the things we've heard about so far today from that neighbor. The biggest, probably most helpful thing to the defense is that he didn't hear a struggle. He didn't hear power tools being used. He didn't hear anyone screaming. And he says he's the kind of light sleeper. He absolutely would have heard that if something like that had occurred. The state did follow up with a question, by the way, and said, was Maxwell Anderson aware that you were a light sleeper? And he said, absolutely. I complained about that a number of times. The suggestion there seems to be that if Anderson knew that he was a light sleeper, he might have taken extra precautions to do whatever he was doing extra quietly. That's an implication. They didn't say that, but that seems to be maybe what the suggestion was. Next, we have Dr. Lauren Decker. Dr. Decker, Milwaukee County Medical Examiner's Office, was there to talk about the autopsy. And I'm going to take a break. We'll talk a little bit more about what Dr. Decker had to say and what she couldn't say. We'll do that right after this break.
a good light.
But from Tony Cotton's standpoint as a defense attorney, I thought he did a pretty impressive job of getting her to answer some questions in short succession that, if you work in the news world, makes a really nice, succinct soundbite. It's the kind of thing that sometimes you take, it's a thing that I do often. I'm here, I'm listening to hours of testimony, and I want to sum it up in a package that you can quickly digest. And he got 3 questions in a row. He said, but ultimately, while you determined this was a homicide, which means medically that someone else caused it, not that a particular person did it. He said, you've drawn no conclusion about who did it. She said, correct. Or where, correct. Or how, correct. And I thought that those 3 answers in a row really indicate a lot of the unanswered stuff that's going on here. That seemed like a pretty effective line of questioning from the defense.
Absolutely. That's the one thing going into this trial that Attorney Cotton knew, and that she couldn't answer those things. So I thought that he did a really good job of kind of setting her up for that, right? He was asking her a lot of different questions about her examination, how things are done, what information she has, and what information she doesn't have. But that was all a setup for those 3 questions that you just pointed out. She can't determine exactly how this was done and by whom or where. And that's really the crux of the case.
So there was also quite a bit of attention to sort of the area just outside the house, the side door versus the front door, a floodlight that might be motion sensitive. The state didn't exactly explain why it was asking those questions, but as someone who's schooled in these sorts of things, where do you think the state was going with that?
Yeah, I think that they were just trying to suggest that if people were coming in and out, that people could hear things, but also maybe not, also make a conscious effort to be not to be heard. One of the things that the state asked the tenant was, do you think that Maxwell Anderson knew that you were a light sleeper? And that was an important question. That was a question that they asked, I think, on redirect. And I think it was an important one for them to follow up with, because that suggests that Maxwell Anderson knew that he's got this tenant downstairs that wakes up at every little thing. And that if he was going to do anything, he's got to make sure that he's absolutely quiet so not to wake him up. So that, in other words, it's possible for this to have happened without the tenant actually waking up.
All right. Last thing I want to ask you about for today is this. We've covered a lot of ground from Warner Mount Park all the way. We've gone through the car fire up on the north side, the bus ride all the way back down to the south side. We've now seen the inside of both Sade Robinson's apartment and Maxwell Anderson's. What's left to see? What do you think the state still has to hit here before they are ready to wrap up their case in chief?
Yeah, I think that they have to show clear evidence that Sade Robinson was inside Maxwell Anderson's apartment, because there's still that's a huge question that's still unanswered. Also kind of left out there is this notion that the tenant downstairs also drove a Honda Civic, right? So, lots of things are going through people's minds as to, I wonder if some of the video that the state has suggested they have of cars coming and going from the Anderson residence, whether it could have been the tenant's car versus Robinson's car. So they still have some work to do. They still have to present evidence that Sade Robinson was actually with Maxwell Anderson at his residence. I still also think that they're going to have to present some more telephone evidence to suggest that as well, to shore up those things. They need to tighten up the screws on some of these things that they're trying to suggest.
If they can place Sade Robinson in the apartment, for instance, with these photographs we've heard that were mentioned at openings, that there are photographs from Maxwell Anderson's phone that appear to show Sade Robinson on his couch. And in fact, I believe the indication was that the photograph showed Maxwell Anderson's hand grabbing her right breast, which we also know later was one of the things that was cut off from the body. And there's also the removal of pants and underwear. We haven't seen any of that presented yet, but we know what was alluded to in opening statements. If they present that and put that there, is it possible for a jury to say, even though we don't know where or how this person was killed, there's no logical, reasonable explanation that anybody else could have done this considering the timeline? Is that possible? And is that what the state's going for here? Is they've got to eliminate any other possibility, even though they can't say directly that he did it?
Absolutely. I think that's why they're kind of saving that bit of evidence towards the end of their case, because they know that if they can show that Sade Robinson was actually in Maxwell Anderson's apartment, that does several things. Number one, it kind of, neutralizes this whole notion that the tenant didn't hear anything. And so just because the tenant didn't hear anything, then no one must have been up there, because they're going to have evidence that people were in fact up there. So I think the argument is that, listen, he may be a light sleeper. He might say that he's a light sleeper, but clearly they were people in that apartment because they have photographic evidence. That photographic evidence also is important by its very nature as to what it's depicting. If it's depicting something, sexual in nature, for instance, I think that people are going to start drawing some conclusions as to what may have happened. Did this date turn into later some type of sexual act that went horribly wrong? And so I think that presenting Sade Robinson a photograph of her or photographs of her in Maxwell Anderson's apartment is going to do a lot for the state's case at this point.
Well, we still have a ways to go in this case, and we are not done having your analysis and expertise here, and so appreciative of all the time you spent with us, Julius. We'll have you back here tomorrow, same time, 1:15. Is that the plan?
Yep, absolutely.
All right. Thanks again, Julius Kim of Kim and Lavoie here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. And I just keep punching the wrong buttons left and right. But I am Brian Polson here. We're going to take a break, and we will give you a little more before we head back to the second half of this, or the second half of the day here. We'll do that right after this. Thank you, Julius.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
And welcome back. I am Fox 6 investigator Brian Polson at the Wisconsin Live Desk here on Monday, June 2nd, day 5 of the trial of Maxwell Anderson, who was charged with the death and dismemberment of 19-year-old Sade Robinson in April of last year. It has been another half day of some pretty difficult testimony, including autopsy photos that were shown to the gallery. They were shown to the jury, but of course the members of the gallery had to decide if they wanted to be in there to see some of that, because we're not just seeing a typical autopsy of a fully intact individual, but actually someone who was dismembered and whose autopsy was done quite literally in pieces. We are also more than 40 witnesses into this case. The state is continuing to present its case in chief, although today the state called at least one witness who was certain to be on the defense list, but preemptively, strategically perhaps, called Pete Warbington, a tenant of Maxwell Anderson in that house on 39th Street on the south side. They called Mr. Warbington to the stand to talk about what he heard, what he knew in the days leading up to, and of course on the night of the incident where Maxwell Anderson and Sade Robinson went on that date, and according to prosecutors, came back to his apartment or to his house for a few hours. Anderson rented out the lower level of that duplex to Warbington, and Anderson lived on the upper level. And we've got some images that were shown in court today. I'm going to start with a picture of the house from the front side. That is the home that Anderson had listed for rent. Pete Warbington said he knew Maxwell Anderson from when they were kids because Maxwell Anderson's father had coached his Little League team. Warbington had moved away and lived in Texas for 18 years, said he came back, needed to get closer to his work in Milwaukee, saw that the lower unit was for rent, knew who Maxwell Anderson was. He said the price was right, $1,000 a month in rent, so he accepted it. You can see in this picture, there's a person standing on the front porch right under that awning. That is Pete Warbington. He said he lived in the lower level, which used that front door. The front door did not have any access to the upper unit. That front window on the lower level, he said, was the window right into, I believe it was into his bedroom, or it was right on the other side of the door to the right, but it was right there toward the front of the unit. Now, we have some other photos of the side of the house, and I'll show you this one here. You see the side door. Warbington said that is a door that Maxwell Anderson would typically use to come and go from, although he did say once a week or so he would come out that door, maybe to take out the garbage or something like that, that Pete himself would. But he said typically that was the door Maxwell Anderson would use. He rarely used the front door. You see that gate that is open there. He said 9 times out of 10 that gate was just sitting wide open, but it did have a latch to latch shut. We're not really entirely certain of the significance of that at this point, but that's some of the questioning that came up. Here's another view of that front gate. By the way, this trailer that you see that's in the way, he says that was not there at the time of all of this. It has been added since. And these photographs were taken, but that is in front of that same gate. We saw the inside of the Anderson home. I'm going to show you this. These are the stairs that come in. If you go in the side door, these stairs lead up to the upper unit where Maxwell Anderson lived. And then there's a basement that was effectively a shared basement. This you see, not quite clear. If you did some woodworking, that hanging curtain may well have been just to control dust, don't really know. But a lot of tools in the basement. There's a workbench. You can see what looks typically like the tools you might find in a basement. Here is another view of some of the things stored down there. The heavy bag, maybe for workouts or something like that. We did hear that Warbington say he didn't go down there very often, though. He said it flooded a lot, it was smelly, and that Maxwell Anderson often kept his dogs down there, and sometimes they would defecate in the basement, and Pete would complain about that. But he said he didn't go down there all that much, except to use the laundry. And I believe we have, let's see if I can find photos of there it is. Okay, you see the dryer back in the background there that is sitting wide open. Pete Warbington said there was in fact 2 sets of washers and dryers in the basement. One that was effectively there for Maxwell Anderson to use, his landlord, another that Pete would use. But he said at some point in the last couple of months, the washer broke on Maxwell Anderson's side, so he was finding Max's clothes in his washer and dryer all the time, and he had to keep rotating the clothes through. So he said after that he stopped using the washer and dryer and would just take the clothes to his mom's house to get them done. At least he said often he did that. Still not entirely sure the significance of that, but it seemed that Pete Warbington was saying, I don't really know much about that basement. I didn't go down there all that often. But what you can definitely tell from these photos is that there is no evidence of any obvious crime scene. If this is where Maxwell Anderson killed and dismembered Sade Robinson, it doesn't appear that there's any obvious remnants of that, and we haven't heard anything from law enforcement that they found any kind of bloody crime scene or DNA down here. But this is a look inside the home where Maxwell Anderson allegedly had Sade Robinson in the hours after her death, or in the hours after that first date, I should say. So that was probably the key witness today, was Pete Warbington. We also heard from Dr. Lauren Decker, who is a Milwaukee County medical examiner. Let me pop out of that. I'm just pressing up all the wrong buttons today. There we go. Get me back up there. Dr. Lauren Deckers with Milwaukee County Medical Examiner's Office, and she talked about the autopsy that was done, a very unusual autopsy in this case, because the first thing she had was not a complete human to do an autopsy on. She had a human leg, and that was the leg that was found in Warnermount Park. She did determine certain things from that. She was able to determine, she said, that where the leg had been cut from the body that it came from, that it had been, apparently the flesh had been cut with something that was consistent with a knife, but that the femur did not appear to be clean cut. In fact, it appeared that it had been broken, smashed with blunt force trauma, which she later said would have had to have been pretty tremendous force, the kind of force you might see in a high-speed car accident, though she couldn't say what was used to crush and separate that bone. The femur is the largest bone in the body. It does take a significant amount of force to break it through, and she said she didn't have any determination as to what was done to do that. The other thing she talked about was the foot that was found in the playground near 31st and Galena. This was along the railroad tracks and the tree line just to the east of that playground and a couple of blocks away from the car fire. She said it looked like that ankle in that case, there had been nothing used to cut through bone at all. And again, I'm just going to keep saying, if you're listening to this, today's testimony, some of this is really tough stuff. We don't like talking about it. It is unfortunately what is really at issue in this case. It is the subject. These are the facts. But I'm going to tell you, the next thing she said was that ankle or that foot appeared to have been separated at the ankle through the tendons, through the ligaments, the things in between, not cut through bone. So she said that could have been done simply with a knife. The significance there is there's no clear-cut evidence that some sort of a bone saw or a saw was used, a rotary saw, power tool, anything like that. It seems like it may have been more of a manual and really graphic and bloody and difficult job, not something that might have been what we all perhaps may have imagined, is that there was a guy with a bunch of power tools who used the saws at his disposal to do this. It seems the autopsy indicates somewhat otherwise. In the end, the defense was able to get that medical examiner to say that while she had determined that this was a homicide based on the suspicious circumstances of body parts being severed and being scattered throughout the community, that it was an undetermined cause otherwise. In terms of who did it, she could not conclude that. In terms of where it happened, she could not conclude that. And in terms of how it was done, she could not conclude that either. So big questions still and may always remain about exactly the manner in which Sade Robinson was killed and the manner in which her body was ultimately dismembered and scattered. Whether or not that is enough to create reasonable doubt for the jury remains to be seen, of course, in concert with all of the other evidence. It is 1:45 right now. I'm sorry, what'd you say there, Delaney? Okay, people are filing back into the courtroom. It's 1:45, so we're getting close to them resuming the afternoon session today. The state is still presenting its case in chief. We have not gotten to the defense. Again, 41 witnesses so far, 36 separate individuals, 5 who have testified twice at this point. And we are waiting to find out who we're going to hear from yet this afternoon. We don't have any idea how long the state has to go in its case. I'm seeing from Bill Miston, our reporter who's been in the courtroom all along, that the parties are in court, but not yet Maxwell Anderson. So if you look here, you can see we're seeing the top of that, the eagle at the top of the flag in the courtroom. And that is a sign that they are not back on the record, that they are not yet ready to resume, but it should be resuming here shortly, and we'll get another few hours of testimony today. Again, we've gotten no indication yet how long the state plans to go. We know that after 36 individuals and 41 different appearances on the stand, that there could be as many as 200 the state will call. It is highly unlikely they will do that, but we don't know really how much further this has to go. So we're following it all along right with you at home. I'm now seeing that Maxwell Anderson himself is in court, and so we should be hearing from the judge shortly to bring everything back into session. And of course, we're going to be here at the Wisconsin Live Desk every day. We'll be taking you from noon up through 4 o'clock to Fox 6 News at 4. You can watch all of our coverage, summations of what you've missed on Fox 6 News at 4, 5, and 6, and of course at 9 and 10. And if you want to keep watching after 4 o'clock, watching the testimony until the end of the day, you can see that live and uninterrupted on our Fox 6 News Milwaukee YouTube channel. Obviously, that has been going on throughout the trial, and we will continue that. We know that they said at the outset they expect this to run a couple of weeks. This is day 5. We probably still have at least 4 days to go, possibly more, but we don't know. This is speculation. This is guessing. We're reading the tea leaves here. I see the judge is now on the bench, so we're going to take you back out to the Milwaukee County Safety Building and the afternoon session of the Maxwell Anderson trial.
Yes, please.
Going on the record, calling State of Wisconsin versus Maxwell Anderson, case 24, CF1692, same appearances.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I hope you had a lovely lunch. The detective is still on the stand. We're still on direct examination. We have a new court reporter, so we're going to re-swear the witness at this point in time.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you could please be seated, restate and respell your name for the record.
Detective John, John, Guillot, Guillot.
Prior to lunch, you testified that you arrested Maxwell Anderson, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, and you identified Maxwell Anderson as being present in the courtroom today, right?
Correct, yes.
I'm going to show you what's been previously received as Exhibit 204. Can you see that up on the screen?
I can, yes.
Okay. The person that's depicted in Exhibit 204, is that the same person that you arrested?
That is the same person that I arrested on April 4th, 2024, yes.
And that is Maxwell Anderson?
That is Maxwell Anderson.
You testified that when he was arrested, when you conducted surveillance on the defendant, you saw him with a backpack, correct?
Correct, yes.
Was that backpack ultimately recovered?
It was, yes.
And the backpack that can be seen in Exhibit 204, is that the same backpack as was recovered?
No, it does not appear so. If you take a look at the actual still shot, it appears to be like a tan camel backpack. The backpack recovered in Mr. Anderson's vehicle was a black backpack.
So let's go back to the traffic stop. You had interaction with him, correct?
I did, yes.
Okay, and when did that begin?
So when we got to the area of South 38th Street and West Lakefield Drive, like I stated before, we activated our emergency lights. We exited out of our vehicle and we approached Mr. Anderson's vehicle. My partner, Detective Blanchard, informed Mr. Anderson for the reason of the traffic stop, to which I then asked Mr. Anderson, where are you heading to? Mr. Anderson responded by saying he was going to the Greenfield Greenfield DMV.
Are you aware of where the Greenfield DMV is located?
Yes, I believe it's 5500 Grange Avenue in Greenfield.
And at this point, you testified you were about a block or a block and a half away from the defendant's house, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Was he traveling in the direction of the Greenfield DMV?
No, I believe that Mr. Anderson was heading to his house.
Can you describe how the defendant appeared during your contact with him while he was still in the car?
Yeah, Mr. Anderson was seated in the driver's seat, physically shaking as he was talking to Detective Blanchard and I. To which point, again, we then asked Mr. Anderson to shut off his vehicle. He does. We asked Mr. Anderson to exit the vehicle. He does.
You testified that you told him what the reason for the traffic stop was, correct?
That's correct, yes.
What did you inform him?
So we kind of did a ruse. We informed him that it was for expired registration, which was a valid traffic stop.
You didn't come out and say you're wanted for the homicide of Sade Robinson.
That's correct, no.
So at the point where he's talking about going to the DMV and physically shaking, he wasn't aware of why you were actually investigating him, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Describe how he was taken into custody.
He was asked to step out of the vehicle. He stepped out of the vehicle. He placed both his hands on top of the roof rack of his SUV. He placed, I believe, his wallet and a cell phone on top of the roof rack, at which point we brought down his hands. We placed his hands behind his back and then secured him in handcuffs.
The wallet and the cell phone, were those items recovered?
They were, yes.
Who recovered those?
Deputy Ethan Stout.
Do you recall what kind of cell phone?
Yes, it was a black, at least black in color Samsung.
Did Deputy Stout then provide you with those items for you to place on inventory?
That's correct, yes.
Was the vehicle searched at that point?
At that specific point, I don't believe it was, no.
What happened to the vehicle?
A tow company called Ray's Towing responded to the scene, and they took possession of the vehicle, at which point another detective followed Ray's back to our substation, which is located in Wauwatosa. It's a secure substation, and the vehicle was placed in the substation, and investigators later obtained a search warrant for that vehicle.
Where was the defendant then taken?
Mr. Anderson was escorted to a Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office deputy squad car, at which point he was then conveyed to our detective bureau for further processing.
Are you aware of certain demographic information about the defendant?
Yes,
Do you know his date of birth and
I
his
do.
age at the time of the arrest?
Yeah, Mr. Anderson's date of birth, I believe, is November 26, 1990, and his date of birth, his age at the arrest was 33 years old.
Are you aware of his height?
Yes,
What was that?
I believe approximately 6'1".
And are you aware of what his weight at the time of arrest was?
Yes, at the time of the arrest, I believe it was around 180 pounds.
What did you do with the phone and wallet?
For the phone, I placed it into a secure evidence locker, which is located at our detective bureau, which is 821 West State Street. And then the wallet, I'm not completely sure. He might have, the wallet might have went with him with his property.
You placed the phone on a specific inventory number, correct?
Correct.
Does 24001539 item 1 sound familiar?
Yes, it does.
Nothing further.
Cross?
Good afternoon, Detective.
Afternoon.
So I just want to rewind back. You said that you saw Max's car parked in the Victor's parking lot, correct?
Correct.
And you had said that you were on your way to Pizza Shuttle, but you kind of just drove past Victor's, right?
Yeah, we're en route to Pizza Shuttle to conduct further follow-up. When we were en route to Pizza Shuttle, we just drove by Victor's.
Okay. And you could see his vehicle parked in the lot, right?
I could see a black SUV parked in the parking lot, yes.
And so it wasn't like hidden behind like the alleyway behind Victor's, right?
That's correct. It was just in the parking lot.
And his car was there because you knew he had worked there, correct?
I'm not sure why his car was there.
But at the time when you drove by, one of the reasons you drove by is because you were aware that Maxwell Anderson worked at Victor's, correct?
No, it was just more of a coincidence that we drove by.
Okay. And then after you had seen that vehicle, that's when you called other squads or other detectives to kind of set up surveillance, right?
Yeah, after I confirmed the vehicle's license plate and can confirm that license plate listed back to Mr. Anderson, that's when I requested additional detectives to come.
And so you could see the license plate. The license plate hadn't been removed, correct?
That's correct.
Or covered up?
Correct.
And you knew the color of the vehicle when you'd first seen it, right?
That's correct.
And that the color of it was the same color that it was registered with DMV, right?
Correct.
And then I think you said about 15 minutes afterwards, you actually see Max, right?
Correct.
And he's walking just towards his car.
Yep, he's walking eastbound on Juneau Avenue towards his vehicle.
And this area of Milwaukee, this is right by the Metro Market, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Oh, and then if you can travel down Juneau, you hit like Fiserv Forum, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And you said he was just walking, correct? He wasn't running?
Correct, just walking.
He wasn't like looking over his shoulder or making any furtive movements, correct?
Correct.
And he wasn't wearing a mask, correct?
Correct.
Or wasn't trying to disguise himself in any way?
Correct.
And then he gets into his car. You said he sits in there on his phone for maybe 10 minutes and then he drives.
That's correct, yes.
I should clarify. He drives away from Victor's, correct?
Correct.
In the direction of his home.
Correct.
And when you see him walking, from Juneau, you said he's wearing a backpack?
Correct.
And you were aware that he was seen carrying a backpack while on that city bus, the exhibit that's up on the screen right now?
Correct.
And you'd seen that before all of this happening with you, surveilling him outside Victor's, right?
Could you ask that one more time? I'm sorry.
Had you seen this photo before you'd seen his vehicle at Victor's?
I'm not 100% sure.
Okay. And you said the backpack that, well, now you know, the backpack that he's wearing while he's walking his vehicle at Victor's is different than that backpack, correct?
Correct.
And you had testified that you don't believe this backpack was recovered, the one on the screen.
I'm not sure if that backpack was ever recovered. I just testified the backpack in his vehicle, which was black in color, was recovered.
Oh, okay. And were you involved in any of the searches of Mr. Anderson's vehicle or his house?
I briefly assisted with the search at his residence. I was not part of any search with his vehicle.
Okay. But are you aware that there was 2 different searches conducted at Mr. Anderson's home?
I am aware of that, yes.
And the reason why the police can do sometimes secondary or second searches is because sometimes evidence can be missed.
Correct.
And that's why they did the secondary search, correct?
I'm not sure why they did the secondary search. It wasn't out of my scope.
Okay. But we do know you've seen at least on 2 different occasions Mr. Anderson wearing a backpack, right?
Correct.
And sometimes people carry backpacks in order to carry belongings inside of them, right?
Fair.
I mean, if you ride the city buses, if you driving around the city of Milwaukee, you constantly see people with backpacks, right?
I don't know about constantly, but you see a fair share.
Okay. And then after he gets in his car, you said he waits about 10 minutes, and then he drives in the direction of his house, correct?
Correct.
And then you followed behind him?
Correct.
And you were in an unmarked squad car, right?
Correct.
So what does that look like? It doesn't say police on it, does it?
Correct. It's just a typical Ford Fusion. I believe it had a little tint on it. Has interior lights, but no police markings on it.
And so if you were a standard person and you see this vehicle, you wouldn't particularly know it was a police vehicle, correct?
That's fair to say.
I mean, that's kind of the point of an unmarked squad car, right? So people don't know.
Correct, to avoid detection and such.
And you said you activated your lights, correct?
Correct.
So this vehicle does have lights on it, but they're just not easily discernible, right?
Yeah, there's interior lights and then there's like some hidden lights in the grill portion of the vehicle.
Okay. And as you said, you activated lights. Mr. Anderson pulls over, right?
Correct.
He doesn't try to flee, correct?
That is correct.
And you sometimes, I'm sure you've been involved in investigations with fleeings, correct?
Correct.
I mean, oftentimes the police pull someone over if they have something, like drugs in their car, they flee at a high speed away from the police, right?
That happens, yes.
But that didn't happen in this case, correct?
Correct.
And once you made contact with him, he was answering your questions, correct?
Correct.
And he didn't try to run away on foot, correct?
Correct.
He didn't resist arrest, right?
Correct.
He wasn't argumentative.
Correct.
I think you described him, he was cooperative, right?
Cooperative, he complied, yes.
And he wasn't armed.
He was not armed.
And you said that he was visibly shaking, right?
Correct.
And you've seen that in times you've conducted traffic stops, right?
I have, yes.
I mean, because, not everyone's super comfortable with the police, right?
Fair.
And especially if you don't know you're getting pulled over by a police officer, sometimes you can be a little anxious or a little nervous, right?
That's fair.
And you'd said that the reason you told him that you were pulling him over was something about a license plate, or what was it?
His registration being expired, which it actually was.
Okay, and then he had said that he was going to the Greenfield DMV, correct?
That is the response that he gave us, yes.
Okay. And so he gave that response after you told him that's why you'd pulled him over.
Correct.
Nothing further.
State? Were there other officers with you at the time of the traffic stop, meaning other squad cars?
Yes.
And were those marked or unmarked?
There was mostly unmarked. I believe that there might have been one marked car, but most of the cars with us were all unmarked.
And when your unmarked squad's lights are activated, is it clear that it's a squad car?
Yeah, it's clear, and it's 360 lighting all around.
And there's a siren too?
There is a siren.
Nothing further.
Defense?
Yes, just briefly, Judge. So Detective, you said that there was multiple squads that kind of had almost surrounded the car after it had been pulled over?
I wouldn't use the word surround. I would say there was multiple unmarked squad cars in the area. Like I testified before, there was a couple unmarked squad cars at Mr. Anderson's residence. There's a couple unmarked squad cars down the block from the traffic stop. And I believe there might have been another unmarked squad car behind our actual unmarked squad car during the traffic stop itself.
Okay, so it's your unmarked squad and also another unmarked squad behind yours, correct?
That's fair to say, yes.
And so multiple officers, correct?
I think in total there was 3, including me.
Okay, and then are you armed when you're on duty?
Yes.
And you were armed at the time that you were making contact with Mr. Anderson, correct?
Yes.
I have nothing further.
State?
Nothing further.
Thank you, Detective. State your next witness.
Deputy Ethan Stout.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
I am Deputy Ethan Stout, E-T-H-A-N, last name S-T-O-U-D-T.
You a deputy with the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office?
I am.
How long have you been employed by the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office?
Approximately 3.5 years.
Were you working in your capacity as a deputy back on April 4th, 2024?
I was.
Did you participate in the arrest of Maxwell Anderson that day?
I did.
Were you present when he was arrested?
I was.
Is he in the courtroom?
Yes.
Could you identify him just for the record?
I'll stipulate.
All right.
The record will so reflect.
Thank you. Where did this arrest occur?
The arrest occurred in the area of South 38th and Lakeview, if I'm not mistaken.
Were you wearing a body cam at the time of the arrest?
I was.
You were not the individual who made direct contact with Mr. Anderson at the beginning of the traffic stop, correct?
No, I was a backup officer.
So tell us what you did then.
I arrived on scene. I approached the vehicle from the passenger side. I had my body-worn camera that I wear on my chest. I had it activated. And while my partners were speaking with Mr. Anderson on the driver's side of the vehicle, I was, I guess, looking through the window or just providing backup or cover for them from the opposite side of the vehicle.
During the initial contact, you were on the front passenger side of his Hyundai?
That's correct.
At some point, did you go around and assist in taking him into custody?
I did.
While that was occurring, did Mr. Anderson place any items of his on the roof of the car?
Yes.
What items?
As Mr. Anderson exited his vehicle, he had his phone in his left hand and his wallet in his right hand, and my partners took hold of his arms, and as they did, he set his belongings on top of the vehicle.
Did you yourself collect those items?
I did.
Okay. I'm going to show you exhibits 453 and 263.
The numbers one more time.
453 and 263.
Thank you.
Starting with 453, do you recognize what that item is?
I do.
What is it?
This is Mr. Anderson's wallet.
Move 453 into evidence.
Any objection?
Fine.
It's received.
And 263, do you recognize what that item is?
I do.
What is that?
This is Mr. Anderson's cell phone.
Those are the actual objects you collected off the roof of his car that he put there?
That is correct.
Move 263 in.
Any objection?
No.
Received.
I've got on the screen next to you and over here, whatever TV you're more comfortable looking at, exhibit 449. Do you recognize what this is just on the still frame that I have up here?
I do.
What is this?
This would be my body-worn camera from the date and time of the arrest.
What is that date and time?
That is going to be the year 2024, April 4th, at 1:15, excuse me.
Okay, and what you're doing right now, you're reading up here in the right-hand corner, correct?
Yes.
It's a little hard to see because of the background, but this was 1:17 on April 4th?
Correct.
Okay, I'd move 449 in and ask to publish.
Any objection?
No.
It's received. Go ahead.
Playing it from 23 seconds is where I picked up the video.
Hours, case number is 24, Frank Adam, 1849. Last name is Allison, Adam, Lincoln, Ida, Sam, Ocean, Nora. First name is Eric. Middle name is Lars and Robert. No firearms. C60. 32 headed southbound Hampton on. 45 southbound Hampton on for Apollo return for highway. Versus Apollo.
Any weapons on you, sir?
No. What's going on?
Somebody just radio it.
One 24 dispatch.
So, wants to know what's going up. The key shows any ignition?
Yes.
124, yeah, one in custody.
Paused it at 3 minutes, 10 seconds.
Is that video on a flash drive or on a CD?
This is a disc, Your Honor.
Okay.
And I'm gonna pick it up at 3 minutes, 22 seconds.
Send the paperwork home, so I can go to, the DMV.
32 dispatch.
I'm just gonna unbutton this just a second. Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Said nothing on you at all, right? Nothing's gonna poke me or anything like that?
Service 13, 17 hours. Last name of Banks. First name of Ronald. Middle
Moving
initial
forward, just a
of
little
that
bit
is
more.
Lincoln C16. Copy that. 132 dispatch. 132, go ahead. You started to hold first. Alright, you give me the address and now you give me a plate. I gotta go to a different street. Go ahead with the plate again. Wisconsin, Adam, Mary, Robert, 808. And I'm sorry, 16.
Yeah.
Paused it at 4 minutes, 52 seconds. What we watched there, Deputy, you assisted in patting him down?
That's correct.
No weapons or anything on him?
They were not.
I have nothing else.
Cross?
One minute, please. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Are you still employed at the Sheriff's Department?
I am.
Okay. You're a deputy or a detective?
I'm a deputy.
And what we've watched here is basically a traffic stop where there's multiple undercover officers that are parked behind Mr. Anderson's car when he was stopped, right?
Yes.
So a fairly sizable operation.
Yes.
And that's because Max had been identified as somebody that you wanted to take into custody, right?
That is correct.
And in fact, there was even a briefing beforehand to discuss that, right?
Correct.
This wasn't a coincidental thing, was it?
It was not.
The whole plan was to conduct surveillance, follow him, and then do a stop before he would ever get to his house, right?
Yes.
And what we saw in your body cam is Mr. Anderson cooperating with law enforcement.
Correct.
And actually, at one point, I heard him ask, what is this all about, or what's happening? Did you hear that?
Yes, I do recall that.
And law enforcement told him it was an expired registration.
Yes.
He was never told during this time that you're a suspect in something much more serious.
At that time, I do not recall hearing that.
Certainly, a person might draw the conclusion that there's something else that they're suspected of when they see all these unmarked squad cars behind them for a traffic stop, right?
Yes,
Nevertheless, Mr. Anderson did not flee,
he did not.
didn't struggle one bit.
No, he did not.
And in fact, the way he looked, when you saw him, he had a hat, a beanie on or a winter cap on, right?
Yes,
But in terms of how he looked when his picture was shown at the briefing and how he looks at the stop, there was no difference, right?
in his physical appearance, you mean the demeanor that he
Yeah,
had?
physical appearance. He didn't change his physical appearance, right?
No,
No haircut or facial shade, anything different about his appearance, right?
not that I recall, no.
Were you involved in the search of the vehicle?
I was not, I don't, no.
Well, you did obviously recover a phone and a wallet, right?
Correct,
And that wallet, you identified it, it was an exhibit, right?
yes,
Okay. And you were the one who, you were the one who recovered this, right?
I was.
Did you examine it?
On scene?
Yeah.
No, I don't believe so.
Okay. Well, there was nothing about the blood, the wallet didn't have blood on it that you saw or anything like that, did it?
Not that I recall.
And the cell phone, Mr. Anderson put that on top of his vehicle as well, right?
That's correct.
And certainly as a deputy, you're involved in traffic stops on a regular basis, I would assume, right?
Yes,
You've had certainly you've had situations where people, the lights go on and they flee.
yes,
They just floor it and try to get out of there.
correct, yes,
Or even once they're stopped, they open the door and try to run from the scene of the stop, right?
yes,
So we could call this essentially a normal traffic stop with a cooperative person, right?
yes.
And were you involved in well, you also did other things in this case, including going to Victor's and speaking with people that work there, right?
That's correct.
And you learned that Mr. Anderson worked at Victor's, right?
Correct.
He was a bartender there for a number of years, right?
Yes,
Or for and you talked to his manager even, didn't you, Jose Hernandez?
that's correct.
And in fact, one of the things that you did there was you even wanted to access their camera system at Victor's to study that, right?
That's correct.
And you even served a subpoena on the, would you call it a restaurant, a bar, what would you call it?
Bar, nightclub?
You served a subpoena on the bar and nightclub, right?
Yes,
And essentially what you got from that was a couple of videos that show that Max Anderson and Sade have had contact there, right?
yes,
Nothing about that showed any threatening behavior by Mr. Anderson
no,
or something suspicious between the two of them that you would identify?
no,
You interviewed a big part of your job actually was the whole Victor side of it, wasn't it? Going there and talking to people and pulling the videos?
yes, I talked to multiple people from Victor's.
And the reason for that is because you want to try to figure out if there's something that points to Mr. Anderson as having committed this crime, right?
In the grand scheme of things, yes,
And all that revealed was that Mr. Anderson and Sade Robinson had interacted with each other and obviously knew each other, right?
yes,
Were you involved in any side of the case to get footage from Twisted Fisherman or Duke's on Water Street? Did you involve yourself in any of that?
I did not.
Obviously, you went and conducted neighborhood surveillance canvases where you pulled video footage on April 4th from various houses, right?
Reviewed potential footage, yes.
And what was the point of that?
From what location
Well,
specifically?
I saw that you did that in the Gordon Place area.
Sure. That specific area, I believe the purpose was to look for footage of a vehicle or anything unusual that happened during a certain time frame that had been pointed out to me and fellow deputies.
The East Concordia, North Gordon Place area?
Yes.
Is that near Mr. Anderson's house?
No, it is not.
Just a different area?
Yes.
And part of what you do in general, though, is you can look for things like Ring doorbell videos and other such things to try to piece cases together, right?
Yes.
You also conducted a search of a park, right? A Pleasant Valley Park?
Yes,
Nothing noteworthy there, right?
correct, nothing.
No body parts or human remains?
No.
Okay, that's all.
State?
Nothing else.
Thank you, Deputy. Thank you. State your next witness.
Brian Conti.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
Detective Brian Conti, BrianConte.
Are you a detective with the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office?
Yes,
How long have you worked for the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office as law enforcement?
29 years.
Were you working as a detective back on April 5th, 2024?
Yes,
Did you participate in general into the investigation into the disappearance of Sade Robinson?
yes,
On April 5th, 2024, did you have personal contact with Maxwell Anderson?
yes,
The person I'm referring to as Maxwell Anderson, do you see that person in court today?
yes,
Could you?
I'll just stipulate to this in general, for it's clear for the record, this is Max Anderson here.
Okay, so you had contact with the defendant on April 5th, correct?
yes,
Was the purpose of having contact with the defendant on April 5th to get a DNA sample from him?
yes.
Can you tell the jury what that is and how you go about obtaining it from a person?
Yes, we needed to get a DNA sample, and it's called a buccal swab, and it's a swab of their cheek cells on the inside of their mouth. So we put fresh gloves on. We use fresh, unopened cotton swabs, one swab for one inside of his cheek, a second swab for the second cheek, and we place it in a cardboard box, and then we seal it in an envelope, a paper envelope.
To the best of your ability, you're trying to ensure the swab is not contaminated, correct?
Yes,
And why is it that you swab the cheek?
because we've been instructed or trained that that gives the best human cells to contain DNA, and that's how we've been trained.
What do you do this with?
With
What do you use to do it?
cotton applicator swabs that are provided to us for that purpose.
And you did that with Mr. Anderson?
Yes,
Showing you 407. 407 is a sealed envelope. Do you know what that is based on the markings that are on it?
yes.
What is it?
This is the envelope containing those buccal swabs that I obtained on that day
From the defendant?
from the defendant.
I've moved 407 in.
Any objection?
No.
Received.
There's additionally a yellow sticker on this envelope, not the exhibit sticker, but a different one. Do you know where that is from?
Yes, that is a evidence sticker that the Wisconsin Crime Lab places on items submitted to the lab for testing.
And the purpose of getting the buccal swab or the DNA swab from Mr. Anderson was to ultimately at some point send it off to the state crime lab for DNA analysis, right?
Yes,
Nothing else.
Defense?
No.
Thank you, Detective.
you're welcome.
State your next witness.
Let me check the hallway. I think, well, I'll check the hallway. Okay, the state's going to call Officer Brooke Tavagian. I think think she's coming from another room. I'm going to recall Detective Vandertye briefly.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you can please be seated, restate, and respell your name for the record.
I am Detective Matthew, M-A-T-T-H-E-W, Vandertye, V-A-N-D-E-R-T-I-E.
Detective Vandertye, you had previously testified in this trial about the exigency records for Sade Robinson's phone, as well as doing warrants for those records, as well as the records for Maxwell Anderson's phone and the Life 360 accounts, right?
Yes.
And did you also do something upon the arrest of Maxwell Anderson regarding his phone?
Yes.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 263, which has already been admitted. Do you recognize what 263 is?
Yes, this is the Samsung cellular telephone that was recovered based on my knowledge from Maxwell Anderson.
You were not there for Maxwell Anderson's arrest or the recovery of that phone, right?
Correct.
After he was arrested, did you take possession of that phone at some point in time and take it anywhere?
Yes, on April 8th 2024.
And where did you take that cell phone?
This cell phone, I transported it to the Wisconsin Department of Justice, Division of Criminal Investigation, out
What
in Brookfield, Wisconsin.
I'm sorry, what was the last part?
Out in Brookfield, Wisconsin,
And for what purpose was that?
for forensic examination or forensic download.
What is a forensic examination?
Essentially, an analyst will download the information or the data from the phone using forensic techniques that they are trained to do.
Did you communicate with the person who did that in this case?
Yes.
With that phone?
Yes.
Who was that?
It was DCI, or Division of Criminal Investigation employee Juan Luis Villegas.
Did he then provide you with something after the examination was done?
Yes. On the following day, again, traveled to the DCI offices where Juan Luis Villegas returned the cell phone, in addition to a USB flash drive containing that forensic examination, those files.
Showing you Exhibit 264. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, that is the USB flash drive I just described.
That contains the forensic download of that Samsung phone?
Yes.
Move 264 into evidence.
Any objection?
No.
It's received.
I just have a couple more questions. I want to actually go back to those records we talked about. Between the exigency records and the records that you obtained from Verizon, I'm only talking about for Sade Robinson's phone, what was the total date range of text messages that you received the SMS content for?
Between the exigency records and the search warrant records was March 27th, 2024 to April 3rd, 2024.
Have you reviewed the entirety of those text message contents?
Yes, between that time frame, yes.
Did you discover, and I know we read through a part of the conversation that she had with Maxwell Anderson's phone number, did you review conversations she was having with other people as well?
Yes.
Were there any other conversations you observed where it appeared she was planning on meeting up with anybody else on April 1st or April 2nd, the evening of April 1st and then maybe April 2nd?
No.
Were there any conversations that you reviewed that seemed volatile in any way, angry in any way?
No.
Were there any conversations that you reviewed that referenced drugs?
No.
Nothing else?
Cross?
No.
Thank you.
All right, now I'll call Brooke Tavagian.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
If you could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
My name is Brooke Tavagian, first name spelled B as in boy, R-O-O-K-E. Last Tavagian, T as in Tom, A, V as in Victor, A, J-I-A-N.
All right, good afternoon. How are you employed?
I am a police officer with the Waukegan Police Department.
Waukegan, Illinois?
Yes,
That's about 50 miles south of here, give or take?
approximately.
Okay, you drove up here this afternoon to testify?
Yes.
How long have you been a police officer with the Waukegan Police Department?
Almost 9 years.
Is Waukegan is it a city or is it a village?
It's a city.
City, okay. Is it on the shores of Lake Michigan?
Yes.
Were you working in your capacity as a police officer with the Waukegan Police Department back on May 11th, 2024?
Yes.
Were you just assigned to routine patrol, or what's your shift like?
I was working as an evidence technician that day.
And what shift times were you working?
3:30 p.m. to 3:30 a.m.
Around 8 p.m., shortly prior to 8 p.m., were you dispatched anywhere in particular?
To the lakefront, which was 200 Seahorse.
What information were you given upon being dispatched to that location?
That there was a potential body part located on the north shore of the beach.
I think you were giving an address. What was the address?
200 Seahorse Drive.
Were you alone or were you with a partner when that happened?
I was driving alone, but I met with other officers on scene.
The location of 200 Seahorse Drive, what is that?
It's like the beach address, or around the beach.
Right on the shores.
Yes,
Is it a sandy beach?
yes,
Are there dunes as well?
yes.
Okay. Are you aware of what the person who called for a police response had reported?
From my understanding, the person who made the complaint said that there was a potential human arm located on the beach.
Then you went there how?
I drove my squad car to the beach, to the parking lot, and then I was transported to the location of the body part by ATV.
ATV?
Yes.
And that was, how far did you have to go up the beach on the ATV?
I don't know exactly, but it was pretty far north. It's not easily accessible. You can't get to it from the parking lot. You have to either walk, usually just have to walk it.
Not easily accessible though?
Correct.
When you got to the location where you had been called to, what did you observe?
I observed an apparent human arm laying on the beach.
How did it look to you?
It looked decayed. And,
Decayed?
Yeah, decomposing.
Did it appear to you that it had washed ashore?
Yes.
What about it gave you that impression?
The coloring of it, it was discolored, sometimes common to seeing stuff in the water, like body parts. There was pieces of the arm missing from like the forearm, kind of looked like maybe it was being chewed on by, marine life.
And was it close to the waterline?
Yes,
Did you take some photos of it to document where you found it?
yes.
I'm going to show you exhibits 258, 259, 260, and 261.
And I stipulate to these as well.
Okay.
Thank you. Then they're received.
All right. These are received into evidence. Can you just tell us you can look at all four of them and tell me if you took those photos.
Yes, yes,
Are those all photos of the arm that you found at the beach?
yes.
And I'm actually going to show you what's already been admitted into evidence is exhibit 262. That appear to be the same arm.
Yes.
Okay. And you're able to tell that how?
By the decomposition on it, and I remember this area and these areas.
Okay. And you're pointing to sort of where it would link to the shoulder as well as the wrist?
Yes. And it's the right arm.
I'm going to show you 260. Just take a minute to come up here. All right. Exhibit 260. Now it was nighttime when you took these photos, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the leg, is it in the middle there underneath that log? Or excuse me, the arm?
The arm, yes.
Okay. Here's 259, just a close-up, a little blurry, but it was in the sand like that?
Yes.
All right. 258, was it located right underneath that log?
Yes, just like how it is there.
Okay. Lastly, 261. Is that how it appeared when you found it?
Yes.
Was the Lake County coroner called out to the scene?
Yes.
What did you do when that happened?
I took some more photos along with the coroner, and I just allowed him to do his investigation.
Did the coroner recover the arm and take it back to the Lake County Coroner's office?
Yes.
Did you stay with that person, or did you go on doing other things?
I went on doing other things.
But you stayed with the arm until the coroner recovered it from the scene?
Yes.
I have nothing else.
Cross?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone need a break? Are we okay right now? Need a break? Okay, I see some yeses. So we'll take a break, our afternoon break, and then we'll come back shortly. You can just leave your notebooks on your chairs.
I would call 4 civilians at some point in the rest of the afternoon. Russell Davis, Brian Calvert, Tim Sluga, none of them have criminal convictions. And then Lemetra Griffin has 1 misdemeanor conviction from 2021.
Well, I'm sorry, the last name?
Griffin.
On defense, are you in agreement with that?
Yes.
Okay, so Ms. Griffin, if she testifies, have you ever been convicted of a crime? The answer will be yes. How many times? 1.
I will make sure that Lemetra Griffin knows that answer.
Anything else?
No.
Defense?
No.
Okay, we'll be back shortly then.
Okay, so Fox 6 investigator Brian Polson here at the Wisconsin Live Desk as court has once again gone into a brief afternoon recess. It is 2:45. We have heard from 4 witnesses since the afternoon session began. It was a continuation first of a Milwaukee police detective, followed by a sheriff's deputy, a sheriff's detective, and then a police officer from Waukegan, Illinois. We'll recap some of what we have heard this afternoon after we take this break here from the Wisconsin Live Desk.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Fox 6 investigator Brian Polson here once again at the Wisconsin Live Desk as we are in a recess. The court just took a couple of minutes ago. You can see that the clock on the wall shows 2:50 p.m. as they take what will probably be, I'm guessing, the final break of the afternoon, and then maybe another hour and a half or so of continuous testimony, though you never know. Sometimes the court takes more than that. In any case, oh, there we go. We've had as I mentioned, four witnesses this afternoon. Nothing quite of the same consequence as what we heard this morning. Probably the most impactful witness of the day was the first, and that was Maxwell Anderson's tenant, former tenant Pete Warbington, who testified about what he heard and or didn't hear the night that Sade Robinson disappeared, and before her remains were found. We heard this afternoon from Milwaukee Police Detective John Galat. He was recalled, as well as Milwaukee County Sheriff's Deputy Ethan Stout. Deputy Stout participated in the arrest of Maxwell Anderson. We saw some body camera video of that arrest. There really wasn't much of significance to that. They described how they essentially used a ruse to arrest him, what the detective essentially meant by that was they didn't tell him they were arresting him in connection to the death of Sade Robinson, but rather that they were performing a traffic stop because he had expired license plates, which police said was in fact true at that time. Nonetheless, Anderson appeared to comply. He was cooperative with officers. He did ask at one point, "What's this about?" The officers did not respond. There was an indication in the report that he seemed maybe a bit shaken or nervous or agitated. The defense asked some questions saying, is that not common? Someone who is maybe not particularly comfortable with police or a lot of police officers and surrounding them, and the officer who was being interviewed at that time said that is actually common, or it would be consistent with that. So I'm not really sure how much significant came out of that particular arrest. Maybe we'll hear in closing arguments why they believe, either one side or the other believes that was significant. We heard quick recall of Matthew Vandertye. I thought this was interesting. The state recalled this detective who had been called much earlier in the trial. He was called on day one of testimony. Matthew Vandertye was originally the first person to talk about some of the digital evidence, particularly in this case from Sade Robinson's cell phone, and that was text messages that were recovered between Maxwell Anderson and Sade Robinson. And honestly, that's what kicked everything off in terms of investigators' interest in Maxwell Anderson as a suspect here, because those text messages showed that Sade Robinson and Maxwell Anderson had just met out to go out on a date together on April 1st at around a little after 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and they were together as late as 9-something in the evening when they were still at another Milwaukee bar called Duke's on Water. He talked about having followed those, the officers, I don't know if it was Vandertye specifically, had talked about following some of the cell phone pings back down to Maxwell Anderson's home after their date. But the significance of calling him back, he was the sixth witness in the case. Shortly after he testified on Wednesday last week, we heard from building maintenance and from the co-worker of Sade Robinson about police coming to search the apartment when Sade Robinson had been reported missing. And the next morning, on Thursday, day 3 of the trial, we heard from Milwaukee when they went inside. They found an apartment that showed no signs of a struggle. There was no sign of any kind of a break-in. Slightly messy apartment, but nothing out of the ordinary for a college student, which she was at MATC. But then the defense raised some questions. They wanted to get some evidence introduced about drugs that were found inside a safe. There were 47 pills, which police referred to as meth. They weren't clear on exactly what kind of a pill beyond that. It wasn't field tested, or it was field tested. It was not tested in a laboratory to know what it was. But there was reference to these pills being found along with some THC. Autopsy did not show any drugs in Sade Robinson's system, although it was a pretty unusual autopsy because of the manner in which the body parts were recovered independently and not as one whole. But the defense raised the question of or wanted to introduce the evidence of the pills being found, the THC being found. And their argument to the court was, one possible theory is she was mixed up with some other troubling people who might have been violent, who might have posed a danger. Well, we didn't really hear much of anything more about that until just a few minutes ago when the state called Matthew Vandertye, because he's a Milwaukee County detective. He did the forensic examination of that phone. And so the prosecution went back and said, well, you looked at her phone. The defense has raised this prospect that maybe she was interacting with some dangerous people. Maybe she was buying and selling drugs. They asked, did you see any evidence of any communications about drugs on that phone? And the detective said no. And I think it was a pretty brief recall to bring him back up on the stand. It didn't seem like it had been planned earlier. They had another police officer from Waukegan, Illinois waiting to go. They held up on her and brought Vandertye back in. It seems as though they wanted to make sure they got on the record that if the defense is going to try to raise this alternate theory that maybe she was mixed up with some other dangerous people, well, there certainly wasn't any evidence of that on her cell phone. There was evidence she'd been communicating with Maxwell Anderson. Again, a lot of times when I tell you what we think the significance is, we're making our best educated guess because we haven't heard the closing arguments. We haven't heard how the state plans to sew all of this evidence together. We haven't heard the theory from the defense as to why they believe there is at least reasonable doubt, but we will hear all of that when, of course, testimony wraps up. After Matthew Vandertye, we heard from a police officer from Waukegan, Illinois. Her name is Brooke Tavajian, I believe. It's Tavajian. She is the officer who responded when there was discovery of another bit of human remains that washed up on Waukegan Beach. That is more than 50 miles south of Milwaukee. And it was Waukegan, Illinois, where an arm belonging to Sade Robinson surfaced nearly a month after her disappearance. In this case, now remember when the leg washed up in Warnemount Park, we heard detectives and we heard those who responded to the scene say that the leg appeared to be freshly intact. It did not appear to have decomposed. It didn't appear to have any particular signs of it having been there for a significant length of time. That was on April 2nd, which we now know was the day after she met with Maxwell Anderson. This was discovered in May, a month after. And by the time the arm is discovered, this detective, and I just warn you again, what I'm about to say is pretty graphic stuff, but the detective said that the arm appeared to be decomposed. It looked like body parts that you see that have been in a lake for a period of time, and in fact, it looked like that it had potentially sustained bites from marine life, from sea life, from something in the water that was, obviously trying to feast on those remains. So by the time this other body part washes up in Waukegan, Illinois, it's clearly been in the water a while. It's presuming it was deposited in the same place as the leg that was discovered after the car smashes through the gate to go down by the pump house in Warnemount Park in Cudahy. It's floated 50 miles to the south and been in that water for nearly a month. So that's what she was talking about when it came time. The court, I think once both sides were done with the Waukegan police officer, the court asked, is anybody ready for a break here? She looks at the jury. She sees a couple of yes nods or some hands and says, okay, let's step away for a little while. We don't know how long this break will be. I suspect it'll be about a 10 to 15 minute break. So we've got a few more minutes to go. And then we'll get to the rest of the afternoon. We still have not heard some of the evidence we are expecting to, which is keep waiting for the discovery of what was on Maxwell Anderson's phone. We heard about that in opening statements. That seems that is going to be a key element in the state's case. We haven't heard that yet. Not sure what else remains to be seen, though. The state has covered a lot of ground. We've now gone from Cudahy, Warnemount Park. We've worked all the way up to the north side of Milwaukee where the car fire was, the scene near a couple of blocks away near 31st and Galena, the playground, the woods, the railroad tracks there where some of her remains and a blanket were discovered. We also know that there was all that video of Maxwell Anderson, or what the state says was Maxwell Anderson, but it seems pretty clear cut that it was him based on the visuals later on, that you see him going from the scene of the car fire and walking all the way to a bus stop, getting on a Milwaukee County Transit bus and riding back to the south side, just within a few blocks of the home of Maxwell Anderson. So we've covered all of that ground, and today we saw inside Maxwell Anderson's home. I'm hearing now that the court is back. The judge is back on the bench, so we're going to send you back out to the Milwaukee County Safety Building for the afternoon of testimony.
The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You can please be seated, restate and respell your name for the record.
Detective Joanne Donner, JOANN, DONNER.
Detective Donner, you heard Officer Tavagian from Waukegan, Illinois, testify about the recovery of the arm, right? Okay. Did you at some point after that arm was recovered go down to the Lake County, Illinois coroner's office yourself?
I did.
Why did you do that?
To retrieve a DNA standard from the arm so that we could compare it with Sade Robinson.
And a DNA standard from the arm recovered on the shores of Waukegan, Illinois, it was your understanding that that had been taken by the Lake County coroner?
Correct.
Did you, in fact, recover that DNA sample from the arm?
I did.
I'm going to show you 454. You know what this is?
Yes, this is what I recovered.
Okay. This is the DNA swab from the arm recovered in Waukegan, Illinois.
That is correct.
And were you able to discern between the arm in Waukegan, Illinois, and the torso recovered in South Milwaukee? Were you able to come to any conclusion how those items got there, how those body parts got there?
Yes, that they would have traveled via the lake due to the currents in a southerly direction.
Is that something you actually looked into yourself?
I did.
Okay. Lastly, you also were part of transporting the arm from the Lake County Coroner's Office to the Milwaukee County Medical Examiner, correct?
That's correct. Once it was confirmed that it did belong to Sade, I went down and followed a transport company back to the Milwaukee County Medical Examiner.
That would have been in June of 2024?
That's correct.
Okay, and that's why Dr. Decker, when she was testifying earlier, she didn't examine the arm until June. That would be the reason?
That is correct. We were waiting for the DNA results.
To confirm that it was in fact Sade's?
That's correct.
Once that was confirmed, that's when you went down there?
Correct.
Nothing else?
Ross?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you.
State?
Recalling Detective Galat.
Detective Galat, you're still under oath.
Thank you.
State?
Detective, another role you played in this investigation was to look for surveillance video of locations that might be of note to the investigation, correct?
Correct.
Early on in the investigation, you were aware that exigency phone records were obtained, right?
That is correct, yes.
Did those records lead you to suspect that either Sade Robinson or Maxwell Anderson or both at some point went to the Twisted Fisherman restaurant?
Correct, yes.
Did you go to Twisted Fisherman and recover surveillance video?
I did, yes.
Who did you meet with to do that?
The owner, I believe his name was Russell Davis.
You went to the restaurant and talked to Mr. Davis?
I did, yes.
And then subsequently reviewed video footage from that restaurant?
That is correct, yes.
On the screen, I have a disc that's marked 235. Do you recognize what this is?
I do, yes. This is surveillance footage from the Twisted Fisherman located at 1200 West Canal Drive, I believe.
And that's
City and County of Milwaukee.
Okay, and specifically down sort of in the Miller Valley, right?
Correct. Another landmark sort of by it is Potawatomi Bingo Casino.
And We Energies?
Correct, yes.
How many camera angles did you review and or recover?
I'm not exactly sure on the specific number. I know that there was an outside facing the deck area. There's another one on the other side facing east, and then there's multiple cameras inside the establishment.
This is one of those cameras,
Correct, yes.
and this would be looking at the west deck?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. All of these videos, what kind of system was it?
This was a Ring surveillance DVR system.
And the Ring logo is up here in the left corner?
That's correct, yes.
And date and time stamps on these videos were generally accurate?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, I'm gonna move 235 in and ask to publish. I have numerous clips to play.
Any objection?
No.
Received, go ahead.
So to orient us, we're looking sort of in a northwestern direction, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Where my mouse is here, that would be the river?
Correct.
All right. Let me get the volume on first. Some of these have, or all of them, I think, have volume, right?
Correct.
All right, playing the first clip, and for the record, the video titles, well, I guess I'll ask you, Detective. These video titles, as they're labeled on here, that's not what they were labeled when you download them. Those were renamed for court presentation purposes, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. I'm gonna play the video labeled it ends in arriving west deck.mp4. That 14-second clip, I'm gonna just go right to the beginning of it. It's a 14-second clip that starts at what time?
17:09 hours, which is 5:09 p.m. on April 1st, 2024.
Did you see anybody in that clip that you recognize?
Yes, I saw Mr. Maxwell Anderson.
And he does what?
He walks into the establishment from the west.
And he's alone?
Correct.
All right. Next clip, the end of it is titled Arrival Inside Bar. It's 2 minutes long. And as it plays, this is picking up at around the same time, 5:09 p.m.?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to fast forward briefly. All right, the clip ended. Essentially, he comes in, he sits down next to who?
A bartender named Brian Culvert.
I'm gonna show you 241. Just a screenshot of that first camera we watched.
Correct.
Okay, move 241 in, that's published. No objection.
Received.
So the jury can see. All right. That's Mr. Anderson.
That is Mr. Anderson, that is correct.
And what were you able to observe that he's wearing?
Mr. Anderson's wearing a black in color Carhartt t-shirt, appears to be wearing a red in color flannel over that t-shirt, and blue jeans, and his hairstyle is in a bun fashion.
I'm going to go back to Exhibit 235 here. And if you're looking at my screen now, there's basically, it's just a bunch of clips, ring clips that you were able to recover, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. We're not going to watch all of them, but why don't we pick up this clip picks up at what time, Detective?
1719 hours, which again is 5:19 p.m.
Okay, so this is about 9 to 10 minutes after he arrived.
That's correct, yes.
He's seated alone at the bar, and that employee is now moved behind the bar, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Playing that clip in fast forward. And what is Mr. Anderson, what has he ordered that you can see?
It appears that he just ordered a beer.
Okay. The next clip on that you were able to recover picks up at what time?
That is 1721 hours on the footage, so 5:21 p.m.
And at this time, someone is seated next to Mr. Anderson now, correct?
That's correct, yes.
I'm going to go back out, playing the video. It ends in arriving Twisted Fisherman. Play that from the beginning. Pause that clip at 16 seconds. What did we just observe?
We observed Sade Robinson walking into the Twisted Fisherman from the east.
And that was at about 5:20?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. So by 5:21, they're seated together at the bar.
Correct.
All right, that last clip for the record picks up at 17:21:40 is the timestamp on it. That's how I'm gonna keep the record of the clips we're watching. They're just sitting there next to each other. It's not even talking at that point, right?
That is correct, yes.
Eventually, did they get food,
Yes.
drinks?
Correct, yes.
I'm going to pull up a clip. What time does this clip start, Detective?
1742 hours, which again, 5:42 p.m.
And by this time, by 5:42, they're eating food, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, no,
What was happening in that clip?
It appears that they're just having a casual conversation with the bartender, and the bartender later pours out a shot.
The next clip picks up at what time?
17:44 hours, 5:44 p.m.
And 20 seconds?
Correct.
Playing this clip. All right, and in that clip, did all three of them do the shot together?
That's correct. I believe I heard the bartender say cheers, which then proceeded them to all do the shot together, yes.
And Sade has what appears to be in front of her some kind of food, and then there looks like there's a cocktail and perhaps a water?
That's fair, yes.
Okay. The next clip I'm playing picks up at 5:48:26, and again, that shot that they did was at 5:44?
Correct.
Okay.
Maxwell Anderson, I'm gonna go. They smell so good though. I'm gonna go. I can't. It's done working. So. Oh, at the end. Oh, at the. So. Yeah, so. My two chefs will be on the station.
In that clip, what happens?
It appears that Mr. Anderson briefly steps away to possibly use the restroom, and then in the meantime, Miss Robinson is just having casual conversation with the bartender.
Next clip I have up starts at what time?
17:58 hours, which is 5:58 p.m.
That clip shows us the bartender clearing their plates, right?
Correct, yes.
So that's around 6 p.m.
Correct.
Done eating, both of their plates getting cleared.
That is correct, yes.
Next clip picks up. What's the time that this picks up to the second detective?
1,800 hours, 47 seconds, which 6 p.m.
But my friends that are not in the industry don't understand that.
Paused that clip at 15 seconds. Bartender gives another beer to Mr. Anderson.
That is correct, yes.
I think it's the weather station because I have so I think what I do is when I put socks, I vaseline wrap on my hand and I put socks on. So I look like a new word maybe and I'm going, oh, it's good weather. And I'm like, I still end up watching up.
All right, that clip ended. I was trying to stop it right at the end here, but. Somewhere just prior to 6:03 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And so Mr. Anderson got another beer, and then it looks like the bartender does what?
He goes and obtains their check.
So to this point, and I know we didn't watch all of the clips, but you've watched all of them, right?
That's correct, yes.
How he's had 2 beers and a shot, is that fair?
That's fair, yes.
And Ms. Robinson, 1 drink and a shot?
That's fair to say, yes.
Were there more drinks ordered, do you recall?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Next clip picks up at what time?
That's 18:02 hours with 50 seconds, which is 6:02 p.m.
It's right where the last one left off.
That is correct.
Paused at 22 seconds in this first part of the clip. It looks like Mr. Calvert and Mr. Anderson do like a fist bump, right?
Correct, yes.
And then it seems he's offering up another shot, correct?
Correct.
How does Sade respond to that?
Believe she.
That we just saw.
I believe she declines it.
Okay, I'll play it again. I'm going back to 9 seconds. Paused at 32 seconds. Were you able to tell there?
Yeah, so it appears that the bartender puts down 2 shot glasses. And when he puts down the shot glass in front of Miss Robinson, she kind of makes like a right hand motion indicating that she's declining it.
And what does the bartender do with the shot glass?
I believe, I'm not exactly sure what he did with hers.
Okay, I'll back it up here. Playing from 12 seconds. Did you see it there?
I did, yes. He physically picks up the shot glass and puts it in front of Mr. Anderson.
Playing at 26.
Yeah, actually, I can make you a Charlie Richard shot. Go on? Okay. Just gonna take I go, I drink little water in Milwaukee, and so that happens.
All right, I paused it just before the end of the clip. The timestamp is what?
18:04 hours and 52 seconds.
Okay, sorry, I pulled it away before you could read it. The next clip picks up at what time?
18:04 hours and 54 seconds. Cheers. So very nice to meet you. Maxwell, pleasure to see you. Like I said, I talked to you on the phone. But I was doing not bad. Yeah. Young ladies, who's sitting right here?
All right, and in that clip that just ended, that was about a 2-minute clip, give or take. What did we observe?
Observed the bartender make some type of alcoholic beverage, and then the three of them, he pours the beverage into 3 shot glasses, and the 3 of them do the shot together.
Okay, so he gives that shot to both Sade and Mr. Anderson.
That's correct, yes.
I'm gonna advance a little bit here. Next clip picks up at, what time do we got?
18:21 hours and 16 seconds.
All right, so just a few minutes after they just did the other shot.
Correct.
Okay.
Good. Yeah, he was one of our surgeons today, so. We also. Yeah, yeah, it's a really fun, like, craft cocktails. Yeah, I've not been disappointed about it. So, all right, not wrong. Sure. Okay, excellent. So, good to see you. So.
All right, that clip looks like they're getting up to leave.
That's correct, yes.
I'm gonna go to the next clip. Does this one pick up right where the other one just left off, or at least appear to?
That's correct, yes, at 18:23 hours and 21 seconds.
So many nice to meet you. You well? Hey, if you ever, I know, they'll talk us down, but, yeah, we're all conservative. Yeah. Yeah. And it says, you know everybody, you go, yeah, I met Brian. Brian's a great guy. There we go. So. Anytime. You all guys. You too.
Pause this clip at 1 minute and 3 seconds in. The timestamp is 18:24:25. They've just headed for the exit, right?
That's correct. They say bye to the bartender, and they both exit the establishment together.
Okay. This video's titled Leaving Twisted Fisherman. What camera are we looking at here?
We're looking at the exit/entrance camera to the east, which shows out towards the parking lot.
And the timestamp, April 1st, 2024, what time?
18:24 hours and 20 seconds.
In that clip, they leave, they're exiting to the east, and then they turn the corner of the building, correct?
That is correct, yes.
So in some, Detective Mr. Anderson arrives at about 5:09 p.m.
Correct.
Miss Robinson at roughly 5:20.
Correct, yes.
They sit there next to each other at the bar.
Correct.
They eat.
Correct.
They have drinks
Correct.
and 2 shots total?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And at 6:24, they get up and leave together.
That is correct, yes.
Did you have another detective check and see if there was other video of them leaving near the We Energies facilities near that location?
That is correct. That was Detective Joe Blanchard.
Okay. And then I have exhibit 240, which has already been entered into evidence. This is a screenshot from that same camera. What is Sade wearing?
Sade is wearing a black puffer jacket. Underneath appears to be a white knitted sweatshirt, blue/white wash jeans with cuts towards the knees and the thigh of her body, and then white, I would say, tennis shoes. She's also appears to be carrying a black bag in her left hand.
Okay. And when she's inside, she has her jacket off. You can see that she's wearing the long sleeve sweater.
That is correct, yes.
And it kind of goes midway down her torso.
That is correct, yes.
I have no other questions.
Cross?
So just to recap, the two of them basically just hung out at Twisted Fisherman.
I would classify that as yes. They just had casual conversation from what it appeared.
And the guy you mentioned before is named Brian Culvert, right? That's somebody you talked about?
That's correct, yes.
Because you questioned him?
I interviewed him.
And he's the guy that was working behind the bar?
Correct, yes.
You've watched all these tapes before court here today, obviously, on other occasions.
That's correct, yes.
And Mr. Culvert appears friendly with Max Anderson, doesn't he?
That is correct, yes.
Calls him an incredible guy.
I don't recall hearing that.
Well, at the end, he says, Max, so good to see you, as he's shaking his hand and leaning across the bar. You saw that?
I saw that. I didn't hear that.
Oh, you didn't hear either of those things?
I heard the name Max. I didn't
Oh.
hear the incredible guy portion.
Okay. Who carded Sade?
I don't believe she was carded.
Did they ever ask her age or anything?
Objection, relevance.
Well, they just spent all this time talking about shots.
It's fine.
I'll withdraw the objection.
I'll allow him to answer. Go ahead.
Could you just ask your question one more time?
Was she carded?
I don't believe so.
Or asked to provide any identification at all from what you saw?
From what I saw, I don't believe so.
And it looks to me like Brian Culvert is just on his own pouring shots for people.
I'm going to object to this line of questioning at this point. If we're getting into him serving her underage, it's not relevant to this trial at all.
It isn't relevant. I mean, you got in the part relative to the alcohol.
Well, you've testified on direct about shots being poured, right?
That is correct.
Okay. And my question about the shots, not about the underage aspect, my question about the shots is, did Max order those shots?
I don't know who ordered what shots.
Right. You don't hear anybody order those shots.
I don't believe so.
From what it appears, from what you watched, is that the bartender is just pouring them on his own volition, right?
That's correct. But again, I can hear some of the audio in the video. I can't hear all the audio in the video.
Right. Okay. And they eat a meal, right?
Correct, yes.
Each of them, from what you can tell?
From what I can tell, yes.
And it's clear to you, isn't it, that Max is known at this Twisted Fisherman place, right?
Yeah, it appears that him and the bartender know each other, yes.
Very friendly with each other.
I would say so, yes.
That's all.
State anything?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you.
State your next witness.
I'm going to recall Detective Blanchard.
you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You can please be seated, restate and respell your name for the record, please.
Joseph Blanchard, Joseph Blanchard, Blanchar.
Detective Blanchard, you assisted in this investigation also by trying to get video from We Energies down in the valley, correct?
That is correct.
And if you look to your right on the screen, were you aware that there was video recovered from Twisted Fisherman depicting Sade and Maxwell Anderson being at that establishment?
Yes.
Did you subsequently obtain video footage from We Energies showing the approximate arrivals and departures of those people?
I did, yes.
I'm gonna pull up, this is Exhibit 236. There were multiple camera angles from We Energies that you found, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Exhibit 236, the first clip I have up is titled uberdrop.mov. What are we looking at here?
It is a western view of the camera on, I believe, St. Paul. I'm not sure what 100 block that would be, exactly where the camera is, but it's right in front of the Twisted Fisherman, which the structure is right on our right. It's like a beige structure.
Okay, so where I'm circling here, that would be Twisted Fisherman?
Yes, that's correct.
We got Potawatomi over here on the left that I'm circling now?
Yes.
Okay, and this video clip is going to show what in sum?
A vehicle arriving and pulling just into the front of the driveway of Twisted Fisherman, which is that first access point, stops there and then slowly rolls forward straight to the west entrance. That's the area of the west entrance of Twisted Fisherman.
Do you recall what time this clip is from?
Yes, it's from the 1st of April, 5:09 hours, and I believe there is a timestamp embedded in the video if you need help finding it.
Okay, and that vehicle that we just watched pull in, that's the Uber you're talking about?
Yes, looks like a SUV of some sort.
Right here that I'm circling?
Correct.
Okay. And I would move the entirety of 236 into evidence.
Any objection?
No.
It's received.
I played that clip to 19 seconds. I'm going to go to the next clip. What are we looking at here?
This is a different angle. Right on top of the screen is the east side exit and entrance area of Twisted Fisherman with a parking lot that is adjacent to it.
This clip is from what time on April 1st?
Around 5:09 on the other side. I believe it's 6:24.
Okay.
About, I believe, when this is the exit.
You were aware of what time they were on video coming and going, right?
Yes.
Okay. So where do we want to be looking? All right, right where I'm circling here?
Yes, at the top of the screen, right in the center. Behind that vehicle is a chain link fence.
The video kind of skips, but we can see what?
Two individuals exiting the east side of the Twisted Fisherman.
And then they go around the front of the building?
They do.
Are you aware from the Twisted Fisherman who those individuals are?
I am, yes.
Who are they?
Sade Robinson and Maxwell Anderson.
Back to this other clip. This is them walking outside the restaurant together.
Yep, now along the west, walking westward direction in front of the building.
And they appear to be walking together, leaving the restaurant together.
Yes.
Where are they walking to?
The west side parking lot where Sade's vehicle was parked.
Okay. And last clip, I'm sorry, I didn't announce the time that I stopped that one. All right, I'm stopping it at 44 seconds. So right here where I'm circling, there's some trees and whatnot. Do you know from other angles if that's where her car is parked?
From looking at this video and seeing some small movement behind the trees, the vehicle was parked there.
Okay, and then let's go to the final clip. Different angle, but in this one, you can actually see where her car is parked, correct?
Correct.
I'm gonna zoom in. I'm circling right here, two people, that'd be Sade and Mr. Anderson.
Correct, leaving the restaurant, excuse me.
All right, playing from 0 minutes, 0 seconds. It kind of skips, correct?
It does.
But you can see them walking together.
Yes.
All right, and right here where I'm circling, what's that?
That is her vehicle parked facing the direction of the camera.
Do they appear to both get in the vehicle?
They do.
And what time was that at?
About 6:24 or 5 at that time.
So the Uber drop-off was at 5:09. They were in the restaurant, they left at 6:24, both going towards Sade Robinson's car.
That is correct.
Nothing else?
Defense?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you.
State your next witness.
State calls Russell Davis.
Sir, if you could just remain standing and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay, if you can please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
Russell Davis, spelled RUSSELLDAVIS.
Mr. Davis, are you associated with the restaurant Twisted Fisherman?
I am, yes.
How?
I am the sole member, owner of the LLC, Twisted Fisherman,
Where is that located?
at 1200 West Canal Street, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
At some point in time, did you employ someone named Maxwell Anderson?
Yes, for approximately 3 weeks in 2023.
Do you see that person in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you describe where they're sitting and what they're wearing, please?
They're sitting on my left side in the courtroom, wearing a green shirt and a white t-shirt.
I'd ask the record to reflect the identification of the defendant.
Any objection?
No.
The record will so reflect.
You employed him just for 3 weeks.
Approximately, yes.
How would you describe the level of your knowledge of him?
Very brief knowledge.
At some point on April 5th, 2024, did the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office come to the Twisted Fisherman?
Yes, they did.
And did you assist them with obtaining surveillance footage from the Twisted Fisherman?
Yes, I did.
Did you also view that video while you were helping the detectives with it?
Yes, somewhat.
And in that video, did you see Maxwell Anderson depicted?
Yes,
And was that from the date of April 1st, 2024?
it was.
I'm showing you what's been marked Exhibit 241 and previously received. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
And who is that depicted in that photo?
Maxwell Anderson.
And is that the outside of the Twisted Fisherman?
Yes, it is.
Were you asked to view any other photographs by members of the Sheriff's Department?
Yes, there was a picture on a bus as well.
Showing you what's been marked Exhibit 204. Does that look familiar?
Yes,
Who is that?
Maxwell Anderson.
Nothing further.
Defense?
No.
Thank you. Mr. Davis, you may step down. State your next witness.
Judge, would it be possible to take a 5-minute recess?
Sure. Please leave your notebooks on your chair. We'll be back with you very quickly. Thank you, everybody. Anything to address on the record, State?
No.
Defense?
No.
Okay.
Body parts would start to surface. First one, of course, along the shores of Lake Michigan in Cudahy. So we see what occurs there, which is they have some food, they have a couple of shots, they have a drink or two, and then they leave together. And this is the first time we saw their surveillance video outside, which actually showed the two of them walking out of the building, around the corner of the building, into a parking lot, and then getting into a vehicle together. It was small, it was kind of grainy in the distance, but it appeared very clear that those same two figures who left together were the ones that got into that car. The defense did not object to the state's characterization of that. So it seems clear that there is agreement, stipulation, that in fact Sade and Maxwell Anderson left the bar together, got in Sade Robinson's car together, and left from there. We now have the owner of Twisted Fisherman who is on the stand. You saw that the owner positively identified Maxwell Anderson from one of the photos from that video, from his own surveillance system as he came, and that's it right there. He's walking in the door wearing that hoodie. He has his hair in what would be commonly described as a man bun, wearing dark pants, the dark t-shirt, and then he heads inside. We see Sade Robinson as she arrives. She is wearing the light-colored stonewashed blue jeans with holes in the knees and the thighs, and is wearing a jacket with a white sweater underneath. That comes into play later. Of course, the jury's already seen this, but we saw that when the car fire was set, when her car was set ablaze on the north side of Milwaukee, there was clothing in the trunk. That clothing included light-colored stonewashed jeans with holes in them, similar to what was described there. The state said it's the same clothing that she was wearing on her date with Maxwell Anderson, among other things that were in that trunk. We also heard in the last several minutes from Detective Joanne Donner, who made her third appearance on the stand. She talked about going down to Waukegan, Illinois, to collect DNA from the arm that had washed ashore there so that they could match that to the remains of Sade Robinson. And in fact, ultimately, they did get a positive match. We also heard once again, for the third time, from John Galat, Milwaukee police detective, who was presenting some of that video evidence that we just talked about from inside Twisted Fisherman. I suspect where we're going to go next is where they went next, and that is to Duke's on Water, which is a bar in downtown Milwaukee. Whatever surveillance video or images have been collected there is likely where we're going to be seeing the state go after they are finished with Russell Davis, the owner of Twisted Fisherman. They've taken a brief break and will be coming back momentarily. And we will take a break here right now and come back right after this.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Fox 6 investigator Brian Polson here at the Wisconsin Live Desk. It is 3:55 on Monday afternoon. We are late in the day of the fifth day of the Maxwell Anderson trial, fourth day of testimony. We are going to be here. The court is in a brief recess. If they come back in the next few minutes, we may take you back out there shortly, but we're going to be here coming out of this pretty quickly as we head into the 4 o'clock news. You'll see Fox 6 News at 4 on our primary stream. But if you want to keep watching testimony through the end of the day, you can watch on the Fox 6 News Milwaukee YouTube channel, and you can get that link by going to Fox Local. So you can watch the trial, you can watch it uninterrupted there. But if you want to watch our news coverage of what's happened so far today, you can stick right here on this stream with Fox 6 News at 4, 5, and 6. You'll also see Fox 6 News at 9 and 10, and get all of the basically the breakdown, the analysis, the basics of what has happened so far today. We have seen up until now, looks like 10 witnesses who have testified today. A couple have appeared twice. One of them, John Galat, detective, has been called a couple of times to talk about a variety of things, most recently that surveillance video inside Twisted Fisherman. Probably one of the more interesting characters on the stand today was Pete Warbington. Pete Warbington was the tenant who lived downstairs in Maxwell Anderson's home at 3161 South 39th Street in Milwaukee. He testified to not having heard anything in the middle of the night that this all allegedly happened. He didn't hear any loud noises. He didn't hear a struggle. He didn't hear anything that sounded like saws or screams, power tools, anything like that. He says he's a light sleeper and he would have heard it. He would have been a defense witness. The state called him, perhaps strategically, on their own to ask some questions of their own. I don't see the court coming back in. With just a couple of minutes left, I'm probably going to carry you right up to 4 o'clock when the news begins here, and then you can go watch the rest of the afternoon, which will probably go another 45 minutes or so, maybe up to an hour, on the Fox 6 News Milwaukee YouTube stream. Again, the first person, Pete Warbington, he talked about Maxwell Anderson and knowing the family going way back, because Maxwell Anderson's dad was his Little League baseball coach. But Warbington says he left Milwaukee, left Wisconsin, was gone for 18 years, and came back a couple of years ago needing a place to stay, to be closer to work in Milwaukee. He saw that Anderson had listed a place for rent, and so he checked in, inquired about it, and said the price was right. It was $1,000 a month, and his landlord, Max Anderson, he said, was flexible with when and how he paid him, so it was a good fit for him. That said, he seemed to have some
Ian, Celeste has to classify the exhibits either as discs or as thumb drives. That's why I keep asking you. So if you just, when you're putting it in, if you just say which one it is, then it'll save me asking you.
Absolutely, I'll try to remember to do that.
No worries, and if not, I'll get a Skype from her and then I'll ask you.
Sounds good.
No worries. Okay, we'll go back on the record. We have the same appearances. Still on the state's case in chief. State your next witness.
Detective Jake Pushnig.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
You can please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
First name Jake, Jake. Last name Pushnig, Puschnig.
How are you employed?
By the City of Milwaukee Police Department.
Are you a detective?
I am.
What unit are you assigned to?
I am assigned to the homicide unit
How long have you been a detective assigned to the homicide unit?
since 2017.
Were you involved in the investigation into the disappearance of Sade Robinson?
I was.
Was one of the roles you played in that investigation to attempt to retrieve or review video from the area of downtown Milwaukee?
It was.
Had you and your department been informed that Miss Robinson, at some point in the evening of April 1st, 2024, went to the Twisted Fisherman restaurant?
Yes.
And were you given approximate times that Miss Robinson was believed to be at certain places?
Yes.
After departing Twisted Fisherman, where was it believed that Miss Robinson had traveled to?
She traveled to Water Street, which is Duke's on Water.
Is that a bar?
That is a bar.
It's on the corner of what?
Water and Juno.
There are a number of different bars, taverns on that stretch of Water Street, correct?
Correct.
Did you attempt to, did your department retrieve video from Duke's on Water that in fact confirmed that Miss Robinson had gone there?
Yes.
Did you also try to get video from a City of Milwaukee camera that is situated on Water Street?
Yes.
Where is the camera that you tried to get video footage from?
It is a Milwaukee Police Department pole camera, which is on Water and Highland.
Why does your department have pole cameras up and down Water Street?
Because Water Street is a busy area during bar hours, and we want video of what is going on.
It's a bar district, right?
Correct.
And have you utilized these cameras before?
Yes.
There are pole cameras in other parts of the city as well, but they tend to be in places more frequented, correct?
Correct.
Did you in fact get video that showed the time and manner by which Miss Robinson arrived on Water Street?
Yes.
How did she get there?
In a 2020 Honda Civic.
Was she driving it?
She was.
And was she with anybody?
Yes.
Okay. And this pole camera footage that you got, did it capture the exact times that Miss Robinson arrived and left in the Honda Civic?
It did.
Give me 1 second here. All right, I'm going to pull up on a disc marked Exhibit 237. There are 3 video clips. All right, Detective, why don't you orient us a little bit?
Yes. So what you are looking at is Water Street. You are looking northbound on Water Street. You see a red building on the top left corner, and then there's a security car on the top right corner.
Where I'm circling?
Yes.
All right, and then the red building here?
Yes.
And so the intersection that would be sort of on the bottom of the screen here, although you can't see it on the camera view, would be Highland, right?
That is correct.
The next street up north, as we're looking, would be Juno?
Correct.
And where is Duke's on Water related to this camera footage?
It is the top left corner. So Duke's on Water would be the northwest corner on Water and Juno.
So basically, to get to Duke's, one would simply walk up this sidewalk here, cross the street at the next intersection, and it's right there.
Correct.
Okay. And what are we going to, where should we be looking here when I'm gonna play this?
You should be looking at the security car, which is on the top right corner, which is on the east side of the street.
There's no date and timestamp on the video frame, right?
Correct.
But what timestamp are we looking at? Or what time is this video from?
This video is from April 1st, 2024 at 6:31 p.m. and 59 seconds.
Okay. I'm going to advance this video clip and I would move 237 into evidence.
Any objection?
No.
Received.
I'm going to advance this video clip to 1 minute and 10 seconds. So if we go 1 minute and 10 seconds into the video, we would be taken up to approximately what?
You'd be taken up to approximately 6:33 p.m.
And were you aware of the approximate time that Miss Robinson departed from Duke's, or excuse me, from Twisted Fisherman in her Honda Civic?
I do not.
Okay. I'm going to play this video from 1 minute, 10 seconds. What do we see?
You see the Honda Civic.
It just pulled up on the right side of the screen here.
Yes.
Security guard car did what?
Security guard took off. It went northbound on Water Street.
Did someone just get out of the front passenger seat?
Yes.
I paused it at 2 minutes, 15 seconds. Not Miss Robinson, right?
No.
Playing from there? Now what's happening?
Now Miss Robinson is getting out of the driver's seat.
And where are they walking to?
They are walking westbound on Water Street.
They check the door of that tavern?
Correct.
Not open, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then where do they go?
They go northbound on Water Street.
Off camera?
Yep, off camera.
Pausing it at 3:07, so this would have occurred around 6:33 p.m.?
Yes.
I'm going to advance the video, and if you look at the bottom, you see that the clip is a total of 2 hours, 38 minutes, and 41 seconds, correct?
That is correct.
Advancing the video to 2 hours, 32 minutes, 40 seconds. All right, it's now clearly nighttime, right?
Yes.
What time would this be about in real time?
This would be approximately 9:04 p.m.
Playing at 2:32:40. All right, paused at 2:34:05. Summarize what we just saw.
You seen the two individuals that walked that way. They came back to the vehicle. They got inside the vehicle, and then the vehicle then drove northbound on Water Street.
I have it picking back up at 2:32:40 at the beginning of that clip I just played. At this point, we see the two individuals walking, Miss Robinson, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, when she approaches the car, I paused it at 2:32:56. Does it appear she hits a key fob of some kind?
Yes,
And how are you making that determination?
because the rear tail lights, there's two blinks on the rear tail lights.
Two blinks?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna play it at 2:32:56. Right there?
Yes.
Okay. Paused at 2:33:07. The two blinks, in your experience, that would be consistent with like someone hitting the unlock button on a fob?
Yes.
All right. Then they drive off. That's about what time?
About 9:04, 9:05-ish.
Miss Robinson gets into which seat?
She gets into the driver's seat.
Does she appear to be struggling to stand or walk in that brief period you can see her walking there?
No.
I'm gonna play the next clip. That first one is video title. It's the only one that says Water and Highland on it. The next one is going to be a clip that is titled, in the title it says Water Juno. And it's camera, and then it says camera dash 02. All right, we're looking at what now?
Now you are looking at a camera on Water and Juno. The camera view is facing southwest.
And Dukes is on this upper corner here in the right.
That is correct.
Playing this clip, it's 56 seconds. What are we seeing?
The same individuals that got into the Honda Civic exited Duke at approximately 9:03 p.m. and are now walking southbound on Water Street.
And he puts his arm around her there, correct?
That is correct.
And they continue walking?
Yes.
She's not stumbling or anything, is she?
No, she is not.
And then the last clip, similar angle or similar view, correct?
Similar view, but this view is now facing southbound on Water Street from Juno and Water.
All right. So Miss Robinson's car is going to be up here on the upper left,
Correct.
and we're going to see them walking on the right side here, correct?
Correct.
At this point, they're on the west sidewalk,
Yes, they are in
up
the,
where my mouse is?
yes.
Okay. And now they're crossing the street?
Yes, they're crossing the street going eastbound.
And paused at 135. I'm going to back it up from there. Did you see the two blinks again?
I did.
Okay, I'm gonna play it again from 125. She gets in what seat?
She gets in the driver's seat.
All right, I'm gonna fast forward the video slightly. All right, and then she pulls off northbound on Water Street.
Correct.
And that last one was Water and Juneau, camera 05. I'm gonna switch gears, detective, bringing up exhibit 238, which is on a flash drive. I'm gonna start with channel 1 here. I've got this, the video is queued up to April 1, 2024, 6:36:08 p.m. is the clip I'm on right now. What are we looking at, detective? Where's this video from?
This video is from Dukes on Water.
I'd move exhibit 238 in.
Any objection?
No.
It's received.
Is the date and timestamp on the Dukes on Water video accurate or off at all?
I believe it is accurate.
Okay, so I'm gonna play this clip from 6:36:08 p.m. And for the record, when I'm pulling up the clips, I'm gonna go by the timestamp on the video screen. And the reason I'm doing that, detective, when you went through these, as I'm showing you on my screen, there's hundreds of video clips, correct?
Correct.
Some of them, and this is just channel 1, but some of them are only merely seconds long, fair?
Yes.
And some are hours long?
Yes.
Okay. And I think this, for camera 1, down in the corner, there's 214 clips, right?
Correct.
All right. You watched these clips. Were you able to determine some of the cameras just had absolutely no relevance, like they showed the basement or something like that?
Yes, the basement and storage.
Okay. All right. I have camera 1 up. This is 6:36:08 p.m. It's a 1-minute clip. What are we seeing?
You are seeing the two individuals that got out of the Honda Civic walking up to Dukes and going inside Dukes.
At 6:36 p.m.?
That is correct.
That would be consistent with them walking from their car where they parked around 6:33?
Absolutely, yes.
Pause that clip at 23 seconds. I'm going to go back to channel 1. The clip picking up at 8:30 and 10 seconds p.m. And for the record, detective, some of these clips were renamed for purposes of courtroom presentation. Is that right?
That is correct.
All right. What's happening at 8:30 and 10 seconds?
The subject who got out of the car with Sade Robinson is now outside smoking a cigarette.
You see that subject in court?
I do.
Can you identify him? I'll stipulate.
The record will so reflect.
Is that the defendant?
Yes.
Thank you. I'll speed this up slightly. All right, stopping it at 2:18. Last clip from camera 1, picking up at 9:03 and 24 seconds. What do we see?
Now you see Mr. Robinson and Mr. Anderson leaving the bar on Dukes.
So they got there at 6:36?
They got inside Dukes at 6:36 and they left at 9:03.
Okay. I'm gonna go to channel 9. This is just a different camera of that same door, correct?
Correct.
And he's outside smoking at 8:30?
Yes.
Okay. And then if I go, this is at 8:31 and 7 seconds. Showing you exhibit, doesn't have a number. I got a sticker. This is gonna be 456. What are we looking at?
We are looking at 3 different pictures. The first picture is a booking photo of Maxwell Anderson. The second photo is Maxwell Anderson on a bus. And then the third photo is Maxwell Anderson, who is smoking a cigarette outside of Dukes on Water, which is the clip that we just watched.
Okay, and the bus photo is the one that's on the screen marked 204 here, correct?
Correct.
All right, I'm gonna move 456 in as published.
Any objection?
No.
456 is admitted, and you may.
And it's just a side-by-side of those 3 images, correct?
That is correct.
Booking photo on the left, bus video photo in the middle, and smoking a cigarette at Dukes on Water on the right, correct?
Correct.
Back to the video here. Going to go to camera number 4. All right, this clip picks up at 6:36. It's very hard to see, but I think it says 30 seconds PM. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna play and orient us now. Where's the entry door that they go in?
The entry door is on the left.
Off the screen to the left over here.
Correct.
All right, and where are they gonna sit?
They are going to sit on the bar, at the bar, the last 2 chairs in the bar.
These 2?
Yes.
Okay. Playing that clip from 6:36 and 30 seconds. You see the bartender greeting the defendant?
I do.
Okay. Then a bouncer walks over with Sade?
Yes.
And she takes a seat.
Correct.
All right, I'm gonna speed it up slightly here. What are they doing?
They are talking to the bartender right now.
The bartender just did what?
Provided a drink to Mr. Anderson,
And now what's she doing?
making a drink for Ms. Robinson.
All right, and Miss Robinson has just gotten up.
Yes,
Where does she go?
to the bathroom.
All right, and she returns to the bathroom at what time?
6:41:08.
I'm sorry, returns from the bathroom. And then they just essentially sit there for a while, correct?
Correct.
All right, I've got that clip paused at 6:42:08 p.m. Gonna go to the next clip. This clip picking up at 7:10 p.m. And in the time span between these, are they essentially just sitting there and talking?
Yes,
Okay. Anything notable happen?
they're just talking, drinking.
All right, we're about 7, 10, and 47 seconds. The defendant's showing her his phone.
Yes,
7:11 p.m., he removes his jacket.
that's correct.
Okay. Going to advance the video to 1 minute and 50 seconds in. This is 7:12:15 p.m. What's the bartender doing?
She is talking to Mr. Anderson, and it looks like they're playing dice.
I'm going to play this in fast forward. Mr. Anderson is playing a dice game with another patron to his left, not Sade?
That is correct.
All right, and the bartender's there too, correct?
Yes.
And she's doing what?
The bartender was
Not
with
the bartender, Sade.
Sade is just sitting there.
All right, and what happened just now?
Maxwell Anderson finished his drink, and the bartender provided him with another drink.
What's the bartender doing now?
She is getting shots.
And the dice game is over?
Correct.
Did she pour one for Sade?
No.
Okay. Just the defendant and then the other person who was playing the dice game?
Correct.
And at 7:17 and 42 seconds p.m., the shots are taken?
Correct.
Okay. Gonna advance this video to 16 minutes, 43 seconds, picking up at 7:27:07 p.m. What's Sade doing?
Sade takes off her coat.
Now what's happening?
Sade stands up, and two other individuals walked past them by the table, and Sade then goes in the bathroom.
She brings her drink with her.
Yes.
Advancing this clip to 20 minutes, 33 seconds. We're at 7:30 and 59 seconds p.m. They're back at the bar, correct?
Correct.
All right. Bartender is doing the dice game again?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Anderson is playing?
Yes.
Sade playing?
No.
So she's not playing the dice games or taking the shots from them?
That's correct.
All right, I'm going to fast forward this. Does Mr. Anderson also have some kind of a vape?
Yes.
Okay. Appears by 7:33:52 the dice game is over?
Correct.
Okay, and the dice are kind of just sitting on top of the shake cup right here, right?
Yes.
I'm going to go to the next clip. Well, the next one is extremely short. Just 3 seconds long. And then the following clip picks up at 7:33:59 p.m., correct?
Correct.
All right. I'm going to go to 49 seconds into the clip. What is the bartender doing?
She is pouring another shot.
Looks like it probably is another shot from that second dice game.
Correct.
Okay. And who's doing that shot?
Maxwell and the other individual.
Is Sade taking a shot?
No.
I'm going to advance this video. I paused at 7:39:34 p.m. Advancing to 17 minutes, 48 seconds into the clip. Which is 7:51:46 p.m. What are we seeing now?
You're seeing two individuals on the right of Sade, and they're going to come over and talk to them.
Do they end up kind of hanging out with these two people for the remainder of the time that they're there?
Yes.
Paused at 7:52:38 p.m. I'm going to advance the video to 7:54:17 p.m. Mr. Anderson stepped away for a moment, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And Sade and the female are doing what?
Sade got up. The female is going to the music box, and Sade eventually goes over by the music box by the other female.
Okay, and you know from reviewing other camera angles that even though it's not on camera here, what is there is what?
A music box.
Okay. At 7:55 p.m., Mr. Anderson returns from the bathroom.
Correct.
The bartender just brought over 2 pitchers of what appears to be water, correct?
Yes.
And what else did she bring over?
She brought over cups. Plastic cups.
What's going to happen next?
They are going to play beer pong.
On this red table here?
Yes, the red table that says Dukes.
Were you made aware of whether anybody had provided information to the police about Sade playing beer pong at Duke's?
Yes, there was an individual that provided that information.
Going to advance. I paused at 7:57:20 p.m. Picking up at 8:02:12 p.m. What does it look like Sade is doing right now?
It looks like she is taking a picture because you can see her phone and then you can see the red on the back of her phone.
All right, I'll back it up and zoom just briefly. So if someone had indicated that she had taken a Snapchat playing beer pong at Duke's, would this seem to suggest that that did happen?
Correct.
I'm gonna speed the video up here. She's standing there on her phone?
Yes.
Okay. Where's Mr. Anderson?
He is at the bar getting drinks.
Now what's happening?
Mr. Anderson takes the drinks over to Sade.
Okay. He brought 2 drinks over?
He did.
And one of them Sade takes and begins drinking, correct?
Correct.
Paused it at 8:04:04 p.m. I'm going to advance it to 8:20 p.m. The beer pong game finishes, right?
Correct.
Now what's happening? I have it in fast forward.
Now Sade sits down by the slot machines and Mr. Anderson sits down right next to her and they are talking.
Paused at 8:21:49 p.m. Sorry, 8:21:55 p.m. Advancing to 8:33 p.m. Where are they?
They are by the bar.
And you know from the other views, where's Mr. Anderson at this time?
Mr. Anderson is outside smoking a cigarette.
Putting it into fast forward. All right, I have it up to 8:35:42 p.m. Mr. Anderson's returned to that area where they were originally seated.
Correct.
Paused at 8:35:49. Going to advance it. 8:39, 11 PM. What are they doing?
They are now starting beer pong back up.
Playing it in fast forward. Paused at 8:44:18. They're just playing beer pong, right?
Correct.
Fast forwarding to 8:45:24 PM. Sade and Mr. Anderson are talking near the bathrooms, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then the game resumes, right?
Correct.
Paused at 8:46:01 PM. Advancing to 8:49:18 PM. Actually, I should have gone back a little bit. 8:49:11 PM. What's Sade doing?
Sade then goes to the bathroom.
And she doesn't appear to have a drink anymore, right?
No, she doesn't.
Sade's back by what time?
By 8:51:18.
All right, and for the rest of this clip, do they essentially just continue to play beer pong?
Yes.
8:51:21 PM is where I have this timestamp, the last timestamp from this clip. I'm going to go on to the next clip from channel 4, camera 4. This clip picks up at 9 o'clock and 3 seconds. I'm going to advance it to 52 seconds. 9 o'clock and 53 seconds on the timestamp. What's happening now?
The game is over or about to be over, and eventually you're going to see them shaking hands. They're eventually going to hug, and Sade and Mr. Anderson are going to leave.
So Sade hugs the young woman she's been talking to.
Correct.
And now what's happening at 9:02 and 5 seconds PM?
They are putting on their coats.
Okay, that's a perfect point to stop then. Okay, so tomorrow morning, we're going to kick back up at 8:45. Feel free to bring coffee, water, or soda. Leave your notebooks on your chairs. Remember, no talking about the case with anybody. Put it out of your mind till you come back tomorrow.
Judge, before we go off the record, can we move 238 in and 454, which was a DNA swab?
Any objection to 454?
No.
And 298?
238.
238?
The flash drive.
Thank you. Any objection to 238?
No.
Received as well. Okay, so have a lovely evening. We'll see you back in the morning. Thanks, everybody.